Wang Tao glanced at his brothers lying in disarray, looking worried. Since you made them like this, shouldn't you give the antidote? Shun Jiaqing's eyes darkened slightly. I think they are better off blind. This is also to help the people. She made a move to leave, but Wang Tao quickly stopped her. Auntie, you are my real aunt. It was all because of Chung Sanmao. He made us bully you. I was wrong. I won't do it again. Those words. You better explain them to Uncle Mao. Shun Jiaqing turned gracefully and stepped out of the yard, leaving Wang Tao standing there in shock. She is planning to report to the police. No, she can't report to the police. Wang Tao hurriedly chased after her, just about to stop Shun Jiaqing when he heard someone shout, It's him. It's them. They are robbing a good family woman in broad daylight. A thin, teenage boy with a few hat-wearing uncles rushed over. Frightened, Wang Tao turned and ran away. Don't run. Stop. The hat-wearing uncle turned into a gust of wind and quickly entered the yard. Shun Jiaqing watched the running boy, a small smile appearing on her face. Iguden, is that you? Iguden was exhausted and out of breath. He didn't care about himself and hurriedly circled around her. Big Sister Shun, are you okay?
I'm fine.
Before she finished speaking, Iguden burst into tears. Sorry, Big Sister Shun. When I arrived just now, you had already been taken away. I knew I couldn't fight them, so I ran to find the hat-wearing uncle. Fortunately, Big Sister Shun was safe, or he would have regretted it forever. Shun Jiaqing gently patted Iguden's back, praising him for doing the right thing. In a situation where the enemy is stronger, protecting oneself first is the most important, then you can think about saving others. Looking for the hat-wearing uncle was definitely the smartest choice. Shun Jiaqing's soft voice quietly touched his heart. Not only did Big Sister Shun not blame him, but she also praised and comforted him. Iguden felt both guilty and touched. His tears, which had stopped earlier, now overflowed uncontrollably. Even though she was the one kidnapped, she hadn't cried, but Iguden was crying loudly, tears and snot flowing. All right, men don't cry easily. Stop crying. Iguden wiped his wet cheeks with his sleeve and muttered, I'm not even 18 yet, so I don't count. Shun Jiaqing chuckled. That statement didn't seem wrong. Oh, how did you come here? And so coincidentally saw me being kidnapped? Shun Jiaqing felt this wasn't just a coincidence. Iguden, innocent and honest, couldn't hide anything. When she asked, he spilled everything like beans. It was Lu Sangge who asked him to come. He couldn't leave today but was worried about her, so he came to check. He hadn't expected. Iguden secretly broke out in a cold sweat. Luckily, his third brother told him to come. Otherwise, what would happen to Big Sister Shun alone? Shen Jia never expected that Iguden was called by Lu Zheng. For some reason, her heart felt sweet and warm, and her heartbeat was all over the place. If Brother Sen finds out you were bullied, he'll be so worried, Iguden whispered. You're his favorite person. Shen Jia's eyelashes fluttered. You're talking nonsense. I'm not lying. Brother San likes you a lot. Sister Shen, can you give him a chance to be your boyfriend? Iguden smiled. Did he tell you to say that? Shun Jia asked. Iguden immediately looked guilty and shook his head. No, I said it myself. Then, that's good. Shun Jia rolled her eyes. If you tease me or Lu Zheng again, I won't talk to you. Sister Shun, I'm sorry. Iguden raised his hands in surrender and didn't dare to joke anymore. While they were talking, an uncle wearing a hat approached Shun Jia with a serious face. Comrade, are the people inside the ones you knocked down? Shun Jia nodded, then saw the man look at her like she was a big threat. We suspect you're carrying dangerous weapons. Please come with us. Shun Jia stomped her foot. How could she forget about this? In the 1970s, ordinary people wouldn't have pepper spray or stun batons. If she was caught, she might be mistaken for a spy and taken away. Thinking of this, Shun Jia quickly reached into her basket and hid the pepper spray and stun baton. Hearing this, Iguden got anxious. Uncle, why are you doing this? Shun Jia is the victim here. She was almost bullied, but you're not catching the bad guys. Instead, you want to take my sister. Comrade, don't worry. We won't miss any bad people, and we won't wrongly accuse anyone good. It's just a routine check and a quick record, the officer replied. I don't care. You can't take my sister Shinjai. Gooden spread his arms like a protective mother hen, keeping her behind him. Gooden, don't do this. Shinjai signaled him to stop, then calmly said, I am Shinjai, honest and upright. There's nothing to be afraid of. I'll go with you. Seeing more than 10 people coming back, the entire police station was in an uproar. Old Joe, what big case are you working on? Kidnapping women and... He glanced subtly at Shinjechi. The word spy is not something to be casually mentioned. Shinjechi was honest and cooperative with the police, and 2 female officers searched her. In the end, besides a piece of medicinal mushroom, she had nothing on her.
Impossible, Conrad Police.
She really had weapons, pepper spray, and a stun baton that can give shocks. They must be hidden somewhere. Go find them quickly. I suspect she's a special agent. Wang Tao even dared to shift blame. The police were in a tough spot. They searched everything, but claiming she had no weapons was hard to prove, especially since she had knocked down several strong men with her bare hands. After all, those men were still in the hospital, getting their eyes washed and bones set. Shinjechi understood that this matter had attracted police attention. If she didn't explain clearly, she would definitely be watched. So she cleared her throat and pretended to be relaxed, saying, honestly, that pepper spray is just homemade chili powder, and the stun baton is just a flashlight that gives a small shock. You really defeated so many people just with chili powder and a flashlight?
Onkel hat asket.
Yes. I often go alone into the mountains to pick wild vegetables, so I keep some self-defense tools. The pepper spray I mentioned earlier was just to scare him. If I just say it's chili powder, does it still have any deterrent effect? Shinjechi asked back. Everyone's eyes turned friendly and a bit admiring when they looked at her. We never thought a young girl like you would be so brave and clever, with such courage.
We were mistaken about you.
With the truth revealed, Shinjechi completely cleared her name. After finishing the report, she kindly reminded them before leaving, uncles, Wang Tao and Chung Sanmao are involved in more than just this one case. They have many other crimes. Hearing this, the uncle's eyes lit up. Wang Tao was so excited he almost stuttered. Why, you're spreading false accusations. This is deliberate revenge, spreading rumors and slander. Don't listen to her nonsense. Shinjechi crossed her arms, her big dark eyes quietly watching him. Is it true or false? Uncle, just investigate and you'll know. I saw foreign liquor and foreign goods at your place. I suspect you have connections abroad. As for what kind of connection, or what deals you've made, I don't know. Shinjechi paused briefly, speaking vaguely, leaving much to the imagination. You're talking nonsense. That's not true. He argued hard, but to no avail. Officer Zhou, leading the team, had already taken out a small notebook and was jotting down notes. And what about Chung Sanmao? What's his story? Officer Zhou asked. His wife's death. You can look into that carefully. Also, I have no grudge against Chung Sanmao, but he and his subordinate Lu Gang have followed me several times, even stole my bag. Someone must be behind this. This badge was left behind when Lu Gang was following me. Shinjechi took out the badge Lu Gang dropped in the small woods that day. Officer Zhou signaled to the young police officer nearby. Go check this out. Yes, Captain. It seems her decision to stop fourth brother from causing trouble was right. If Chung Sanmao and his group fail again, they will come up with another plan. But they didn't expect this plan to lead to their total capture. Not only Chung Sanmao was caught, but also his older brother Wang Tao. They truly eliminated the troublemakers. Comrade Shun, if what you said is true, you've really helped us a lot. I'll note this as a major contribution. She smiled and modestly said, it's only what every citizen should do. It's not a big deal. Officer Zhou gave her a thumbs up. Look at Comrade Shun's awareness. We doubted and misunderstood her before, but she didn't get angry. She cooperated very well and even provided so many clues.
I don't even know what to say.
Shinjechi was praised enthusiastically by Officer Zhou and the surrounding police officers also complimented her. They praised her for being kind-hearted and broad-minded. They praised her bravery and cleverness. She single-handedly took down more than 10 strong men. One and even asked if she had a boyfriend. Shun Jiechi blushed from their praise, her good feelings for them rising rapidly.
Ding.
Host's favorability plus 210. Unexpectedly, they liked her so much. Shin Jiaqing felt that if she stayed any longer, they would drag her to a matchmaking event. She was so scared, she stood up quickly to run away. Officer Zhou, everyone, uncles and aunts, please help us. Make sure to catch everyone behind this. Don't worry. Zhou Zhongjiang, will never let any bad person go free. After leaving the police station, Shun Jiaqing let out a long sigh of relief. Today's interference meant she couldn't finish her work, but at least all those bad people from the community were now in custody. Seeing that it was already noon, Shun Jiaqing and Y-Dog were very hungry, their stomachs growling loudly. She pushed her bicycle and said, "Come on, Sister Shin will treat you to some braised pork." Hearing braised pork, Y-Dog's face, which had looked tired, suddenly brightened. "I haven't had braised pork in a long time. All right, wipe your mouth, and let's go to the state-run restaurant." After eating, Shun Jiaqing told Y-Dog to go back to the village first. She needed to visit the Agricultural Science Institute. Y-Dog looked worried. "Sister Shin, are you sure you want me to go back first? What if we meet bad people again? I knocked down more than a dozen strong men. Do you still doubt my fighting skills? If bad guys see me, they're the ones who will be unlucky." While speaking, she clenched her fists, looking like a fierce little wildcat. Y-Dog thought it made sense. Even Chung Sanmao had fallen to Sister Shin's hands. Typical petty thieves weren't her match. "Then I'll go back first. It's been a while, and third brother must be worried. Go ahead." Shun Jiaqing watched Y-Dog hop onto the tractor, then she turned around with peace of mind. The moment she turned, she couldn't wait to put the Lingji into her space and took a quick look around. Wang Tao wasn't a good person, but he had some good goods. He had not only white wine but also imported liquor and grape wine. The cigarettes weren't famous brands, but they were all good quality. As for daily necessities, they were all complete. There was also plenty of grain, smoked products, and canned food. With these supplies, she wasn't afraid of the coming big flood. Shun Jiaqing's face lit up with happiness as she arrived at the Agricultural Science Institute. As soon as she stood still, the gatekeeper recognized her. "Comrade Shin, are you here to see Zhang Tao?" "Yes. Please ask the old man to call him for me."
All right.
The old man went inside to call him, while she stood quietly at the door waiting. She wore a light blue dress that fluttered in the breeze under the sunlight. Every strand of her hair shimmered with a golden glow, looking as beautiful as a painting. What a lovely girl.
Who is she here to see?
People passing by whispered to each other. "Didn't you hear the old man calling? He's looking for team leader Zhang Tao." Zhang Tao? That person looked envious and jealous. He's 30 years old and still single, but he managed to find a beautiful girl. His taste is really sharp. Is that so? The girl looks just over 18. But Zhang Tao is more than 10 years older than her. Old cow eating tender grass. A few people nearby covered their mouths and made some teasing laughs at Shun Jiaqing. "It's so strange." Shun Jiaqing glared at them. Her angry look didn't scare them away. In fact, it made her look more lively and charming. Soon, Zhang Tao ran quickly to her. As soon as he stopped, he brushed his hair and stared at Shun Jiaqing with wide eyes. She looked so beautiful today. She was shining brightly. "Comrade Shun, why did you suddenly come to see me? Is there something you need?" Shun Jiaqing always felt that Zhang Tao was acting a bit strange today, like he was looking at her as if she were a delicious dish. "I came to confirm the short-term worker position." He looked confused. "Wasn't it already decided with Comrade Liu and your second brother?" "It's like this. When you went to the village to rent land, some people got jealous. A few are eager to follow you." Hearing this, Zhang Tao understood everything. He patted his chest and promised, "Don't worry. Zhang Tao, make the decisions." I won't change my mind just because of anyone. That's good. I was worried you might be tricked by some lazy people who don't want to work. Shun Jiaqing warned him in advance. In our village, there are a few lazy folks who want to get a good job. They're delicate and weak, can't carry anything, and get tired after walking a few steps. They definitely can't do farm work. We don't want them to delay your plans. Shun Jiaqing guessed that Jiang Shiyan wouldn't give up easily. She came early to give him a warning. Upon her reminder, Zhang Tao immediately took it seriously. Don't worry, I won't let those pests harm the experimental fields. With his words, Shun Jiechi felt relieved. All right, then I'll go back and wait for the teachers to visit the village. Shun Jiechi smiled and waved goodbye to him. Her dimples made his head spin. He watched her walk away, feeling suddenly empty inside. No, he wanted to go to the countryside tomorrow. No, he wanted to go now. He couldn't wait any longer. After saying goodbye to Zhang Tao, Shun Jiechi rode her bike around the city, shopping a bit. Just as she was about to head home, she saw two familiar figures sneaking toward the black market. Dad, trust me, I'll definitely make a profit. A thin young girl, wearing loose work clothes and a red scarf covering her face, followed behind an old man with a big straw hat and a covered face. They looked nervous and sneaky. They tried to disguise themselves, but Shun Jiechi recognized them immediately. Wasn't that Yi Zhaozhao and Yi Changhe? Why were the father and daughter acting so sneaky?
And
What's this about a big opportunity, making money without losing? Curious and unable to resist, Shun Jiechi turned her legs and quietly followed. As she moved closer, she overheard Yi Changhe whispering, Zhao Zhao, it's been several months since we worked on the riverbed, and it's almost dry. How do you know there will be a heavy rain next month? He asked softly. Zhao Zhao replied impatiently, I just know.
Dad, trust me this once.
Next month, there will be several days of heavy rain. The upstream floods will reach the village. We should stock up more grain. When that happens, every household will be short of food. We can ask Sanmao to sell our grain, and we'll make a big profit. Hearing this, Shun Jiechi almost couldn't hold back and wanted to slap her. What is Zhao Zhao? She's not even pretending anymore. She's just out there selling grain and making money from the crisis. But earlier, the story clearly said Zhao Zhao was helping people with porridge. How did it turn into selling grain? Has the plot changed again? Shun Jiechi was full of doubts. Her instincts told her this wasn't so simple. She decided to wait and see. Shun Jiechi hunched over and looked at Yi Zhaozhao outside, who was talking excitedly. She had already started calculating how much grain to buy and how many times to sell it for profit. Yi Changhe frowned and sighed several times. Zhao Zhao, do you think what we're doing is not very honest? If what you say is true, and next month there will be heavy rain that floods the village and ruins the crops, that would be so terrible. At this critical moment, not only are we not helping, but we're selling grain at high prices. If others find out, how can we still be good people? Zhao Zhao was clearly stunned, as if she didn't expect her own father to criticize her. Those who are capable should help the world. Those who are poor should focus on themselves. Our family can't even take care of ourselves now. How can we worry about others? Think about it. How much debt does our family owe now? And over at Shuyang's place, the Shun family still owes hundreds of dollars. If we don't pay it back, I feel uneasy. I always worry that the Liu and Shun families might cause trouble. She became more and more emotional, angrily counting on her fingers, calculating that their whole family would need nearly 5 or 6 years of not eating or drinking to pay off these debts. Big brother is talking about his wife, and second brother wants to buy work tickets for the cotton spinning factory. Isn't that all money? Relying only on your small salary and the little work points my mother and I earn digging in the fields, how long will it take for big brother to get married or for second brother to get into the factory? Zhao Zhao spoke firmly, each word hitting deeply in Yi Changhe's heart. Yes, the family was already struggling financially, buried in debt, living such a hard life. How could they have the leisure to worry about distant relatives? Then,
All right.
I'll listen to you. Yi Changhe took out a thick stack of money from his pocket, spat on his finger, and carefully counted the bills, counting them 3 times. In the end, Zhao Zhao, impatient, snatched the stack of money away.
Here, take it, Dad.
Yi Changhe looked at the thick stack of money with pain, his brows almost furrowing. Zhao Zhao, this is our family's last money. And the money for your big brother's wedding. It's not enough. I also borrowed some from your uncle. You have to watch over it carefully. Don't worry. Next month, I will make our family double the earnings, Zhao Zhao said firmly, clutching the money tightly and gazing fiercely into the distance. Having been reborn, she naturally knew in advance that there would be a series of heavy rainstorms next month. This rain caused the water level upstream to rise rapidly. After the Sanxi Dam overflowed, the nearby villages and fields were flooded, affecting tens of thousands of people and causing many casualties. Seeing Yi Changhe look worried and hesitant, Yi Zhaozhao spoke. Dad, I've already made arrangements. We'll split the grain into two parts, a small portion hidden in a cave on the back mountain, and the larger part transported to the warehouse rented by Brother Sanmao. For the village, we won't charge anything. We'll give free porridge to everyone and gain a good reputation. As for the warehouse stock, let Brother Sanmao handle it, selling to the downstream villages. We'll keep a 30-70 split. He gets 30, we get 70. Yi Zhaozhao's plan was clever. She would gain a good reputation and make a lot of money. It seemed the story in the book hadn't changed. Yi Zhaozhao would still give porridge. The only difference was, she was secretly working with Cheng Sanmao to profit from the crisis. Shun Jiaqing stared at her hypocritical face, her fingers gripping the corner of the wall so tightly that her nails almost sank into the cracks. If she didn't know about this, it wouldn't matter. But since she did, how could she let Yi Zhaozhao have her way? Buy more, preferably a lot more. The more they bought, the more they would suffer later. By the way, Dad, where are the older brothers? I told you to send someone to our grandmother's house to ask them to come help. Where are they? Yi Zhaozhao asked impatiently. They should be arriving soon. Yi Changhe had just finished speaking when suddenly, the saying speak of the devil proved true. Two tall, strong young men were slowly walking over, pulling a large wooden cart. They were Yi Zhaozhao's brothers. The taller, thinner one was her eldest brother, Yi Taizhu. The slightly shorter one, with a blue birthmark on his left cheek, was her second brother, Yi Wenqiang. A few days ago, they went to help at their grandmother's in a nearby village. But not long after, she called them back. Little sister, why are you in such a hurry? Why do we have to drag this big cart? They asked. Yi Zhaozhao held up the money she had. Of course, it's an urgent matter. We're buying grain. The Yi family members marched into the black market, full of dreams of making money. They didn't notice a furious figure standing in the corner behind them. Shun Jiaqing turned her bicycle around and quickly pedaled away. Despite wearing a long skirt, it didn't slow her down at all. The sound of the wind blew her long hair into disarray, and the trees around her swayed quickly backward. What normally took 40 minutes, she reached in just half an hour. As soon as she got out of the car, she didn't have time to wipe the sweat from her forehead. Shun Jiaqing carried a pot of cooked cassava and ran to the village committee gate to ring the bell. Ding, ding, ding. When the bell rang, something big was about to happen. The large bell at the village committee is like the village's alarm. Whenever there's an important event or a meeting, they ring it. Hearing the bell, people nearby gathered quickly, especially Qin Ming, who was holding a bowl of food and hurried out. Girl Shin, what are you causing now? Qin Ming looked tired when he saw her. The food in his hand suddenly lost its smell. Shun Jiaqing didn't bother to argue with him. She was panting and said, Captain, quickly gather all the villagers. I have something very important to tell everyone, something about our food supply. Hearing the words food supply, Qin Ming became alert. He put his bowl on a stone bench nearby. The bowl was covered with a white cloth, making it hard to see clearly, but it seemed to contain something edible, and it smelled quite good. Could it be that girl Shin isn't joking? Does it really concern our food supply? Qin Ming shook his head hard, thinking Shin Jiaqing was just fooling around. Was he also getting confused? Girl Shin, this isn't a game. If you call all the villagers here, you better have a good reason. Qin Ming warned her softly. Shin Jiaqing paused her hand on the bell. Captain, who do you think you're looking down on? I, Shin Jiaqing, dare to ring this bell because there's an important matter, something that benefits the whole village. Just wait and see. I think you've been fooling around with wild pigs, and now you're getting carried away. Qin Ming shook his head helplessly. Girl Shin, I advise you to stop while you're ahead. Don't ruin your good reputation as a brave heroine. In the past, people thought Shin Jiaqing was lazy, stupid, and bad, always chasing after men and causing trouble. But because of that wild pig, she managed to regain some of her image and became a brave and clever heroine. Yet, just as her reputation was warming up, it might all be ruined. Qin Ming was only trying to help her, but unfortunately, she didn't appreciate it. There's no need for the team leader to worry about this. I, Shin Jiaqing, never care about reputation. But you don't even know what I want to do, and you're just bad-mouthing me. I think you're the one with the problem. Shin Jiaqing was very angry, almost ready to scold Qin Ming directly. Qin Ming was also very annoyed. It's hard to persuade a stubborn person. When everyone arrives, if you can't say anything clear, let's see how you handle it. After saying that, he picked up his bowl and sat angrily on a stone bench, eating loudly, almost breaking his teeth. Soon, the villagers arrived at the square. People from the Shun and Lu families had all come and were standing at the front of the crowd. The two families nodded politely and naturally stood together. Not long after, Zhang Shiyan, supported by Zhang Mimi, limped to the square. Gradually, almost everyone in the village had arrived, except for the Yi family. Only Wu Jinfeng was there. Yi Changhe and Yi Zhaozhao were missing. Seeing Shin Jiaqing causing such a big fuss, villagers whispered among themselves, unsure what she was up to. At noon, you called us here. What are you up to? Aunt Lu shouted. It was all because of this stubborn girl, who made her work in the cow shed every day, smelling terrible, and even posted big character posters, embarrassing her family. She also publicly revealed her shameful secrets, exposing her husband's affair with her best friend. Fuming, she went to confront her and found her husband at her best friend's house, even helping her into bed. Angrily, she fought with her, causing chaos and losing face. She hadn't even settled the score with Shin Jiaqing yet. Shin Jiaqing saw her and laughed. Aunt Lu, you're not working in the cow shed or guarding Uncle Yang. Be careful, Uncle might go pick wildflowers again. I'll tear your mouth apart. Aunt Lu was furious, rolling up her sleeves to fight. The four Shin brothers and the two Lu brothers straightened up, ready to act, but before they could, villagers stopped Aunt Lu. Aunt Lu, Shin girl didn't say anything wrong. Why are you so anxious? Everyone started criticizing Aunt Lu, stopping her from approaching. This scene stunned not only Shin Jiaqing but also the Shun and Lu families. What is wrong with everyone? Why are they actually helping her to speak? Aunt Lu was pushed out by the crowd and said stubbornly, You just ate some pork with her? A little favor, and she's bought over? A little favor. Then, why don't you give us a little favor too? Not just wild boar meat. You haven't even offered us a sip of water. I think you're just jealous because you can't get grapes, and since you can't get pork, you say it's just a small favor. Everyone teased and laughed loudly. That night, Aunt Lu really didn't get to eat any pork. She was beaten so badly her face was swollen, and she didn't have the courage to go out. As a result, the village didn't even leave her a piece of pigskin. Aunt Lu's face turned red with embarrassment as she said, You all wait for me. When you need me, I'll be there. Then she turned and walked away, glaring fiercely at Shin Jiaqing, as if to say, I'm not done with you. Shin Jiaqing looked up calmly, showing she didn't care. Recently, Aunt Lu had been working in the cow shed every day, and her husband was arguing with her about divorce. At this critical moment, Aunt Lu was too busy to bother with her. After sending away this troublemaker, everyone asked curiously, Shin girl, why did you call us here? What's the big news? Shin Jiaqing asked Qin Ming to move aside and stepped onto a half-meter-high stone block. Today I gathered everyone because I have good news to share. We no longer have to go hungry in Daxing village. As soon as she said this, everyone was shocked. What? No more hunger? Did they hear right? They looked at each other, very curious about what Shin Jiaqing would say next. Shin girl, tell us, how do we not go hungry anymore?
Yes, tell us.
My family has cut down from 3 meals a day to 2, and every meal is just plain porridge. There's less rice in the bowl than the pimples on my face. My family is the same. My kids are so hungry they look like skin and bones. They wake up hungry every night. I was even thinking of gnawing on tree bark in the mountains. This is not an exaggeration. These poor people are just describing their daily life. This year, the weather has been strange, dry, and with little rain. Everyone's life has been hard. Daxing village is near the river, so they can fetch water to grow some crops. But the weather is too hot, and they have to water their fields several times a day. This year's crops are not growing well, and probably only about 30% of what they used to be. In such hard times, everyone is tightening their belts, just hoping to get through until autumn to harvest some food and barely survive the winter. People have given up hope of eating enough, but suddenly someone told them that there is a way to fill their stomachs, which felt like saving their lives. The hundreds of people present couldn't hold back and asked her what it was. Shin Jiaqing asked them to stay calm and lifted the cloth covering the basket in front of everyone. Look, everyone, what is this? When a pale yellow cassava appeared, the square suddenly fell silent.
Is this cassava? Someone recognized it.
Yes, it's cassava.
Peeled cassava.
Shin Jiaqing nodded. That's right, it's the wild cassava that can be seen everywhere. As soon as she finished speaking, the crowd started to get excited. People who had been eagerly waiting now looked angry, feeling like she had tricked them. Seeing this, Zhang Mimi sneered and shouted loudly, Shin Jiaqing, you really don't know grains and are lazy. Don't you know cassava can be poisonous? Or are you doing this on purpose? Shin Jiaqing looked sharply past the crowd at Zhang Mimi's proud face. I know it can be toxic, but it doesn't affect eating. Good for you. Knowing it's poisonous, but still telling us to eat it. I think you're just trying to kill us. Zhang Mimi was furious, accusing Shin Jiaqing of intentionally harming everyone. Her heart was so cruel, she should be sent to a reform farm. As soon as she finished, Shin's 4 brothers stepped forward. The third brother, handsome and angry, said, Zhang Mimi, try saying that again and see what happens. The fourth brother, a bit more refined but less excited than the third, said sarcastically, Third brother, why bother arguing with someone who talks like that? Talking about someone who talks like that. Shin Jiaqing almost burst out laughing. Fourth brother knew how to curse. His curses were really dirty. At first, Zhang Mimi didn't react, but when she realized what was happening, she was so angry her hair stood up. You dare to curse at me? You're really bullying us too much. Why are you bullying me? You first bullied my little sister. The older brother gritted his teeth and growled, his face showing tense veins. Calm down, big brother. It's not worth getting angry over someone like her. It looks like she still has some dirty water in her mind. Let's not argue with her. The second brother was pretending to comfort the older brother, but he was actually reminding Zhang Mimi about the mudslinging incident. His tone was gentle but carried a warning. Hearing this, Zhang Mimi's painful memories flooded back wildly. She remembered Shin Jiaqing using a manure shovel to splash water on her. That day, after returning home, she washed with 3 buckets of water, used half a bar of soap, but still felt a bad smell on her body. You all are bullying me. Zhang Mimi sobbed and ran toward Qin Ming. Captain, you have to stand up for me. Qin Ming saw her approach and looked at her as if she saw a ghost, feeling that she had a strange smell. Zhang Jiaqing, don't cry. With me here, no one dares to bully you. He told Zhang Mimi to stand still, then stepped back a few steps and moved closer to Shin Jiaqing. Shin girl, Zhang Jiaqing is right. This cassava is poisonous. We don't blame you for not knowing, but you knew it was toxic and still gave it to everyone. That's not very kind, is it? Since you're young and inexperienced, let's forget about this. We won't hold it against you. Qin Ming, though not perfect, was still reasonable. Hearing the captain's words, everyone felt some goodwill toward Shin Jiaqing, but they couldn't help but wonder. Yeah, How can we trust a girl who's never farmed or worked to find a way for us? Shin girl, just throw away that cassava. Don't eat it yourself and get poisoned. Right? I once accidentally tasted some cassava and almost lost my life. This stuff is everywhere in the mountains, but you shouldn't touch it. Be more careful in the future. Everyone gathered around Shinjiaqing. Some hadn't even finished their lunch. Others were napping, but they all hurried to the square. In the end, it was a farce. Though everyone had some complaints, they didn't dare blame Shinjiaqing. Instead, they kindly told her to throw away the cassava so she wouldn't accidentally eat the poison. This cassava is no joke. If we're not careful, someone could get hurt. We can't afford to take that risk. Everyone looked very disappointed. Their hope had been crushed, which made everyone feel even more discouraged. Seeing everyone so down, Shun Jiaqing cleared her throat and said, "Don't worry, listen to me first." In her panic, Shun Jiaqing quickly grabbed a piece of cassava and bit into it, stuffing her mouth full and chewing. Seeing this, everyone rushed over and gathered around her. "Shun girl, no one blames you. Please don't do anything foolish. Yes, spit it out quickly. I'll go home and get soap to rinse your mouth and make you." Neo Daong also turned around and ran off. "I'll start the tractor and take her to the county hospital." Everyone was busy trying to take the cassava from her hands and pour water into her mouth to wash her stomach. Their concern warmed Shin Jiaqing's heart, and her nose started to feel sore. This kind of neighborly warmth is something you can't feel in cold, concrete cities. Shin Jiaqing had lived 25 years in her previous life, but she didn't really know who her neighbors were or how many people were in her family. Just as everyone was about to rush forward to help, a large hand reached into her basin. Lu Zheng picked up a piece of cassava and, in front of everyone, put it into his mouth. Everyone was shocked by this scene. It was one thing for Shin Jiaqing to get poison alone, but why was Lu Zheng joining in? Was he trying to make things worse? Before anyone could react, the Lu family members each reached into the basin, grabbed pieces of cassava, and started eating them greedily. "Are you all crazy?" Qin Ming was overwhelmed. He couldn't manage both sides. If everyone got poisoned and ended up in the hospital, it would definitely make the news. "Stop. I told you to stop. Don't eat any more." Qin Ming shouted angrily, and everyone stopped what they were doing. Qin Ming stomped his feet in frustration. "Not only are the Lu family not stopping her, but you're eating it too. And you, Lu Laosen, what kind of madness is this?" Lu Zheng curled his finger into a gentle arc and wiped his mouth lightly. "This cassava is non-toxic." "Yes, processed cassava is safe to eat," Qiao Huilan agreed. Everyone looked at them with calm faces and steady hearts, as if they had no reaction at all. Could it be that this tapioca is truly harmless? Each pair of curious and eager eyes turned toward Shin Jiaqing. Shin Jiaqing struggled to swallow the tapioca in her mouth before speaking. "Listen to me, everyone. Although tapioca is toxic, the poison is mainly in its skin, roots, and leaves. As long as we pay attention when harvesting, then wash and peel the tapioca at home, cut it into pieces, soak it in clean water for 48 hours. That's 2 days, then take it out, rinse, and boil it thoroughly. It will be safe to eat. During this time, you can change the water, which will help reduce the poison faster. After special treatment, the tapioca is no longer toxic. Once cooked, everyone can eat it with confidence." While speaking, Shin Jiaqing picked up a piece of tapioca and carefully bit into it. It's really delicious, soft, and a little sweet," she said happily, enjoying her food. Seeing her eat so happily and showing no signs of poisoning, the people present started to feel tempted. "Can this really work? I want to try too." Qiao Huilan proudly puffed out her chest. "Honestly, we ate it last night. Look, isn't it fine? If something bad was going to happen, our family would have already been affected. We're full of energy, aren't we?" As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Zheng nodded in agreement. "We ate it yesterday too, following her steps perfectly, no problem." Shin Jiaqing's pupils slightly dilated. Is Lu Zheng helping her to testify? Feeling those big, watery eyes fixed on him, a warm feeling spread from his face to his neck, like a boiling kettle about to burst into flames. "Old Lu San, Why is your face so red? Red like a monkey's. Ha ha ha. A few older women burst into laughter. It was the first time they saw old Lu Sen blush. They looked at him from all sides, finding it quite amusing. Now Lu Zheng's face turned even redder, and his skin took on a pink hue. He was so scared, he quickly turned away. Look at that, he's even shy. The women were in high spirits and wouldn't let him go. Seeing him run to hide, they turned along with him, laughing so hard they doubled over. At this moment, someone finally noticed something was wrong and asked, "Don't you think old Third Lu's words just now sounded strange?" "What are you talking about?" The villagers argued and urged him to stop teasing. Old Third Lu said, "He did it yesterday according to Miss Shen's method, and Miss Shen came to see him yesterday." As soon as he said this, everyone present finally understood. They looked at Shen Jiayi and Lu Zheng with more curiosity. "What's your relationship?" "You told him quietly yesterday." "Yeah, we only found out today at noon." Miss Shen really favors some people over others. "Are you two maybe dating?" Since the villagers had little entertainment, they loved gossiping. Seeing that Lu Zheng and Shen Jiayi seemed to have some connection, they started teasing and pushing Lu Zheng toward Shen Jiayi. Lu Zheng's face darkened. He stretched out his arm to protect her tightly. "Everyone, shut up." He defended this young woman so fiercely that the crowd's teasing only grew louder. Suddenly, someone shouted in a strange voice, "Oh, you're protecting her so closely. Are you afraid we'll steal your sweetheart?" Lu Zheng frowned. His jaw tightened with a cold look, ready to speak, but then a gentle yet firm voice came from behind. "Lu Zheng is my lifesaver. Why should I worry about what you think? Besides him, who else here has saved my life?" Everyone was stunned by her words and shook their heads in silence. "You all haven't saved me. I can still share my pork with you to fill your stomachs. And as for Lu Zheng, who saved my life, I owe him. I want to thank my lifesaver, but instead, you all are gossiping about us. If I help everyone today, does that mean I have secrets with each of you?" She spoke sharply, her gaze sweeping over the teasing crowd. Her look was like a cold splash of water, making everyone feel icy from head to toe. No, it's not like that." They kept shaking their heads. "How could we have secrets with you?" "Yes, Miss Shen, it's our fault for talking too much. We shouldn't have started all this fuss." With just a few words, she made the teasing crowd fall silent. But what they didn't see was that in a hidden corner, Lu Zheng's face was cold and dark, as if it could drip water from the gloom. She was so eager to cut ties with them. Behind the crowd, Jiang Shiyan leaned on his crutch, almost biting his lips in frustration. Once, Shun Jiaqing also protected him like this. Not long after their engagement was broken off, she started supporting another man.
Yes.
Supporting. On the surface, Shun Jiaqing seemed to be distancing herself, but Jiang Shiyan knew she was actually supporting Lu Zheng. He had just saved her life by pulling her out of the river. If he hadn't hesitated to take off his clothes because of the water, Lu Zheng wouldn't have had to rescue her. Jiang Shiyan felt very upset and mixed with many feelings, a strange pain in his heart. Finally, Qiao Huilan stepped forward and said, "You ungrateful people, enjoying my daughter's kindness and trying to ruin her reputation. I think that pig's meat is just being fed to dogs." Everyone no longer dared to smile or joke. They all apologized to Mrs. Qiao. "Mrs. Qiao, we didn't mean any harm. We just saw your daughter Shen Jiaqing break off the engagement, and Lu Lao Sen also called it off. They are a good match, so we thought we'd try to match them. Since ancient times, our village has had an unwritten rule. If someone of the opposite saves another's life, they can repay the kindness with a favor. Lu Lao Sen saved Shen Jiaqing from the river, and everyone saw it. Why not? I spit on that." Qiao Huilan spat in anger. Lu's family didn't expect anything in return. What are you all thinking? At this point, the Lu family couldn't stay silent anymore. Lu Zheng's mother, Wang Xiuyun, cleared her throat. "Yes, our Lu family never expected anything back. My son just helped Shen Jiaqing out of kindness. Besides, the Shen family has already thanked us properly. Let's not talk about it anymore." Both families made their stance clear in front of everyone. No one dared to gossip anymore. They could only praise the Liu family for their integrity and high morals. Alright, everyone, trust my plan for now. If you don't believe it, I won't force you. But one thing, if anyone doesn't follow my steps and tries to take shortcuts and ends up poisoned by cassava, I won't be responsible. Shun Jiaqing warned everyone up front, giving them a precautionary signal. This way, if anyone gets poisoned later, they couldn't blame her. Okay, Shun Jiaqing, we trust you. Wen Jiangyue was the first to raise her hand in support. I'll gather the young people to go up the mountain and dig for cassava right now. Someone started, and the others quickly agreed, saying, let's go too. Dig more to store in the cellar for winter. Miss Shun, if this stuff really can be eaten, you'll be my great hero. Everyone looked happy and kept thanking Shun Jiaqing. Her system voice kept ringing in her mind non-stop. Shun Jiaqing smiled softly and said, it's no big deal, just a small matter. Hurry up and dig the cassava. Most people chose to believe Shun Jiaqing and were grateful for her help. They went in groups up the mountain, except for Zhang Mimi, Jiang Shiyan, and about a dozen other villagers, who stayed where they were. These fools, once they all get poisoned, they'll see Shun Jiaqing's true intentions. Zhang Mimi spat and helped Jiang Shiyan to walk back to the youth commune. Jiang Shiyan slowly turned around, but his eyes stayed fixed on Shun Jiaqing. For some reason, Shun Jiaqing seemed to have changed. She looked confident and generous, smart and tough, shining brightly. He shook his head hard, trying to force himself to look away. No matter how Shun Jiaqing changed, she was still just a simple village girl who didn't know many words. How could she compare to his Zhao Zhao? Zhao Zhao was the daughter of the village secretary and would soon become a radio station announcer. Such an outstanding girl deserved someone like Jiang Shiyan. The crowd dispersed. Shun Jiaqing watched Lu Zheng's low-pressure back, then jumped down from the stone bench. Lu Zheng, you're not really angry, are you? Lu Zheng trembled suddenly, raising an eyebrow with some confusion. Angry? Shun Jiaqing patted the dust off his shoulder. Sorry for making you misunderstood by the villagers. Don't worry, after this, no matter how kind I am to you, they won't misunderstand. They'll just think I'm repaying kindness. She smiled proudly, but noticed a deep, gloomy, and depressed look in Lu Zheng's eyes. I don't want to just be your benefactor. What? Shun Jiaqing didn't hear clearly at first. Lu Zheng gathered his courage and said firmly, I don't want to just be your benefactor. Yes, you're more than just my benefactor. You're my friend, my good teammate, my partner. Shun Jiaqing had never met someone so compatible. Lu Zheng was good at everything, except he was a bit love-struck, always thinking about the heroine Yi Zhao Zhao. I need to find a way to make him completely give up on the idea of being with Yi Zhao Zhao. Shun Jiaqing suddenly had an idea. If he saw Yi Zhao Zhao and Jiang Shiyan together in person, maybe he would finally let go? It looks like I need to stir things up between these two. Shun Jiaqing smirked mischievously. Her smile, seen through Lu Zheng's eyes, was like a warm winter sun. No matter how thick or hard the ice, it would eventually melt. Seeing her carefree and naive look, Lu Zheng sighed deeply with some helplessness. Oh well, she's still young. Let's take it slow. Seeing Shun Jiaqing lively and still able to talk about cassava with everyone, Lu Zheng finally believed Yi Guden's words. Shun Jiaqing was fine.
Are you
okay? Lu Zheng asked subtly. Just one look, and Shun Jiaqing understood what he meant. Don't worry, those people are unlucky to meet me. I took down more than 10 by myself, pretty impressive, right? Hearing more than 10, Lu Zheng clenched his fingers tightly, making a creepy cracking sound. Luckily, Shun Jiaqing was safe, otherwise. He felt a wave of fear and whispered to Shun Jiaqing, next time you go to the county, I'll go with you. You're not working anymore? Shun Jiaqing asked with a smile. Work is not as important as you. Lu Zheng said in the coldest tone but with the gentlest words. It warmed her heart. This Lu Zheng didn't seem as cold and ruthless as he appeared.
Then it's settled, she said.
After a busy day, Shun Jiaqing was a bit tired. Surrounded by the Shun family, she slowly headed home. I think my little sister is too kind. She shouldn't have told them. The third brother angrily kicked a stone on the ground, venting his frustration. This childish scene made Shin Jiechi smile. She couldn't help but laugh and said, "Third brother, haven't you noticed? The villagers' attitude toward me has changed. Just now, the system reported she gained 300 points of goodwill. All these points were gathered little by little from the villagers. After all, Shin Jiechi wasn't a saint, she was after the goodwill points. Helping the villagers and earning goodwill points at the same time. What's not to like?" The third brother scratched his head and thought carefully for a moment. It seems.
It really has changed.
Yes, everyone was helping the younger sister criticize Aunt Lu. Old Second said this. Seeing that the younger sister was liked and protected by the villagers made him happier than being liked himself. Although, we don't care much about others' opinions, since everyone likes the younger sister and protects her, it's all worth it. Old Third smiled. Isn't that right? My daughter, Xiao Huilan, will be loved by everyone, admired wherever she goes. Xiao Huilan was happily smiling again, but her smile didn't reach her eyes. She looked worried again. Today's incident, though a misunderstanding, reminded her that her daughter was growing up and would soon leave home. She wondered which careless young man would be lucky enough to marry her precious daughter. Thinking of this, she remembered Lu's son. He seemed like a good young man, honest, hardworking, kind-hearted, and upright. His family was a bit poor, though. The Shin family was lively and cheerful as they headed home. When they reached the door, they saw a woman covered in injuries, anxiously waiting outside. The woman had messy hair and a face bruised and swollen, looking like a clown. Shin Jiaqing looked at her for a while before recognizing her. "Wan Yume?" Wan Yume turned her head. Her dull eyes suddenly brightened when she saw Shan Lao-san. Third brother. Wan Yume staggered forward and knelt heavily on her knees. "Please, third brother, save me," she whispered painfully, crying loudly on the ground. Her broken expression was truly pitiful. The Shin family members looked on like they were facing a big threat, watching the woman on the ground carefully. "Wan Yume, you got beaten up and didn't go to Uncle Mao, so why are you here looking for my third brother? Third brother isn't a police officer, so he can't help you. He's not a doctor, so he can't treat your injuries. What can you expect from him?" Shin Jiaqing said coldly. Wan Yume didn't expect Shin Jiaqing to be so cold, even though she was beaten so badly. She cried even louder. She deliberately avoided Shin Jiaqing's words and looked at Shin Lao-san with tearful eyes. "Third brother, do you think the same?" Old Third saw her colorful face, and his eyes nearly turned red with anger. "Who hit you?" Wan Yume sobbed and buried her head deep in her chest. It was my mother who hit me. My mother took the bride price money and promised me to a lame old bachelor from the neighboring village. I didn't want to marry him, so I begged my mother to cancel the engagement. But instead, she scolded me harshly. If it hadn't been for the bell ringing earlier and her going out to join the crowd, I would still be locked at home now. She talked endlessly about what happened, like pouring beans from a pod. "Third brother, only you can save me now. If even you ignore me, I might have to jump into the river." Wan Yume threatened to die, crying so hard her face was streaked with tears, her shoulders trembling with helplessness and sadness. Old Third clenched his teeth and said nothing, his fingers almost turning white from gripping tightly. His strong anger and frustration made sharp glints appear in his eyes. "Get up first. I'll take you to the hospital," he said, reaching out to help her. As Wan Yume stood up, a faint look of pride flashed across her tear-streaked face, but it disappeared quickly.
"Wait."
Wan Yume's expression was strange. Shin Jiaqing kept staring at her without blinking, feeling something was off. "Third brother, don't listen to her. If she has something to do, she should go to the village chief, not come to you," Shin Jiaqing said to stop him. But at this moment, Old Third was angry and didn't listen. The more everyone tried to stop him, the more he wanted to protect her.
"She only has me now."
"I'll take Yume to the hospital," he said impatiently and turned to leave, ignoring Shin Jiaqing's protests and anger. This sudden scene surprised everyone. Even Shin Jiaqing didn't expect it. Seeing third brother help Wan Yume out of the house, Shin Jiaqing's heart sank. "Oh no. Third brother, stop. Shun Jiaqing was about to chase after him when something heavy pressed down on her. This silly donkey. Xiao Huilon gasped for breath, her eyes rolling as if she might faint, and she collapsed into Shun Jiaqing's arms. Shun Jiaqing quickly supported her mother, trying to pull away but couldn't move. Seeing her third brother walking far ahead, she anxiously shouted to fourth brother, "Fourth brother, hurry and follow him. You must stop him. If you can't, adapt to the situation." Fourth brother looked worriedly at their mother and then at the distant figure of old third. Finally, he nodded, "Don't worry. With me here, I won't let him do anything reckless. You all take care of mother." Fourth brother ran off, and seeing him follow, Shun Jiaqing finally relaxed a little. There is a calm and smart second brother watching closely, so the third brother probably won't get into trouble. She only worries that the third brother's feelings for Wan Yumei will be like wild grass on a hillside, impossible to completely destroy and always regrowing after being burned. Shun Jiaqi is very worried. Although the third brother usually acts carefree and joking, he cares deeply about feelings, especially since he once truly loved that girl.
Could it be
that she still can't change the third brother's fate? Shun Jiaqi secretly clenches her teeth. With her around, Wan Yumei will never enter the Shun family door. The family is busy helping Xiao Huilon into the house and massaging her acupoints to help her feel better. Wan Yumei's trick of retreating to advance and gaining sympathy has successfully caught the third brother's attention. They have already lost their advantage and must not lose their composure again. Wan Yumei's fuss is just to force the third brother to marry her. Perhaps her plan will fail. Right now, the entire Shin family is under a dark cloud. Old Shin Gui is worried and keeps smoking one cigarette after another, blowing out clouds of smoke. Xiao Huilon, feeling upset from the confrontation, almost couldn't breathe. Now she finally calms down and lies on a bamboo chair, holding her chest. The eldest son and his wife sit side by side, looking worried as they hold little Bao. The second son keeps sighing and pacing back and forth in front of Yang Xiuli, almost dizzying her. Among the family, Shun Jiaqi is the calmest. Seeing this, she breaks the silence first. "Dad, Mom, brothers, sisters-in-law, what do you all think about this?" Whenever she thinks of Wan Yumei, her head starts to ache. "What do I think?" That Wan Yumei did it on purpose. She got beaten but didn't go to the women's director, nor to the team leader or secretary. Instead, she came to kneel at our door. Like what? She just wants to force the third brother to marry her. Her eldest brother stammers more angrily. The second brother also nods in frustration. Third brother is really something. He swore he would never have anything to do with her again, and when she got beaten, he cared more than anyone. Peng Zaidi also sighs. "I'm worried that the third brother will do something stupid, pay a high bride price to buy her out." Hearing about spending family money, Yang Xiuli immediately becomes unhappy. If he wants it, he has to get Mom's approval. With Wan Yumei's kind of person, she doesn't deserve it. Everyone was talking and criticizing, saying that Wan Yumei was very scheming and pretentious, and that the third brother was confused, falling for Wan Yumei's tricks. Shun Jiaqing said, "Since the matter has already happened, there's no use in arguing. We should think of a way to handle it. If I'm right, soon their one family will come looking for us to get their daughter back," he added. "They dare." The second brother suddenly stood up and slammed the table, eyes wide like bells. "Don't believe it. Just wait and see." Shun Jiaqing finished, and the second brother quickly backed down. After all, his little sister's words were always reliable. "So, what should we do?" "We can't just let them cause trouble," the second brother asked. "Of course not." Shun Jiaqing told them to quickly invite the women's director and the team leader. "I'll go find the women's director," Peng Zhaodi volunteered, handing Xiao Bao to Xiao Huilon. The eldest also stood up quickly. "I'll go find the team leader." The couple hurried out to call for help. After a short while, the Wan family gathered more than 10 relatives and came in a big group. "Shun Lao Sen, hand over our daughter," they shouted. Li Guohua, Wan Yumei's mother, was outside loudly yelling and banging on the yard gate. "Too much bullying." Xiao Huilon stood up, grabbing a broom, and stormed out fiercely. Shen Jiaqing followed closely, holding a can of pepper spray, ready to defend. Except for Yang Xiuli and Xiao Bao, the whole family was gathered outside the door. Li Guohua, your daughter is missing. Why are you causing trouble at my door? Qiao Huilan shouted angrily. The short, plump middle-aged woman in front also refused to back down, shouting loudly, "Someone saw that girl come looking for you earlier. She must be hiding here." Li Guohua then tried to force her way in, but was stopped by Shun Laogui and Shen Er.
Who dares to try?
Shun Laogui, usually known for his good temper, finally lost his patience and got angry. Seeing the situation, Li Guohua didn't dare to rush in recklessly. Instead, she kicked her legs and sat down in front of Shun's house, crying and making a scene. "Everyone come and see. The Shen family took my daughter and hid her.
They're so mean."
Wan Yumei's father, Wan Guohai, who often drank with Shun Laogui, felt troubled by the situation. "Big brother Shen, my Yumei is about to get married. Please return her to us." Shun Laogui sweat nervously. She really isn't at her house. He is honest and kind, and usually doesn't lie. Wan Guohai believed him, but people can't just disappear without reason. Before he could speak, Li Hohat shouted hoarsely, "Your third son must have taken her away." They ran off together. "Oh heavens! Why is my life so hard?" Li Hohat pounded her chest and stomped her feet, insisting that Shen Laosan kidnapped Yumei. Qiao Huilan's chest heaved with anger. She grabbed a broom, ready to hit, but Shen Jiaqing stopped her. She looked at Li Hohat crying on the ground. "You keep saying my third brother took her away. Did you see it with your own eyes?" Li Hohat was speechless, stammering, "I didn't see it, but I just know. Besides, who else could she have gone to see besides your third brother? And someone saw her standing at your door. Now she's gone. Who else could it be but Shen Laosan?" Shen Jiaqing's eyes turned cold as she stared at her ugly face. "So it's just a guess? Do you really think you can slander my sister? The matter isn't even confirmed, and you're already shouting, 'Run away.' Are you trying to shame your family more?" Her questions left Li Hohat speechless.
Ligiwa Glara Tangrili.
"Then tell me, where are they now?" Shen Jiaqing calmly replied, "My third brother and fourth brother are with her at the hospital getting her injuries checked and reporting to the police."
What?
Li Hohat, a plump woman, suddenly jumped up from the ground. "Report to the police? For what?" Yumei was beaten and hurt and forced into a marriage. She's being pushed to the brink of death. Of course, we have to report it. As soon as she finished, Li Hohat visibly panicked. Spanking children is natural. Why report it to the police? This is old-fashioned thinking, Shen Jiaqing quickly accused her. Now is the new era. Parents need to discipline children properly, otherwise, it's child abuse. And also, Wan Yumei is no longer a child. She is a young woman of about 18 or 19, and you beat her so badly that she looks unrecognizable. That is a crime of intentional injury, and just this alone is enough for you to go to jail. After speaking, Li Guohua, who had been acting arrogantly just moments before, turned pale with fear. She had never heard of abuse or the crime of intentional injury before. In the countryside, every family hits their children sometimes. If Wan Yumei hadn't been so unruly, she wouldn't want to hit anyone. How did it come to the point where they might go to jail? You're talking nonsense. It must have been old third Shen, who kidnapped my Yumei. You're just trying to scare me. Shen Jiaqing shrugged helplessly. Whether it's true or not, just ask and you'll know. Just then, Peng Zhaodi pulled the women's director, Wang Fong, over, accompanied by Shen Laoda and the team leader, Qin Ming. Seeing them, Li Guohua's arrogance disappeared instantly. Why are they here? Seeing her guilty look, Shen Jiaqing knew Li Guohua was definitely hiding something. Maybe today's scene was all a show staged by their Wan family. Without giving Li Guohua a chance to speak, Shen Jiaqing spoke first. Team leader, Director Wang. You must stand up for Sister Wan. When Qin Ming heard Shen Jiaqing's voice, he shivered all over. Shen girl, what's going on again? Shen Jiaqing pointed at Li Guohua and said firmly, it's not me. It's Yumei's mother who beat her daughter so badly she had to go to the hospital. She also forced her into an arranged marriage and pushed her into a desperate situation. Li Guohua was stunned. Clearly, Shun Laosan had kidnapped her daughter. How come Shen Jiaqing's words suddenly turned into her beating her daughter and forcing her into marriage? She was about to explain, but Wang Fong frowned deeply, her eyes serious and full of disgust. Yumei's mother, is everything Shen girl said true? Li Guohua obviously wouldn't admit it. She angrily pointed at Shen Jiaqing. Wang's sister, don't listen to her nonsense. It's obviously them who kidnapped my daughter. Kidnapped? Shen Jiaqing suddenly smiled. Do you want to listen to what you're saying? Isn't it because you beat her so badly that she had to come kneel at my door for help? Everyone present looked surprised upon hearing this. Director Wang, Captain, you'll see whether what I say is true when Wan Yumei returns. Where is Yumei? Wang Fong asked. Shun Jiaqi replied, she was taken to the hospital by my third and fourth brothers to check her injuries and report to the police. Wang Fong frowned. This was more serious than she thought, since they had already gone to the hospital and police. She asked Li Hohat very seriously, Yumei's mother, tell the truth. Did you hit her? Li Hohat kept avoiding eye contact. She was about to make an excuse when Wang Fong sternly said, if you don't want to say, you can tell the police later. Hearing police, Li Hohat's legs trembled with fear.
Well,
I did hit her, but who doesn't hit their kids sometimes? Yumei is so old, and you still hit her. This needs serious criticism, Wang Fong said, trembling with anger. As the village women's leader, she felt she failed for not caring about Wan Yumei in time. How about her marriage? Wang Fong continued to ask. Li Hohat smiled nervously. Marriage is voluntary. At that moment, someone from the crowd couldn't hold back and said, voluntary? Yumei's mother, don't you have any shame? You found that old man for her, who is much older than you, and from a neighboring village, a disabled old bachelor. For just 60 yuan in bride price, you sold your daughter. Are you even human? Everyone started criticizing Li Hohat, spitting and shouting at her. Wang Fong and Qin Ming were so angry their faces turned green. They only knew Yumei was engaged to a bachelor from the neighboring village, but they didn't realize he was much older and disabled. Are you saying Yumei agreed to this? Wang Fong stared at her, making her feel nervous and scared. At this point, she dared not lie and burst into tears. Isn't this all Shin family's fault? They broke off the engagement because Yumei didn't want to marry him. Naturally, someone else would. My family has a daughter, and whoever offers the highest bride price shows sincerity. They blamed the Shin family for everything? Shun Jiaqi sometimes couldn't understand this strange way of thinking. Today, I only have one thing to say. If your Shin family is willing to pay 80 yuan in bride price, I will cancel Yumei's marriage and let her marry into your Shin family. 80? Why don't you go and it? Your daughter is made of gold, worth 80 yuan. Zhou Huilan couldn't hold back and argued with her.
Ha!
So this was their real goal. Shun Jiaqing snorted coldly. No wonder you keep saying she eloped with my third brother. Turns out you planned it all along, forcing my family to give in. The Wan family's plan wasn't very clever and was easy to see through. But no matter how much they calculated, they didn't expect my third brother to be so impulsive and fall for it so easily. No wonder, right after my third brother left, Li Guifeng came knocking. They timed it perfectly. If Wan Yumei appeared at Shen's house, the mother and daughter could play good and bad cop, putting on a big show. Li Guifeng would force Wan Yumei to marry someone, even hitting her in front of everyone. My third brother would feel sorry and give her money to help her escape her troubles. If Wan Yumei wasn't there, she would scream that her brother had kidnapped her to elope. Then, even if my third brother didn't want to marry her for her reputation, he would have to marry her. What a sneaky plan. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Stop fighting. Wan Yumei, Shen's third and fourth brothers are back." Everyone stopped what they were doing and turned around. They saw 3 figures walking slowly toward Shen's house. Wan Yumei's face was covered with some medicine, looking weak and exhausted, each step very hard. Next to her was not Shen's third brother, but Shen's fourth brother, with a mischievous smile. Shen's fourth brother was like a big bright lamp, standing right between Won Yumei and the third brother. As they got closer, everyone saw Won Yumei's swollen face and gasped. Yumei's mom, did you hit her? Wang Feng's voice trembled. She was a beautiful girl, now beaten so badly she looked unrecognizable. Li Guifeng awkwardly smiled. I only hit her twice. Who knew she was so delicate? Even their relatives from the Wan family couldn't stand to see this. They knew she liked to hit children, but never so harshly. Is she really her mother? Seeing so many people, her parents, uncles, and aunts, Won Yumei couldn't hide her smile. She wanted to lean on Shun's third brother, but there was Shun's fourth brother blocking her. It made her so angry. Shun Jiaqing quickly stepped forward, winking at her fourth brother. Fourth brother, did you get the injury report? Where did the report come from? Little sister never mentioned it before. Old fourth was surprised and looked at Shin Jiaqing's clever little expression, instantly understanding. He nodded in agreement and took out a neatly folded piece of paper from his pocket. The injury report, right? Yes, I have it. The doctor has already issued it. The situation is very serious, almost damaging the eye. This is no small matter. Hearing this, Old Third looked at him strangely. When did Old Fourth get the report? He didn't know about it. But everything Old Fourth said was true. Won Yumei's face and body were badly hurt, almost hitting vital parts. Talking about these injuries, Won Yumei felt a dull pain all over and started crying sadly. Third brother, now only you can protect me. Only you truly care for me. I don't want to leave you. Won Yumei cried very sadly, but strangely, third brother seemed unaffected. Why was that? Shin Jiaqing couldn't understand either. It was as if he was a different person from just now. Before Won Yumei could sway third brother further, Shin Jiaqing took her hand and handed it to Wang Feng. Wan sister, what nonsense are you talking? Do you not trust our organization? Now the women's director and the squad leader are here. If you have any grievances, just tell them. They can help you. Shun Jiaqing was very good at shifting responsibility. This made Won Yumei confused. She saw her and Shin Old Third almost becoming a couple. Why were Aunt Wang and Captain Qin interfering? She was stunned when Wang Feng gently held her hand and said, Yes, Yumei, if you have any grievances, our Women's Federation can help you. If your mother really forced you to marry, and even hit you, we will stand up for you. Shun Jiaqing also agreed. Yes, don't be afraid. Now that we have the injury report, as soon as you speak up, we will report to the police and send your mother to the station. What? The police. Won Yumei felt like she was being roasted over hot coals. How could she answer? If she said she was wronged, wouldn't that admit her mother hit her and forced her to marry? Wouldn't her own daughter send her mother to the police and break their relationship? But if she said she wasn't wronged, then she and Shin Old Third would be completely finished. She definitely didn't want to marry that disgusting old man. In her panic, Won Yumei's eyes rolled back, and she fainted softly. Yumei has fainted. Wang Feng immediately panicked. Shin Jiaqing looked at her poor acting and loudly said to Qiao Huilan, Mom, bring the big shoemaking awl. The biggest and sharpest one. Qiao Huilan understood and went into the room to take out a finger-length shoe awl. This iron needle was thick, large, and extremely sharp. Not to mention delicate skin, even a thick shoe sole could be easily pierced with it. Shun Jiaqing took the awl, bent down, and slowly approached Won Yumei, constantly pointing and gesturing in front of her. Shin girl, don't mess around. This needle is longer than your finger and could cause serious harm. Qin Ming hurriedly advised. Shun Jiaqing smiled and reached out to touch Won Yumei's face, pretending to find acupuncture points. Don't worry, Captain. I just need to give a few quick, and I'm sure she'll wake up. Shun Jiaqing confidently said, then one hand held the needle while the other pressed on Won Yumei's head. Everyone watch carefully. I'm about to insert the needle. Shun Jiaqing suddenly raised her arm, and the sharp needle tip aimed straight at Won Yumei's face. Just as the needle was about to pierce her chin, Won Yumei suddenly opened her eyes, let out a scream, and turned her head to the side to dodge. Her reaction and speed. Faster than a rabbit. Anyone with eyes could tell she was pretending to be unconscious. Stop poking, I'm awake. Wan Yumei screamed in fright, scrambled up from the ground, and looked at the all with lingering fear. Shun Jiaqing, she was serious. Such a thick, long shoehorn poked into her face, she'd be disfigured for sure. Shen Jiaqing, with such a thick needle, do you want to kill me? Of course not. I'm trying to save you. You're just like a dog biting Lu Dongbin, not knowing how to appreciate kindness. Shen Jiaqing rolled her eyes dramatically, then proudly waved the awl at everyone. See? I told you she'd wake up. I haven't even pricked her yet, and she's already coming to. Qin Ming also realized late and frowned. This Wan Yume actually tried to pretend to be unconscious to escape the problem. It's all thanks to Shin Girl's skill. Dealing with such a person is just a matter of a flick of the hand. Next to her, Wang Fong also noticed and spoke more coldly. Since you're awake, just tell me, how will you solve this family problem? Wan Yume wanted to pretend she was fainting to avoid the issue, but she found she couldn't escape it at all. She hesitated and stammered, unsure how to answer, feeling like whatever she said would be wrong. On one side was her own mother, and on the other was her beloved third brother Shin. How could she choose? She lowered her head, hesitant, while Li Guohua, standing nearby, lost patience. You little brat, why aren't you talking? Do you really want to send your mother to the jail? I raised you for 19 years, and I never thought I'd raise a traitor. Oh heavens, why is my life so hard? Li Guohua started to throw a tantrum, hitting her thighs with her hands. Her rough and strong younger brother, Wan Xiaojun, glared fiercely and pointed at her nose. If you dare say a bad word about your mother, I swear I'll break your legs. She shivered in fear. He often bullied her at home. Wang Fong stepped in front of Wan Yume, blocking her. What's wrong? You dare threaten your sister in front of me? The women's director? Wan Xiaojun quickly shut his mouth, but his eyes still looked fierce. The Wan family was so aggressive, they didn't treat her like a person. She could only place her last hope on old third Shin. Third brother, you saw it too. I can't stay in this family anymore. I don't want to marry that old man.
Can you help me?
Take me home. Wan Yume begged him humbly. As soon as she said this, the Shun family members tensed up. They all stared at old third, feeling anxious and uneasy. Especially Shin Jiaqing, her clothes were almost torn from her trembling hands. Third brother Shin loved Wan Yume for many years. He used to never let her shed a tear. Now she was tearful and begging him. Could he really stay strong? She held her breath, waiting for his answer. But deep down, she already knew the answer was obvious. Just when she thought third brother would give in completely and agree to Wan Yume, a flicker of pity crossed his eyes. He silently let go of her hand. Yume, I told you clearly last time. We are done. If you truly have no feelings for me, why were you so nervous earlier? Why did you take me to see a doctor? Deep down, you still like me, don't you? Third brother took a deep breath, his face full of coldness and determination. I'm nervous about you and took you to get treatment because of our long-standing friendship since childhood. Today, even if I wasn't you and was just a stranger at the door, I would do the same. He said quietly, You may face the reality. I won't marry you. We can't go back. Hearing this, Wan Yume was struck like lightning. Her fragile body almost couldn't stand.
No imposible.
How could this happen? You actually don't want to marry me. No, I don't believe it. She started crying, then suddenly laughed, almost crazily shouting, Third brother, I was wrong. I really was wrong. In the past, I relied on your feelings for me and did many wrong things. I didn't cherish you. It's all my fault. I took the wrong path. Can you forgive me once? She looked at Shen Lao San with tearful eyes. Usually, whenever she spoke, Lao San would soften his heart. But now, all she got was coldness. Let go. Don't let our last bit of love fade away. Lao San turned his head away. Wan Yume was reluctant to let go, covering her face and sobbing painfully. It was clear she was truly hurt and truly gave up. Shun Jiechi sighed and quietly gave Lao San a thumbs up in his heart. Just now, Lao San was so anxious. I thought he couldn't let go of Wan Yume and might act foolishly. But unexpectedly, he refused her publicly. It must be truly over. Enough. Why are you crying? Li Guifeng got up from the ground, grabbing Wang Yumei. If he doesn't want to marry you and you're still here, you're just embarrassing yourself. Go away. Wang Yumei was numb as she was pulled, her eyes already devoid of life, like a walking corpse turning around. Seeing the situation was bad, Shen Jiechi reached out to stop her. Did I tell you to leave? Li Guifeng wiped her tears and asked, what else do you want? Shouldn't her medical expenses be paid? As soon as Shen Jiechi finished speaking, Shen Lao Si quickly stepped forward. Medical expenses are 50 cents. Hearing about the 5 cents, Li Guahua immediately exploded. You guys sent it yourselves. I didn't ask for it. If you want money, forget it. Are you playing tricks? Fine, I'll argue with you. While Li Guahua and fourth brother were arguing, Shen Jiaqing quietly moved closer to Wang Yumei's ear. I know what you're trying to do. Death isn't the only way out. While the women's director and the team leader are here, ask them to help you. There's always a way. After saying that, Shen Jiaqing took out a fake injury report and handed it to Wang Yumei, patting her hand meaningfully. Wang Yumei recognized it immediately. She quickly unfolded it, only to find it was just a blank sheet of paper. You tricked me, she whispered. Shen Jiaqing gave her a meaningful look. I can trick you, so you can trick your mother too. Keep this paper. It's now your lucky charm. What you do next depends on you. Wang Yumei tightly clenched the paper, feeling uneasy as she looked at Shen Jiaqing. Why are you helping me, even though I treated third brother badly? A face full of suspicion and caution appeared in front of Shen Jiaqing. She looked at Wang Yumei honestly. I may dislike you, but as women, I don't want to see you forced to marry an old man. These days, everyone has a hard time. Why make things difficult for other women? Anyway, I can only help you this much. Whether you believe me or not is up to you. Shen Jiaqing turned away casually. The opportunity was right in front of her. Whether she could save herself depended on her own ability. Hearing this, Wang Yumei's dull eyes gradually regained their sparkle. This Shen Jiaqing, pretending to be a good person. And it's a bit awkward. Wang Yumei held the note, whispering softly like a mosquito. Shen Jiaqing, I'll remember this kindness.
Ding.
Host's favorability, plus 100. Shen Jiaqing paused slightly, glancing at Wang Yumei's figure. She didn't expect to gain her favorability in this lifetime. Third brother, fourth brother, let's go home. Shen Jiaqing turned back, holding one brother in each arm. Fourth brother was arguing loudly. Little sister, do you want this 5 cents? No, I don't. Consider it a good deed. Her original intention was not to ask for money, only to delay time. The third and fourth brothers heard the command and stopped arguing, turning around to go home. Behind them, Wang Yumei withdrew her gaze and bravely approached Wang Fong. Aunt Wang, I want to cancel the engagement. I don't want to marry that old man. You brat, what nonsense are you talking? Li Ho-Hot reached out to hit her, but Wang Fong stopped her. She hid behind Wang Fong and raised the note in her hand. Mother, the injury report is in my hands. If you refuse to cancel the engagement, I will report to the police. Good for you. You're really going too far. A daughter suing her mother. See if I don't punish you. Outside, there was chaos, but the Shen family's door was tightly shut, and you could hear a pin drop. Xiao Huilan picked up a broom, her tone stern. Third, kneel down. The third brother's knees buckled, and he fell to his knees with a thud. Do you know what you did wrong? The third brother's head was almost touching his chest as he mumbled. Sorry, mother. I shouldn't have been impulsive, but I don't regret it. Xiao Huilan snorted. You don't regret? You just get up and leave, and I've been cleaning up this mess for you. If it weren't for Chi-Chi today, you'd already be accused by Li Ho-Hot.
What?
The third brother was stunned, turning to Shen Jiaqing. What exactly happened? Shen Jiaqing told him everything about the danger earlier, including the conspiracy of the Wan family and their shouting about eloping. He was so angry, he punched the ground. Too much deception. His face suddenly changed, and his hand joints were smashed open, blood and flesh exposed.
Sorry.
I didn't know they had such intentions. I thought Yume was just desperate and came to ask for help. Fortunately, little sister brought the fourth brother over, or I wouldn't be able to clear my name even if I jumped into the Yellow River. The more he thought about it, the more scared he became. He slapped himself hard, the crisp sound making people feel terrified. Third brother, stop hitting yourself. Shun Jiaqing held his hand and gently blew on it. Your kindness is not wrong. The fault lies with those who had bad intentions. They used your kindness to do wrong. They are despicable and shameless. But some things could have been avoided. As the saying goes, kindness should have a bit of sharpness to better protect yourself and your family. Today, our success depended on the unity and teamwork of the whole family. Not every time are we so lucky. In the future, we must be more careful and think twice before acting. While speaking, Shun Jiaqing was sweating from her back. If it weren't for her quick thinking, the family's cooperation, and fourth brother's teamwork today, they wouldn't have fooled their Wan family with just a piece of paper and a few words. Realizing she had caused a big problem and almost brought serious trouble, the third brother reflected deeply. Little sister, I've learned my lesson. I won't be impulsive again. I will listen to you from now on. Shun Jiaqing patted her third brother's short hair, like petting a gentle, obedient dog.
You have to keep your promise, she said.
The handsome third brother smiled childishly and stuck out his little finger. Hook my pinky promise. Annoyed, Shun Jiaqing raised her arm and curled her pinky around his. Pinky promise, no breaking for 100 years. Although he knew he was wrong, the third brother was still made to kneel for an hour by Qiao Huilan. During this time, the noise outside the door gradually died down. In the end, the Wan family's fuss ended in failure. They not only failed to force Shin's family to marry but also, under pressure from the women's director and the team leader, withdrew the marriage proposal with a single man. Wan Yume held a wound report, and with two leaders backing her, she wasn't afraid of Li Guohua and Wan Xiaojuan's violence. She managed to save herself. However, this commotion caused her to publicly reject her love, break off her engagement, and probably make it hard to find a husband in the future. By evening, as the sun set, the Yi family finally finished their work and, tired and sore, headed home. Today, they bought 700 or 800 yuan worth of rice and flour, and their backs were almost broken from carrying it. As they returned to the village, they saw many people dragging baskets and sacks of cassava. Yi Changha stopped Niu Daong. Daong, what are you guys going to do with all this cassava? To eat, Niu Daong replied.
Eat?
That stuff is toxic and can't be eaten. Hurry up and throw it away, far away, Yi Changha urged. He was anxious and told everyone to stop, but no one paid attention to him. It's crazy, I'm starving. This thing pigs won't eat, but they treat it like treasure. Nudaeong looked at him strangely several times before remembering that during the noon bell, Secretary Yi didn't seem to be present. He hurriedly explained, Old Secretary, this cassava is indeed poisonous, but Sister Shin found a way to remove the poison. Yesterday, the Shin family and the Lu family tested it and even ate a few pieces in front of everyone. Now, everyone is busy digging cassava up the mountain. I won't say much more. I need to dig more quickly. If I'm late, I might not even see a shadow. Nudaeong waved his hand, carried 2 sacks, and hurried home. The way to remove the poison. A girl who can't read much. What could she possibly do? Yi Changha scoffed, not taking it seriously at all. His 2 sons also sneered. A bunch of fools, believing that you can eat cassava. When they all get poisoned, they'll realize how stupid they are.
Exactly.
If this stuff could really fill your stomach, Sister Shin wouldn't be so kind to tell everyone. She would have sold it secretly long ago. A bunch of idiots. Even when sold, they still count the money for others. They mocked fiercely, not noticing that Yi Zhaozhao's face darkened to the extreme. A bad feeling was growing wildly in her heart, twisting like thorns around her. Could it be that the grain in her hands was about to be lost? Yi Taizhu rubbed his aching lower back, then turned his head to see Zhao Zhao looking worried, staring fixedly at the cassava. Little sister, you don't think that stuff can be eaten too, do you? Hearing this, Zhao Zhao frowned. Cassava has been specially processed, so it can indeed be eaten. She had heard from outsiders in her previous life about how it was done, but she wasn't very clear on the details. How does Shun Jiaqing know about this? She muttered softly. As soon as she finished speaking, Yi Changhe's beard bristled with anger. Who else could it be? It must be the Agricultural Research Institute, told her. They all agreed, thinking it made sense. It was well known that Shun Jiaqing had a close relationship with the leaders of the Agricultural Research Institute. But they didn't expect her to tell the whole village about the method. Now that everyone had cassava, what about the grain they bought? Yi Changhe looked at Zhao Zhao helplessly. They originally only pooled together 3 or 400 yuan. Zhao Zhao said it was a safe and profitable deal, so he went to the county town and, using his position as the village secretary, borrowed 300 yuan from someone. They agreed to pay it back within a month. If they couldn't, Zhao Zhao wouldn't be able to keep his job as secretary. Yi Changhe felt more and more uncertain, and cold sweat started to form on his forehead. Zhao Zhao, maybe we should just sell the grain. Before Yi Zhao Zhao could speak, his 2 brothers disagreed. Yi Taizhu was weak and tired from working all day. His bones almost felt like they would break. Dad, we've been busy all day buying grain, transporting it. We finally hit it well. Are you trying to make things difficult for us? I'm telling you clearly, if you want to sell, do it yourself. I can't carry this anymore. Yi Wenxiang's birthmark twitched a few times, and seeing how scared and hesitant his father looked made him angry. Yes, Dad. If we sell now, we'll lose a lot of money. The rented cart and warehouse, plus the interest we borrowed. Who will take responsibility for these losses?
Well,
Yi Changhe frowned deeply. The 2 sons were right. If they sold now, all their efforts would be wasted. Not only would they not make any profit, but they would also lose money. Dad, don't forget, Zhao Zhao is a lucky star. Whatever she says always comes true. She said there would be a flood next month, and it will happen. When that time comes, even if we don't sell to the villagers, we can sell to outsiders and make a big profit. Yu Wenxiang was earnestly trying to persuade him. Apart from being a bit awkward-looking, he wasn't tall, but he was much smarter than his father and older brother.
얘 뒤에 손 어때 다 필해.
Yes, Dad. I'm waiting for this money to get married. He was already 25 and considered quite grown up in the village. He finally found someone he liked. She was very pretty, a primary school teacher in town with a stable job, both beautiful and respectable. But her family wanted a high bride price, including 3 turns and 1 loud celebration. Without money, how could they manage that? Next to them, Yu Wenxiang also reminded him, Dad, I'm waiting for this money to buy a job. With his appearance, without a decent job, how could he marry? How could he earn money to remove his birthmark? Yes, that's right, remove it. Zhao Zhao confidently told him that in the future, there would be a machine called a laser that could remove the birthmark on his face. This probably wouldn't be cheap. Yi Changhe looked at these 2 debt collectors, feeling annoyed as he kept scratching his head. You 2 useless guys only know how to ask for money. If you could be half as careful as Zhao Zhao, I might be able to rest easy. Enough, Dad. Don't talk about these useless things. One thing to say, we can't sell this grain. Yu Wenxiang said firmly. Yi Changhe hesitated, his eyes falling on Zhao Zhao, who was silent. Zhao Zhao, you decide. Zhao Zhao squinted her eyes and looked steadily at the cassava, thinking quietly. Cassava is edible, but it's hard to prepare, and if not done right, it can cause poisoning. Even if no one gets poisoned, when the flood comes, the whole village will be flooded. Then not just the cassava, but the houses will be washed away. She took a deep breath and said slowly, Dad, older brother, second brother, we can't sell this grain. So what if they have cassava? When the flood comes, everything will be wasted. Trust me, I can lead you to a good turnaround. Zhao Zhao clenched her fists, her eyes shining with determination. As for Shun Jiaqing, she keeps causing trouble for us. We should give her some trouble too. She asked them to be more alert. If anyone gets poisoned by cassava, they should tell her immediately. Yi Changhe hesitated, but what if no one gets poisoned? Zhao Zhao smirked coldly. If no one gets poisoned, we'll find a way to make it happen. At the Shun family, the men went to Lu family to help dig the foundation. Shun Jiaqing found an excuse and secretly put the cassava into her space. Before she knew it, her space was filled with a lot of things. Wild, lingji mushrooms, cassava, and goods from Wang Tao's warehouse. All these could fill an entire room, but the space seemed endless. No matter how much she put in, it never filled up. She tidied up the things inside the space a little. Her items were stacked on one side, and the shelves from the system shop were on the other. Looking at it all, Shun Jiaqing thought she was quite a wealthy lady who didn't have to worry about food or clothing. Thinking about the list Su Hui gave her, she sat cross-legged on the ground inside the space and slowly unfolded the note. System, please help me calculate how much I can get based on my current favorability score. Also, I need enough for 500 people. After she finished speaking, she waited for a while but didn't get a response from the system. Feeling a bit disappointed, she heard a ding. Based on the host's current favorability score, you can exchange for 100 warm water kettles, 100 enamel cups, 200 boxes of snow cream, 500 packs of French bread, 1,000 pounds of rice, and 300 pounds of pork. That's so much. Shun Jiaqing never expected that with over 10,000 points, she could get so many things. But she clearly remembered that at the beginning, even exchanging for a bar of soap cost several points. Sensing her thoughts, the system cheerfully said, because the host keeps competing for the female lead's luck, the system keeps upgrading, and your favorability score becomes more valuable. The system gave an example. In the past, 1 point of favorability was only worth 1 cent. After the upgrade, now 1 point of favorability is worth 1 yuan. Hearing this, Shun Jiaqing was amazed and couldn't close her mouth, feeling energized. You really are my personal system. Competing for the female lead's luck not only gives extra rewards and upgrades the age and level of rare treasures, but also makes your favorability points more valuable. It's simply wonderful system. Is there anything else I don't know? Shun Jiaqing asked excitedly. The system, a little proud, explained. Just focus on competing for the female lead's luck and gaining favorability points. Next, you can open the secret medicine shop, weapon shop, technology shop. There are also many mysterious prizes waiting for you. Oh my, there are so many shops. And mysterious prizes. Shun Jiaqing loved it. Isn't it just about competing for the female lead's luck? Isn't it just something she can easily do? She smiled so happily that her ears hurt, when suddenly she heard the system's mechanical voice. Host, are you sure you want exchange? Just as she was about to speak, she caught a glimpse of the piled goods beside her. Wait a moment. When she was tidying up earlier, she saw several boxes of warm water kettles and enamel cups there. She didn't see the snow cream, but she found some packaged Northeast ginseng paste, which is face cream. System, can you help check if these goods are genuine? Shun Jiaqing asked. No problem. As soon as the system finished speaking, a high-tech blue light swept over like ocean waves. Check complete. All are authentic. Shun Jiaqing excitedly let out a soft cry, unable to hide her happiness. This Wang Tao isn't much, but his goods are really good. Everyone is genuine. She counted the items in front of her. 30 hot water bottles, 50 enamel cups, 40 packs of ginseng paste. There are 300 pounds of rice, 200 pounds of flour, and 100 bags of morning tea biscuits. She set these aside separately. System, help me calculate. If I exchange 70 hot water bottles, 50 enamel cups, 160 jars of cream, for 100 packs of French bread, 200 pounds of rice, 300 pounds of flour, and 250 pounds of pork, how much goodwill points will I have left? The system remained silent for a few seconds, then a string of numbers appeared, remaining 4,320 goodwill points. Shun Jiaqing carefully wrote it down on paper. Thanks. After I finish talking with Director 1, I'll exchange with you. Okay, host, maybe it was her imagination, but she felt the system was becoming cuter. From a cold, robotic voice, it had turned into a little life with emotions, joy, and sadness. She smiled, thinking maybe it had also upgraded. In the space, she had no sense of time. When she came back to herself, an hour had already passed. Her father and brothers had returned, and her mother and sisters-in-law had prepared the meal. Tonight, the dinner table was as abundant as always. The beef she bought turned into a fragrant pot of potato beef stew. Her sister-in-law's cooking was perfect, delicious, fragrant, and beautifully presented, not inferior to professional chefs in state-run restaurants. Besides the beef, there was a bowl of garlic stir-fried red vegetables, chive scrambled eggs, cabbage tofu soup, and a large bowl of steaming white rice. Unbelievable. With the current situation, we can still enjoy such good food, Xiao Huilan said gratefully, clasping her hands together. All this was thanks to her good daughter. Yes, I never even dared to dream of this before, Peng Zhaodi said, hugging Xiao Bao. Bauer, remember, this is all your aunt's credit. When you grow up, you must be filial to your aunt. Little Treasure was so eager that his saliva was dripping, and he nodded desperately. I remember. Little Treasure will definitely protect Auntie and be filial to her. Her words made Shin Jiaqing feel warm inside. She couldn't help but hug Little Treasure and kiss him.
Good boy.
Annie will wait for you to grow into a man and protect me.
Yay.
I want to eat more rice and grow taller quickly. Little Treasure was so obedient and smart, but he only stayed at home feeding chickens and ducks, playing with water and mud. It was a shame to keep him so idle. Big sister-in-law, Little Treasure, is almost 4 years old. He can't stay at home forever. Now that we are better off, we can send him to kindergarten. In her previous life, her best friend's child started kindergarten at 3. Little Treasure was almost 4, so he could be in the middle class now. When she said this, everyone at the table was stunned and looked at her in confusion. It was Old Fourth who reacted first. You mean a nursery class or a daycare, right? Yes. Shin Jiaqing bit her lip lightly. She had forgotten that this was the 1970s and blurted it out without thinking. When she mentioned this, Peng Zhaodi sighed. Little sister, we're in the village. We don't have those conditions. Nursery classes and daycares are only for city workers and factory staff. We don't have that kind of luck. Shin Jiaqing suddenly realized. She had thought her sister-in-law couldn't afford to send Little Treasure to daycare, but she forgot that in this era, such facilities weren't common. Usually they served factory and workplace employees. In rural areas, preschool children were left at home to be raised by their families.
Then,
if there's a chance, would you want to send Little Treasure to a daycare? Shin Jiaqing asked cautiously. Of course. Peng Zhaodi replied without hesitation, but then she smiled sadly. Little sister, don't tease me. With people like us, peasants, it's impossible. Next to her, Little Treasure tilted his head, looking confused. Auntie, what is a daycare? She thought for a moment. It's a place with many children where they can play together, eat together, do games, and learn new things.
Wow.
His purple grape-like eyes lit up instantly. I want to go to a daycare. I want to go to a daycare. Good. Auntie will find a way to let Little Treasure go to a daycare. Shin Jiaqing quietly kept this plan in her mind. Maybe she could really find a way. Xiao Huilan saw that she was deep in thought and knew she was already planning something. This matter isn't so easy to handle. Unless someone from their family works at the factory as an employee. All right, let's eat. The food will get cold. Xiao Huilan gave the order, breaking the quiet at the table. Everyone started eating. Peng Zhaodi gratefully took a piece of beef and put it into Shin Jiaqing's bowl. She appreciated her sister's kindness, but whether it can be done is another matter. Little sister, eat quickly. See if my sister-in-law's cooking agrees with your taste. Shin Jiaqing picked up her chopsticks. Thank you, sister-in-law. Yang Xiuli, seeing this, also eagerly gave her a big piece of egg. Little sister, eat more eggs to boost your energy. You've been so tired these days. Little Bao, sitting in the middle, saw this. He stepped onto a small stool, leaning over the table. He stretched out his tiny hand and grabbed a piece of potato, trembling as he brought it to her mouth. Little aunt, eat. Shin Jiaqing opened her mouth and took a bite of the soft, sticky potato. So fragrant. It made me so dizzy with its aroma. The Shin family burst into laughter, filled with joy and lively chatter. Compared to the harmony and happiness of the Shin family, The Yi family was in chaos at this moment. Lu Gang's mother and Chung Sanmao's mother came to the door, demanding that Yi Changha go to the county police station to get someone out. Party Secretary Yi, my son just woke up in the hospital, and the police detained him right after. Please, you must help us. Yes, brother-in-law, my Sanmao is your nephew. Why was he arrested? It's all because of your daughter. You have to find a way to get him out. Yi Changha, with a grim face, kept smoking. Medicine can be taken randomly, but words can't be spoken carelessly. What do you mean, because of my daughter? Did my daughter tell him to kidnap women? Wu Jinlan choked, full of anger but afraid to speak out. She still relied on the Yi family to help her. So, she looked for help from her sister, Wu Jinfeng, wife of Party Secretary Yi. Wu Jinfeng was also anxious, wiping tears. Old Yi, my sister only has this one child. If she goes to jail, how will her family survive? Yi Changha angrily stomped out his cigarette, sparks flying. Crying, crying, crying. All you do is cry. He was caught red-handed. What can I do? At this critical moment, anyone who gets involved is an accomplice. Are you tired of me being an old fool and rushing me to die? Seeing her brother-in-law unwilling to intervene, Wu Jinlan completely lost her temper. Fine, since you're so unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. Although I didn't directly order the kidnapping of women, she can't deny her involvement. Her son was taken, and the Yi family wouldn't have a good time either. When she stood up to leave, Yi Zhaozhao quickly opened the door and ran out of the room.
Zhaozhao.
Didn't Dad tell you not to come out? Yi Changha had repeatedly warned her to stay in the room. Why wouldn't she listen? Zhaozhao didn't have time to explain. She hurriedly reached Wu Jinlan and said, Aunt, don't worry. I have a way to get them out. Wu Jinlan grabbed this lifeline. What way? Tell me quickly. Zhaozhao leaned close and whispered a few words in their ears. Wu Jinlan and Lu Gang's mother looked surprised, and their frowns suddenly eased. Zhaozhao, what are you thinking? You're so clever. Wu Jinlan, who was about to give up hope, suddenly started flattering her. Young lady, you are our family's great benefactor. Lu Gang's mother was so grateful she was in tears, even forgetting who caused her son to be hospitalized and taken away. Zhaozhao secretly wiped her sweat, her words full of warning. I've given you the plan. Remember to remind them what to say and what not to say. Understood. Seeing Zhaozhao's sinister eyes, they felt chills. Since they got what they wanted, they didn't stay any longer and slipped away into the city that night. Zhaozhao watched them leave, then snapped her hairpin in half with a click. Shenjiechi. Why is it you again? Sending over more than 10 people to the police station, you really are something. Ever since Shenjiechi jumped into the river, she had been opposing her at every turn. She, Jiang Shiyan, and Chung Sanmao had all suffered under her hand, always losing out. She carefully analyzed Shenjiechi's changes over time. In the past, Shenjiechi was timid, lazy, and greedy, always chasing after men, and was despised by the whole village. Now, she is very clever and strong, and most importantly, it seems she is becoming more popular with everyone. She shares wild boar meat. She teaches everyone how to eat cassava, and she has successfully turned wasteland into gold nuggets. These things are not something a silly fool could do. Could it be that she has also been reborn? Yi Zhaozhao thinks it's very possible. It seems I need to find a time and a chance to test her. The next day, the sun is shining brightly. Shen Jiaqing gets up and starts to get ready. Today, she is going to meet her boss. She specially wears a neat white suit, ties her hair in a low ponytail, and looks energetic and capable. Mom, Dad, brothers, and sisters-in-law, I'm going to the county town. Don't wait for my lunch. Shen Jiaqing hurriedly pushes her bicycle out the door. Xiao Huilan comes out from the kitchen and calls, Jiaqing, eat breakfast before you go. I don't have time. I'll just buy something in town. Shen Jiaqing pushes her bike to the door. Just as she is about to sit on it, a strong hand firmly holds the handlebar. Lu Zheng? Shen Jiaqing feels unexpectedly happy whenever she sees Lu Zheng. She smiles brightly, and with just a light call and a glance, she makes him blush. He quickly turns around and says, "Get in the car." Shun Jiaqing quietly hands the bike to him, walks around to the soft cushioned back seat, and sits sideways. Lu Zheng steadies the bike, easily swings his long leg over, and sits firmly in front. As soon as she is seated, Shun Jiaqing naturally reaches out to hug his waist. Her warm palm rests right on his abs, through his clothes, fitting tightly. Lu Zheng's lips curl slightly, sit still. Shun Jiaqing softly responds with an her fingers curling slightly. As the car moves forward, she instinctively presses against his broad back, causing the man in front to blush deeply. On the road, there are occasional bumps, and Shun Jiaqing bounces along with them. The slight jolts make Lu Zheng's heart feel a bit chaotic. Shun Jiaqing feels like she is holding a big hot stove, growing hotter and almost burning up, her clothes soaked with sweat. And he is still wearing that faded work uniform. Shun Jiaqing frowns. "Lu Zheng, I bought clothes for you. Why don't you wear them? Is the size not fitting? I will take it to have it altered." Lu Zheng heard this and suddenly shifted the car handle slightly. A deep, low voice carried on the wind. "Is that the clothes you gave me?" Shun Jiaqing replied irritably. "What else would it be?" He stared straight ahead, looking a bit foolish. "I thought it was a thank you gift from your parents." That day, after receiving it, he casually gave it to his father. Unfortunately, the size was too big, and his father couldn't wear it. He planned to find a tailor to alter it in a few days. When he heard Shun Jiaqing gave it to him, his slender fingers tightened slightly. "Thanks, that outfit is great, but it's not suitable for work." "What's wrong with it? Clothes are meant to be worn. If it gets damaged, I'll buy you another one." She was now a little wealthy, so buying clothes was no problem. But his words carried a different meaning to Lu Zheng.
Then,
"I'll try it on at home and show you," Lu Zheng said, lowering his head and looking at his lower abdomen, at the small, white hands that shone in the sunlight. Shun Jiaqing smiled warmly.
"Sure."
In the county town, Shun Jiaqing bought him some meat buns and soy milk. "You should go back to the village first. I'll take the tractor back later." Seeing that time was getting late and worried about delaying his work, she suggested. Lu Zheng was calm. "I have something to do too. Once I finish, we can meet here." He pointed to a small stall nearby, which had soda and chairs. Whoever arrived first could sit and wait. "Okay." Shun Jiaqing waved goodbye and headed straight to the textile factory. It was working hours, and everyone at the factory noticed a beautiful, fair-skinned girl at the gate, stopping to watch her. Is she a new employee? Or someone's girlfriend? She's so pretty. Her skin is as white as snow, even more beautiful than the pictures. Under the sunlight, Shun Jiaqing's skin looked rosy, her features delicate and bright. Confident and lively, she looked like a shining ceramic doll. Everyone guessed who she was here to see and what she was doing. "Hello, sir. My name is Shun. Aunt Sue Hui asked me to find Director Wen," Shun Jiaqing said sweetly with a bright smile to the security guard. The usually serious uncle was now all smiles and joking around. "Comrade Shun, right? I know you. Director Wen told me this morning, so I'll take you over now." Shun Jiaqing thanked him and followed the uncle into the factory gate. When they heard it was the factory director's wife introducing her, everyone around started to guess what was happening. The director's wife is the leader of the cultural troupe. She must be part of the troupe. No wonder she's so pretty. Wow, look at her figure, her style, her grace. She must be a star. Does she have a partner yet? Come on. With her looks, who would not want her?
Can you even think about that?
Shun Jiaqing ignored these noisy comments and walked through the factory buildings to the director's office. Inside, an elegant, gray-haired man sat at his desk reading the day's newspaper. Shun knocked 3 times on the door. "Who's there?" She took a deep breath, kept smiling and said, "Director Wen, I'm here because Aunt Sue Hui introduced me to discuss a cooperation." Hearing this, Wen Rongguang quickly put on his black-rimmed glasses and squinted at her. "You must be Comrade Xiao Shun." He put down the newspaper, stood up warmly, and said, "Please come in. I'll make some tea for you." "Thank you, Director Wen. You're too kind." He invited her to sit and skillfully opened a metal box, shook 3 handfuls of tea leaves into a thermos filled with hot water. My wife told me how grateful she is for that watch of yours. It helped solve our urgent problem. Really? That's great. Shun Jiaqing took the tea he handed her with both hands. They exchanged a few more words before getting to the main topic. I heard from my wife that you have a way to get good goods without tickets? Shun nodded and took out a note from her bag, listing the quantities. Director Wen, this is what I can provide. Are you satisfied? Do you need more or less of anything? When Rongguang took the note and looked closely, almost surprised enough to drop his jaw. So much stuff. Not to mention her being just a young girl, even the county supply and marketing cooperative probably couldn't get this all at once. He couldn't help but wonder, Comrade Xiao Shen, are you trying to trick me? Before Shun Jiaqing arrived, she had already expected that when Rongguang would ask about the source of the goods. She prepared a set of excuses in advance. Director Wen, as the saying goes, good products don't ask about their origins, and heroes don't ask where they come from. I assure you, this batch of goods is completely legal and compliant. When Rongguang nodded, it wasn't that he didn't trust her, but since the amount was so large, he had to be careful. Despite that, he still felt uneasy and tried to probe further. Comrade Shun, do you mean? Can you issue an invoice for the goods? As soon as Shun Jiaqing finished speaking, when Rongguang frowned and looked troubled. That's a problem. He told Shun Jiaqing that the factory's finance department needed proper receipts to transfer money. Nowadays, factories are state-owned, and everything must follow the rules. You say you won't reveal the source of this batch of goods, and you can't issue an invoice. What should we do? When Rongguang was anxious and overwhelmed. After all, the inventory had been counted, and if he couldn't produce those prizes later, how could he explain? Where would he put his authority and face as the factory director? Seeing that he was truly worried, Shun Jiaqing didn't hide her difficulties anymore. She frowned as if she was struggling. Director Wen, I see you're genuinely interested in cooperation. Plus, because of my relationship with Aunt Su Hui, I can tell you the source, but you must keep it a secret. When Rongguang trembled slightly as he adjusted his glasses, looking serious. Comrade Shun, don't worry. I promise to keep your secret. All right, I trust you. Shun Jiaqing took a deep breath, seeming to make a firm decision. Have you heard of idle item exchange? Idle? Exchange? He was hearing this new term for the first time. What is that? It's when people trade things they no longer need at home for resources they need. That's how I got this batch of goods. There was no buying or selling involved, just an exchange of idle items. He suddenly understood. It was the first time he heard of such a way to do business. It must take a wide network and deep resources to exchange for so many supplies. He subtly asked her questions, showing great interest in this idle exchange. Knowing his intentions, Shun Jiaqing smiled mysteriously. Director Wen, I've said everything I can. The rest, I can't tell you. In short, these days resources are scarce and many things can't be bought even with money. This exchange of idle items is a platform for mutual help, where both sides benefit. She used some persuasive words she had learned from her previous clients, which made Wen Rongguang surprised. It was as if she opened a new door for him. He admired her and praised her highly. Comrade Xiao Shen, I didn't expect someone so young to have such clever ideas and courage. You're truly talented for your age. Shun Jiaqing smiled softly and took a sip of tea. Don't tease me, sir. It's my honor to catch your attention with my small cleverness. This sentence not only affirmed Wen Rongguang's praise but also flattered him, making him laugh happily. As for the invoice, you don't need to worry. I wasn't in it just for the money. Before today, she was planning to make a big profit. But this morning, she suddenly changed her mind. Recently, she had saved a few thousand yuan. Instead of earning money, she preferred to use these resources to exchange for things money can't buy and benefits. When she heard she wouldn't need money, Wen Rongguang immediately sat up straight. Comrade Xiao Shen, are you trying to exchange resources with you? When Rongguang asked her to explain further. If it wasn't too much or harmful to the factory's interests, he could approve it right away. Shun Jiaqing thought for a moment. Do you have any waterproof fabric? Waterproof fabric? When Rongwang thought for a moment. Waterproof tarpaulin? She wanted the fabric not for herself, but for 2 experimental plots. Next month, there will be several heavy rainstorms. She didn't want to see the experimental fields that Zhang Tao and others worked hard to plant destroyed by the rain. Although it wasn't her direct responsibility, since the fields belonged to her family, she knew the rain was coming. Watching the scientists' efforts be ruined without doing anything, would that make her a person with no sense of responsibility? She had thought about telling Zhang Tao directly that there would be storms next month and to delay planting. But after the rain, it would already be late July, missing the planting time for seedlings, and the experiment would likely fail. Yet if they planted as scheduled. Shun Jiaqing analyzed the land, which was near the forest and on higher ground, so it probably wouldn't be flooded. As long as proper drainage is done, the mountain forest terrain is reinforced and a rainproof shelter is built, the young seedlings should be protected. The key to this shelter is waterproofing. In the 1970s, plastic products were still rare and not mass-produced. It was impossible to buy enough large plastic sheets on the market. Only oilcloth could meet her needs. She was willing to give nothing in return if she could find a way to exchange for oilcloth from the textile factory. Grandma often said that, at any time, the interests of the country and the people always come first. She grew up hearing this and kept it in her heart. Now, with her space system, good luck, and the ability to seize the heroine's fortune, she would have many chances to earn money later. Missing this opportunity was no big deal. Seeing that when Rongwang didn't speak, she pointed out a clear way. Director 1, you can use the defective or misprinted fabric from your textile factory to make oilcloth for me. I don't care about the pattern or color, as long as it's waterproof. The size should cover 2 acres of land. More is better than less. Also, I need it by the 5th of next month. When Rongwang took note of all her requests, while also marveling at her quick thinking. You're quite sharp, little girl. Our factory does have some defective and misprinted fabric stored in the warehouse. We've already reported this to the higher-ups, planning to give it to employees as benefits. But our workers don't lack fabric. What they need are the items listed on your list. I'll hold a meeting this afternoon to ask everyone's opinion. I believe they'll agree. Isn't this perfect? Shin Jiaqing quickly agreed with him. In that case, not only can you improve your employees' benefits and solve the backlog of defective and misprinted fabric, but it will also greatly boost Director Wen's reputation. A win-win situation. At first glance, all the benefits seemed to fall on Wen Rongguang. He was a smart man and knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch. 2 acres of worn fabric could exchange for so many scarce supplies. Who would believe that? Feeling happy but clear-headed, he asked, Comrade Xiao Shun, I think you want more than just those few rolls of oilcloth, right? Shun Jiaqing smiled. Of course. Besides the oilcloth, I also want a work target. When Rongguang dropped the teacup heavily, and his smile instantly disappeared. Little girl, you have quite an appetite. When Rongguang had lived most of his life, but this was the first time he encountered someone demanding work quotas so confidently and openly. This young girl really is fearless. Seeing her stare at him without fear, when Rongguang felt a bit at a loss. Do you know how hard it is to get a work quota? Shun Jiaqing nodded. Of course she knew. Nowadays, everyone is eager to get into factories, but there are only so many positions. Each one is unique. Many are inherited from parents or bought from veteran workers at high prices. She asked for a work quota directly, which was quite shocking. Shun Jiaqing steadied herself. This might seem difficult to others, but for Director Wen, it's just a matter of a sentence. Moreover, I'm not forcing anyone. I'm introducing talent to you. It all depends on whether Director Wen is willing to be the matchmaker. When Rongguang's serious face couldn't help but smile. Only Shun Jiaqing could speak so clearly and elegantly about getting a work quota. Comrade Shen, are you so sure I will agree? Although she didn't know why when Rongguang valued this anniversary celebration so much and was willing to do anything to cooperate with her, she vaguely remembered something from the original story. In 1975, the leadership team and factory director in Lin County were replaced, and Yi Changhe was almost replaced too. It was only thanks to Yi Zhaozhao's influence that he kept his position. So, she guessed that when Rongbang had heard rumors and was trying to use the anniversary to win people's support and keep his position. If she guessed right, this deal was very important to him, possibly even life and death. After all, the statistics had been done. If he couldn't deliver, he would surely lose the trust of the people. Shen Jiaqing's mind was clear, and she spoke with deep meaning. Of course, I'm sure. Because you are a good leader. You definitely don't want the workers to be disappointed, right? Hearing this, his heart trembled sharply.
Could it be?
She knew something? When Rongbang's gaze was deep and curious. After a moment of hesitation, he slowly spoke. There are indeed some job openings in our factory, but we are in technical positions. Without skills in textiles and machinery, you can't do this work. He initially wanted Shen Jiaqing to give up, but unexpectedly, a light voice floated to his ear. What about logistics? Logistics? When Rongbang raised an eyebrow, surprised and caught off guard. Yes, logistics. Honestly, I want to recommend my sister-in-law to work in the factory. She's an excellent cook, but I don't know if there's a chance. When Rongbang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Is that all? He thought she wanted to put someone into technical roles, but it turned out to be a kitchen position. That's not so hard to manage. Seeing his expression soften a bit, Shen Jiaqing knew this was almost certain. If her sister-in-law could get a job in the factory, she would not only have a career but also secure a spot for Xiao Bao's school admission. Although her sister-in-law didn't say it outright, Shen Jiaqing knew she had always wanted to prove herself and stand tall in front of her family. If this works out, and her sister-in-law goes back to her family, she would be able to walk proudly. The more Shen Jiaqing thought about it, the happier she felt. Her eyes sparkled like stars, making Rongbang feel a bit embarrassed. He cleared his throat softly.
Then,
let her try first. A 1-month trial period. If she can't do it, she can leave. Okay, no problem. Shen Jiaqing was full of confidence in her sister-in-law. Her sister-in-law's cooking skills were praised even by her, who had tasted delicacies and trendy takeout. How much more for those working in the communal kitchen? That's a piece of cake. She could get it done easily. Thank you, Director 1.
Then,
it's settled. Shen Jiaqing expressed her gratitude, and they agreed to go see the goods tomorrow morning. If everything was fine and the staff had no objections, they could sign the contract officially. See you tomorrow. After leaving the director's office, Shen Jiaqing looked up at the blue sky and white clouds, took a deep breath, and felt incredibly light and happy. I need to go home quickly and tell my sister-in-law this good news. She walked briskly back to the meeting spot with Lu Zheng, but after looking around, she didn't see him. It seemed his matter was not yet finished. Shen Jiaqing was not in a hurry. She went to a small stall, bought a bottle of Beibinjiang soda, opened it, inserted a straw, and sat by the door, sipping slowly. Carbonated drinks really quench thirst. Relaxing comfortably against the wall, she felt very happy and ready to rest. Just then, 2 workers, wiping sweat from their faces, came in to buy cigarettes. You said that guy surnamed Lu just now. What's his background? Our factory boss treats him with great respect. I don't know. I heard he's from Daxing village and bought 3 carts of green bricks. 3 carts? Who is he? To buy so many at once, what kind of house could he be building? Probably 3 or 4 big tiled houses. Surnamed Lu, Daxing village, green bricks, building houses. Shen Jiaqing immediately realized they were talking about Lu Zheng. She became interested instantly, pricking up her ears and quietly moving closer to listen. The main thing is, the factory boss even allows him to buy on credit. That's the first time I've seen that. They guessed that Lu Zheng was probably related to the brick factory owner. Otherwise, who would dare to let someone buy on credit so easily? Hearing the words buy on credit, Shen Jiaqing's grip on her bottle tightened slightly. It's all her fault. If she had sold the spiritual ginseng earlier, Lu Zheng wouldn't be short of money to pay his bills. Thinking of this, she secretly touched her cloth bag, inside which was a square-shaped business card. She was now being watched, and the rare spiritual ginseng was too eye-catching. It might be hard to sell locally. Maybe. She could try to contact that boss Lu Qiming from Gangcheng. Thinking of this, Shen Jiaqing stood up and looked around for a phone. She finally borrowed a landline at the county guest house. Since it was a call to Gangcheng, she faced some difficulties, adding a special prefix before dialing. Soon, a clear, familiar Cantonese voice came from the other end. "Hello, who are you looking for?" Shen Jiaqing gathered her courage. "Hello, Mr. Liu. I am Shen Jiaqing from Lin County. I'm the one who sold you the Ginseng King." The tone on the other end suddenly changed to awkward Mandarin. "Boss Shen, it's you? Long time no see." "I knew it. Who else would have my private number?"
"Turns out it's you."
He chuckled heartily, exchanging a few warm words with enthusiasm. Shen Jiechi looked around carefully and lowered her voice. "President Liu, you really can predict things. I do have something good here, 100-year-old Lingji mushroom. I wonder if you—"
"What?"
Lu Qiming let out a sharp cry, almost like a startled animal. 100-year-old Lingji. Boss Shen, say no more. Save it for me. You must save it for me." Lu Qiming was so excited he could hardly speak. He begged her not to sell it to anyone else and promised to send someone from Lin County to check it right away. "All right, then I'll wait for you at the county guest house." Shen Jiechi hung up the phone and waited at the guest house for 20 minutes. Just as she was getting drowsy, a figure rushed in. The man was tall and thin, dressed in a stylish denim outfit. His hair was slicked back with pomade, leaving one curled strand on his shiny forehead. A toothpick dangled from his mouth. With such a flashy look, who else could it be but Xiao Dao? "Brother Dao." Shen Jiechi waved at him. Xiao Dao quickly spat out the toothpick, showing a grin full of yellowed teeth, and walked over cheerfully. "Boss Shen, long time no see. You've become even prettier." Shen Jiechi smiled. "It's only been a few days, but your Mandarin has improved a lot. You even know how to give compliments now." Her teasing made him laugh. "Don't make fun of me. I wasn't born looking fierce. We're friends, so of course it's different. Yes, we could say we became friends after a rough start." The two of them chatted happily as they walked out of the guest house and into a nearby alley. They were so focused on talking about the Lingji that they didn't notice two figures standing across the street, staring at Shen Jiechi's back.
"Jiang Yu, is that?"
"Shen Jiechi?" Zhang Mimi rubbed her eyes hard. Yes, it was her. One Jiangyue looked in shock at the graceful figure, then at the man with a roguish air beside her. Before she could react, loud laughter burst out beside her.
"Ha ha ha.
Shen Jiechi, I caught you. Meeting a strange man at the guest house. How shameless." Zhang Mimi sneered and was about to rush forward, but when Jiangyue quickly pulled her back. "Mimi, what are you trying to do? What do you think? Of course, I must catch her in the act. After such a scandal, I will make sure she loses her reputation and is publicly shamed." She shook off when Jiangyue's hand and ran after her, afraid of losing her. "Mimi, you can't do this. The matter isn't clear yet, and you can't ruin the girl's reputation." One Jiangyue chased from behind, but she was too weak to catch up with the energized Zhang Mimi. Zhang Mimi followed Shen Jiaqing into an alley, but soon got lost. The alleys here are complicated, with many turns. Because one Jiangyue delayed her, she lost track of the person, but she refused to give up, convinced that Shen Jiaqing and that troublemaker were up to something secretive. "Shen Jiaqing, I will find your weakness, just wait." She was like a headless fly, wandering aimlessly in the alley. Just a wall away, in a small courtyard, Shen Jiaqing and Lu Zheng looked at each other. "How did you end up here? How did you come here?" They said at the same time, staring at each other in disbelief. A small knife was stuck between them, looking left and right, shaking like a rattle. What a coincidence. Shen Jiaqing's bright face couldn't help but smile. Yes, what a coincidence. How come you were both here? Hey, the last time we bought the century-old ginseng, we became acquaintances through a deal. Later, Boss Lu came to see me, and we became friends. The small knife enthusiastically invited them to sit and have tea, avoiding the topic. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Zheng kicked him under the table, signaling him to shut up. "I didn't expect you to come looking for Brother Dao." Shen Jiaqing shot him a glance, not bothering to hide her annoyance. Lu Zheng responded vaguely with an taking a sip of tea, almost burning his tongue. This time, I came to get something from him. Shun Jiaqing nodded, seeing he didn't want to say more. She didn't ask further. And you? Lu Zheng lowered his eyes, hiding a dark look behind the steam. When she mentioned this, Shun Jiaqing finally remembered her purpose. She reached into her cloth bag and took out 100-year-old Lingji mushroom. I'm here to sell him the Lingji. She gently held the mushroom and carefully placed it on the table. When the Lingji appeared, Lu Zheng and the small knife both widened their eyes. The wild Lingji mushroom was so large and beautiful, giving off a fresh herbal scent. This Lingji really is over 100 years old. Little Knife bent down, his eyes almost pressed against it. He loved it so much that he couldn't stop praising it. The boss said you have 100-year-old Lingji, but I didn't believe it. Turns out I was too naive. Little Knife was overjoyed. Such old Lingji is rare, and this one looked so fresh, as if just picked from the ground. Lu Zheng's eyebrows twitched slightly. He clearly remembered they had only dug up 2 small Lingji, which weren't worth much. But the Lingji in front of him was huge and full of medicinal aroma, completely different from the small ones they found before. Did she go up the mountain alone again to dig for treasure? Lu Zheng's eyes darkened slightly. The mountain was full of dangers. What if she encountered wild animals or bad people? His rough hand clenched into a fist, creaking from the force. Noticing the tense atmosphere, Shun Jiaqing felt a jolt in her heart. Could he think she was secretly digging for treasure behind his back? Thinking of this, she quickly reached out and patted his hand. Lu Zheng, I'll explain everything to you later. Lu Zheng lowered his head, his gaze fixed on their overlapping hands. That gentle, delicate palm covered his hand back, and his fingertips playfully tickled him, as if trying to comfort or tease him. His throat rolled with a suppressed gulp, trying to hold back his emotions. Okay. Shun Jiaqing was finally satisfied and withdrew her hand, meeting Little Knife's shocked eyes. Little Knife was stunned. He must have seen wrong. Shun Jiaqing actually dared to touch Brother Lu. And Brother Lu didn't even reject her. Lu Zheng was as cold as an iceberg. Not to mention girls touching him. Even standing a few steps close could make him glare them away. Is this a miracle? Little Knife couldn't stop smiling until someone kicked him, and only then did he hide his playful grin. Boss Shun, let's go talk next door, he suggested with a gesture. Business talks usually don't like outsiders around, especially not someone from the same village. Shun Jiaqing waved her hand. It's fine. Lu Zheng isn't a stranger. Just talk in front of him. Little Knife froze for a moment, then quickly realized they were a couple. No wonder last time they went together to sell ginseng. It turns out he was only realizing it later. It seems that the things Brother Lu asked him to buy were all for Boss Shun. 2 bosses. I was blind and didn't recognize your importance. I didn't know your relationship. Sorry for being rude. Please don't take it to heart. Shun Jiaqing felt something strange about these words, but didn't pay much attention. She was only thinking about her big Lingji mushroom. All right, let's set a price quickly. No problem. Now seeing Lu Zheng present, Xiao Dao didn't dare to push the price down. Boss Shun, Boss Lu, since everyone knows each other well, I'll be honest with you. Our General Lu said his top price is 1,200. He doesn't want to lower it. It's a fixed price of 1,200. Is that okay? 1,200 yuan. This was more than she expected. She thought she could only sell it for 1,000, but it turned out to be 200 more. Shun Jiaqing instinctively looked at Lu Zheng. After he thought for a moment and nodded slightly, she didn't hesitate. She happily extended her hand. Brother Dao, deal. Xiao Dao also excitedly reached out to shake hands, but was suddenly cut off. Lu Zheng grabbed his hand firmly and silently squeezed hard, making Xiao Dao grimace in pain. Oh dear. She's not even married yet, and Brother Lu is already protecting her like his own eye. Brother, I'll go get the money. Xiao Dao winked and begged him. Lu Zheng finally released his hand. When he turned around, he saw Shun Jiaqing resting her chin on one hand, with a mischievous smile, staring at him. Lu Zheng, Why were you so nervous just now?
Could it be?
You're jealous? Her voice was soft and full of charm, drifting into his ears with the breeze. A flash of panic crossed Lu Zheng's eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. His gaze burned as he moved closer to her. Yes.
What?
Shun Jiaqing was stunned, her mouth forming an O shape. She had only been joking, trying to tease someone shy, but unexpectedly, he actually admitted it. She suddenly felt a loud ringing in her head and awkwardly cleared her throat.
You
were teasing me on purpose, weren't you, Lu Zheng? You've learned to be naughty. Lu Zheng was about to speak, but was interrupted by a small knife. He placed a thick stack of big unity bills and a small, square jewelry box on the table. Boss Shen, here is your 1,200 yuan. Please take a moment to check. Big brother Lu, this is the goods you asked me to bring from Port City. Both Xin Jiaqing and Lu Zheng blushed, and each took their own items. Lu Zheng carefully opened the jewelry box. When his cold gaze looked inside, it softened instantly. He kept glancing at Xin Jiaqing's slender wrist and smiled slightly. Xin Jiaqing kept her head down, nervously counting the big unity bills one by one. Yes, it's exactly 1,200 yuan. Xin Jiaqing counted 3 times and then handed 600 yuan to Lu Zheng. Lu Zheng looked confused. What is this? Your share. This Lingji mushroom is yours. I can't take it, Lu Zheng said seriously, pushing the money back. Xin Jiaqing glared at him. He was so stubborn like a mule. This Lingji mushroom is yours. She almost slipped and said too much in her hurry. She couldn't just tell him that this was the Lingji they found while digging for treasure. But suddenly, she felt like she had aged 100 years. She paused, organizing her words. This Lingji was found near where we were digging for treasure. Without you, I wouldn't have met it. It should be half yours. She tried to persuade him, but Lu Zheng refused to accept it, saying he wouldn't take credit without effort. Finally, she got annoyed and stood up abruptly. If you won't take the money, then let's part ways early. Let's go our separate ways. She turned and left without even saying goodbye. Watching her angry back, Lu Zheng felt a bit dazed. This was the first time she had been angry since they met. Until the small knife quietly reminded him that she had already walked far away, Lu Zheng grabbed the money and pushed his bike to chase after her. The bicycle bell rang behind him, and a gust of wind swept past, stopping beside her. Lu Zheng balanced on one foot, blocking her way. Shun Jiaqing pouted and turned her head stubbornly.
No.
Aren't we breaking up? From now on, I'll go my way, and you go yours. As soon as she finished speaking, a hot breath hit her face. Who agreed? The man's deep voice muttered, with a fleeting hint of emotion. Noticing his intense gaze lingering on her, she looked up and met his sharp, handsome face and clear jawline. She hadn't dared to look closely before, but today, up close, she didn't expect him to be so handsome. From her low angle, his features were flawless. His nose was high and well-defined, and his thin lips showed a serious expression. Following the tiny stubble down to his Adam's apple, then to his collarbone, and finally to his strong chest, her shy girl heart fluttered. The fresh soap scent on Lu Zheng, mixed with a man's natural scent, immediately filled her mind. Xin Jiaqing's face turned bright red, like a shy, blooming peach blossom. Seeing her suddenly blushing and staring blankly at his chest, Lu Zheng's eyes held a faint smile. He placed his bicycle aside and stood straight in front of her. This is for you. Lu Zheng took out a jewelry box. Xin Jiaqing quickly recognized it as the item Xiao Dao had brought earlier. Isn't this what you just? She was puzzled earlier, wondering why Lu Zheng bought jewelry, maybe to give to someone special? But unexpectedly, he handed it to her so quickly. Curious, Xin Jiaqing took the box and opened it. Inside was a small, simple yet elegant women's watch. The watch was finely made, with a metal strap that sparkled in the sunlight. It looked like a high-end item from the city, probably worth a lot. She was surprised and said, "Did you specially ask Xiao Dao to buy this watch for me?" Lu Zheng nodded sincerely. She then looked at the bicycle.
So,
This bike was also bought through Xiaodao. How much did that cost? Shen Jiaqing felt bad about spending his money and wanted to return the watch. This gift is too valuable. I can't accept it. Since it hasn't been opened yet, you should return it quickly. Shen Jiaqing quickly closed the box and put it back in his hand, but he held her tightly, refusing to let go. A gift from me, Lu Zheng, is not something to take back. Don't try to show off. I already know. Shen Jiaqing sighed softly, feeling sorry for him. You should pay back the materials money you owe to the brick factory owner as soon as possible. She took off her watch, and with the 600 yuan she just gave him, it should be enough to cover the money owed for the blue bricks. As she finished speaking, Lu Zheng looked surprised. I owe him money? Isn't that right? I heard the workers talking about it on the way here. Lu Zheng sighed impatiently. No, he owes me. What? She almost dropped her jaw in shock. The brick factory owner actually owes Lu Zheng money? Lu Zheng didn't explain further, only looking a bit helpless. Next time, just ask me directly if you have questions. You can't believe everything you hear. Really? You're not lying to me? Shen Jiaqing looked at him with some suspicion. Why would I lie to you? Lu Zheng said, then placed the jewelry box back into her hand. So, take it. Shen Jiaqing held the small, somewhat heavy box, stammering. It's said that one shouldn't accept gifts without reason. Why would you give me such an expensive watch? Lu Zheng looked at her with a deep gaze, his eyes flickering with mixed feelings. Because. Lu Zheng hesitated, words caught in his throat, then he forced himself to stop. It's nothing. He touched his bulging pocket. You just gave me 600 yuan earlier, so this watch is my thank you gift. Is that so? Shen Jiaqing stared at the red cloth box. It was real currency, valuable and priceless, something money can't buy. Yet he casually brought it to give away. Thinking that he came specifically to pick up goods and must have pre-ordered, she guessed. This watch was probably a gift for Yi Zhaozhao. Now that he had broken off the engagement with Yi Zhaozhao, he wouldn't need this watch anymore. Since it was just sitting around, he might as well give it to her as a favor. Shen Jiaqing saw through his intentions, but didn't say anything. The thought that Lu Zheng was giving her Yi Zhaozhao's gift made her feel upset inside. This feeling of being used made her irritable. She looked at Lu Zheng with no friendliness left. She forcefully pushed the box back into his hand and said sarcastically, "Things that don't belong to me, I don't want." The small jewelry box, which was very light, suddenly felt heavy in her hand. Lu Zheng froze in place, confused. What does he mean by things that don't belong to her? Seeing that he didn't respond, Shen Jiaqing thought he agreed and was furious. Did you really buy this for Yi Zhaozhao? Only then did he finally understand what kind of anger Shen Jiaqing was feeling. When she mentioned Yi Zhaozhao, he frowned unhappily. What does she have to do with this? I bought it for you. For me? Shen Jiaqing doubted she heard him right. Yes, why would I buy a watch for you? Shen Jiaqing kept looking at him. Nowadays, watches are considered luxury items. Most people don't give watches casually. Usually, couples exchange watches or they are given as wedding gifts or dowries. She and Lu Zheng are not a couple, nor are they engaged or married. They are just teammates working together. He previously gave her a bicycle, and now he's giving her a watch. Even though she tends to be careless, she sensed something was off. Thinking of this, Shen Jiaqing swallowed nervously and tentatively asked, Lu Zheng, do you know what it means to give someone a watch? A faint dark light flickered in Lu Zheng's eyes. It's just a watch. What does it mean? This made Shen Jiaqing speechless. It seemed he really didn't understand. Maybe she was overthinking. She should feel relieved, but instead, she felt a bit disappointed, as if she was expecting something. Oh well, since it's not for Yi Zhaozhao, she decided to accept this gesture. Alright, I accept it. Thank you. Shen Jiaqing calmly took the watch, gently touching the cold metal strap. It's a beautiful classic style. Gotta admit, Lu Zheng has good taste. Seeing her happily accept it, a soft glow appeared on Lu Zheng's usually cold face. He awkwardly took off the lady's watch, wrapped his arms around her slender right wrist, and carefully and gently put it on her. The silver strap connected to a round silver dial, with golden hands ticking steadily. It was small, charming, and very attractive, making her wrist look even more slender and even. Really pretty. Shan Jiechi kept turning her wrist, unable to put it down. Yes, very pretty. Lu Zheng, though facing the watch, subtly kept his eyes on her lovely, adorable face. I'm glad you like it. On the way back, she leaned against Lu Zheng's broad back, wrapping her arms around his firm waist and stomach. Lu Zheng, why did you suddenly think about fixing the house? Or building a nice blue brick house? She asked curiously, wondering whether to remind him that next month there will be several heavy storms, so he should finish early. He tightened his grip on the faucet, realizing she remembers nothing at all. He gazed into the distance at the green mountains with a blank look. In his mind, a young, innocent face slowly appeared before his eyes. I want to live in a blue brick house in the future, with a big yard. Okay, I'll build you a big house, made of blue bricks. The childish joke still seemed to echo in his ears, but in the blink of an eye, it disappeared. Forget it. She should forget it too. As long as he remembers, that's enough. Seeing him silent, Shen Jiaqing gently called out, Lu Zheng. He snapped back to reality, finally loosening his tightly pressed lips. A sturdy blue brick house is good to live in. If you want to build it, just do it. You're the first in the village to do this. Aren't you worried about attracting attention? Doesn't matter. Lu Zheng usually doesn't care what others think of him. He only cares about the people he cares about. She couldn't help but look at him with admiration. Lu Zheng's way of thinking is quite forward. Why worry about the future? As long as he feels comfortable, that's enough. Others don't matter. Seeing how lively you're making it, I also want to build a house. But I should wait a bit longer. She sighed, knowing she must wait until the rainy season passes. Mentioning the storms, she thought carefully and finally warned him, summer storms happen often. You should speed up the construction and finish the roof early. Okay. Lu Zheng had many helpers at home, and he estimated that in 3 or 5 more days, the main work would be done. Hearing that she also wanted to build a house, Lu Zheng raised an eyebrow subtly. You just said you want to build a house. What kind of house do you want? Shen Jiaqing believed he was sincere, and thought carefully. I want a big blue brick house, with grapevines in front, vegetables behind, and roses along the fence. As for the inside, I prefer a natural wood style, simple, elegant, bright, and classy. Shen Jiaqing spoke openly about her dream house, simple yet full of charm. She kept imagining it happily, not noticing the subtle change on Lu Zheng's face. He slightly and subtly smiled at the corner of his mouth, revealing that she liked this kind of thing. Back outside the village entrance, Shen Jiaqi said goodbye to Lu Zheng and pushed her cart toward home. She was eager to see her sister-in-law's excited face. Sister-in-law, older brother, little treasure. I have good news to tell you. Shen Jiaqi couldn't hold back once she entered the house and called out to them. What's going on? Peng Zhaodi grabbed her apron, wiped her hands quickly, and hurried over. Her older brother was chopping firewood, but he put down his work, wiped his sweat, and moved closer to her. Little Treasure was squatting in the chicken coop, feeding the chickens. When he heard his little aunt's voice, he excitedly dropped the bowl on the ground and ran over on his short legs. Auntie's back. Little Treasure threw himself into her arms, acting cute and rubbing against her. Shen Jiaqi picked up Little Treasure, smiled happily, and said to Peng Zhaodi, sister-in-law, congratulations. You're going to work at the factory. As soon as she said this, Peng Zhaodi looked stunned. What? She looked at Shen Jiaqi with doubt, reached out to touch her forehead. No fever. How could I be talking nonsense? Shen Jiaqi, a bit annoyed, held her rough hand and said seriously, sister-in-law, it's true. I'm not lying to you. There's a position in the textile factory's kitchen, and I managed to get it for you. But there's a 1-month trial period. Just do your best, and it'll be fine. A job at the textile factory, in the kitchen, with a work quota. It was like a gift from heaven. Such good news. Many people would break their heads trying to get it, and it was impossible for her to get it. No wonder Peng Zhaodi was suspicious. These days, Factory jobs with quotas were highly sought after. People from the city lined up for 2 miles, let alone her, a simple rural girl with no education. Not only her, but her older brother and little treasure also looked at each other with disbelief in their eyes. Little sister, don't tease me. How could such a good thing fall into our laps? Her older brother said with difficulty. Peng Zhaodi also sighed softly. Yes, this job isn't a small matter. You mustn't go around talking about it. Shen Jiechi was anxious and stomped her feet, wondering how to explain to them. If only she had asked Director Wen for a note earlier. Shen Jiaqing understood that it would be hard for anyone to believe right away, so she said, whether it's true or not, you can go to the county town with me tomorrow morning and find out. Seeing her confident tone, Peng Zhaodi's heart sank. Could it be that her younger sister really hadn't lied to her? Did she really get the work quota? If it's true, why didn't her sister keep the quota for herself, but give it to her instead? These days, good jobs are very hard to find. Peng Zhaodi had never seen anyone give up a factory entry quota before. Little sister, what's really going on? She asked, trembling. Shen Jiaqing didn't know how to explain. I have my ways. Just trust me. Prepare well, and I will take you to the interview. Hearing this, Peng Zhaodi was at a loss, twisting her apron nervously. How am I supposed to prepare? I don't have much experience, and I don't even own a decent outfit. You don't have one, but I do. Come on, let's pick out some clothes, Shen Jiaqing said, pulling Peng Zhaodi into the house. She didn't notice the sharp, jealous eyes staring at her from behind. Yang Xiuli, with her pointed belly, supported her back and said sarcastically to her second brother, why should this good opportunity go to the eldest sister-in-law? I clearly have better cooking skills than her, and my knife fork is top-notch. Why isn't it me? Do you think, is the younger sister biased? Her second brother had just heard the noise and was happy for his wife, but now he heard her complain. He loved his wife very much, but knew what kind of person she was. He immediately frowned. Your cooking skills? You've only cooked a few times since you got married. Even if you had the skills of a professional chef, who knows what you're hiding? Bah, Shen Jianan, you're so self-centered. Yang Xiuli was so angry her nose and eyes scrunched up. When you married me, you said I could come to your house and enjoy life. Now you're saying I don't do enough? Isn't this enjoying life? The main chores in the kitchen are done by my mother and eldest sister-in-law. You just do some cleaning and laundry. Compared to your family, it's like heaven and earth. Her second brother's honest words left her speechless, only making her chest heave with frustration. Little sister is clearly showing favoritism.
Yang Xiuli snorted coldly.
These words were spoken fairly and without bias, just as they reached Shen Jiechi's ears. She had just given her older sister-in-law a new set of gray work clothes. As they came out of the room, they heard Yang Xiuli complaining. Hearing this, Shen Jiechi stepped forward confidently and said, I found this job. I can give it to whoever I want. Do you have a problem with that? You. Yang Xiuli supported her waist with one hand. We haven't even divided the family yet, and you're already showing favoritism to the older branch. Before she finished, the second brother angrily shouted, Shut up. Did I say something wrong? This is about work, not a small matter. He tried to pull his wife away, but she pushed him away. Seeing her pregnant belly, he didn't dare to use much force, worried about hurting her or the baby, so he just stared angrily. Little sister, I'm sorry. Don't take what your second sister-in-law said to heart. Shen Jiechi looked at her sister-in-law's twisted face and knew her true nature wouldn't change. Since there was a conflict, suppressing it would only make things worse. Better to clear the air openly. Second sister-in-law, don't be upset. Even if I give you the job now, what can you do with your big belly? Yang Xiuli choked, took a deep breath. Maybe I can wait until I give birth. Do you think this textile factory is run by my family? That you can go whenever you want? Honestly, I used my resources to get this job for your older sister-in-law. She married into our family, works hard, has children, and rarely shirks her duties. She deserves this job. Shen Jiechi implied something without saying it directly, but everyone present understood. She was deliberately pointing at Yang Xiuli. Although Yang Shuli had only been married into the family for a short time, she was lazy and a troublemaker, causing chaos in the family. Hearing this, Yang Shuli's face turned red with anger, but she couldn't argue back. She could only swallow her words bitterly. Next to her, Peng Zhaodi saw her younger sister's praise and her eyes filled with tears. She had been feeling sorry for herself, married into the Shin family, working hard without anyone noticing her kindness. But unexpectedly, her younger sister saw everything. Little sister, thank you. Peng Zhaodi held Shin Jiechi's hand tightly, unwilling to let go. Shin Jiaqing smiled gently at her and said, "You're welcome, sister-in-law. This is what you deserve. But whether you can stay depends on your own ability. If you succeed in staying, you'll become a formal employee at the factory. In the second half of the year, little Bao can go to nursery school. Not just nursery school, there's also elementary school at the factory." Everyone present suddenly understood that the younger sister was paving the way for little Bao. Yesterday, she promised little Bao she would send him to nursery school. Today, things are already moving quickly, really swift action. Learning that her younger sister was doing all this for their big family, the eldest brother was so excited his lips trembled. Thank you, sister. Your great kindness. Your immense virtue, I will never forget." He gave little Bao a quick look and said, "Hurry up and thank your aunt." Little Bao was so happy to hear he would go to nursery school and play with many children. He danced with joy and hugged his aunt's leg, giving her a kiss. "Thank you, Auntie. Little Bao loves Auntie the most." "I love you too," Shin Jiaqing said, holding his chubby face and giving him a big kiss.
We are all family.
Family doesn't speak two different languages. They enjoyed their happy time together, making Yang Shuli feel even more jealous. "So, sister, what about our second family?" she asked sweetly. Shin Jiaqing's smile gradually cooled. She turned her head and looked at her. "What about the second family? Our work, you can't favor one side over the other." Shin Jiaqing snorted softly. "That depends on how well your second sister-in-law performs." Yang Shuli looked a bit stubborn. She pushed her hips forward, making her belly look even more pointed. "I'm pregnant now, isn't it inconvenient? Like someone who's never been pregnant? When I was pregnant with little Bao, I still cooked, washed clothes, and did chores," Peng Zhaodi muttered, but was pulled by the eldest brother's sleeve. Yang Shuli was annoyed. "Everyone's body is different. Sister-in-law, you're as strong as an ox. I'm weaker. I can't do heavy work." Everyone shook their heads in agreement. Shin Jiaqing didn't bother arguing with her. She simply said calmly, "Originally, I thought that after your second sister-in-law had the baby, I would give you the recipe for the seasoning. But now it seems she might look down on it." Yang Shuli was even more annoyed when she heard this. Why can older sister-in-law enter the factory, but she can only get the seasoning recipe? Who cares? She only sees what's in front of her, not realizing that in a few years, there will be reforms and opening up. At that time, many new businesses will appear like mushrooms after rain, blooming everywhere. With this seasoning recipe and her good cooking skills, whether she opens a shop or sets up a stall, she can make a lot of money every day. Shin Jiaqing knows her second sister-in-law's personality well. Going to the factory would offend many people, so it's better to keep the secret recipe and be a free individual business owner or boss lady. Unfortunately, she doesn't appreciate it. "Little sister, if you don't want to help, just say so. You think one seasoning recipe can dismiss me?" Shin Jiaqing also got a bit angry. "If you want it, take it. I, Shin Jiaqing, don't owe you anything. Helping you is out of kindness. Not helping is just doing my duty. Do you understand?"
You.
Yang Shuli was so angry her stomach hurt, and she finally fell silent. Second brother looked apologetic, said sorry, and helped his wife into the room, looking downcast. Seeing this, Peng Zhaodi frowned worriedly. "Little sister, if it's too much, just give her this job. Big sister-in-law just wants to keep the peace and harmony at home." Shin Jiaqing gave her a reassuring look. "This job is mine. I decide who to give it to.
Don't worry about it."
She hesitated and nodded. "All right then." Thinking of something, Shin Jiaqing turned and went into the room. Big sister-in-law, wait a moment. And this. Shun Jiaqing reached out and hid behind the door. System, I want exchange for a cooking book. It should be simple and easy to understand, with pictures and text, and include a variety of dishes. The next second, she had a heavy book in her palm, 1,000 home-cooked dishes recipes. This book was quite thick, recording 1,000 recipes for everyday dishes, so she could cook different meals every day. She handed the book to her big sister-in-law, hoping she would learn more and become a master chef soon. Peng Zhaodi was overjoyed. The colorful pictures in the book made her eyes wide. Thank you, little sister. I will study hard and definitely won't embarrass you. Big sister-in-law, I believe in you. Shin Jiaqing just finished speaking when she heard Peng Zhaodi exclaim, Little sister, did you buy a watch? She had actually seen it earlier but hadn't had a chance to say anything. Shin Jiai gently touched her delicate watch on her wrist and softly said, Yes. Worried that her sister-in-law might ask too many questions, Shin Jiai quickly changed the subject. By the way, why are you and second brother and second sister-in-law at home? Where are mom, dad, third brother, and fourth brother? They went to the Liu family to help move bricks. She told Shin Jiai that around noon, 3 big trucks arrived in the village, carrying 3 full loads of bricks. As a result, everyone who wasn't busy in the village went to help unload.
Can you believe it?
The Liu family has been poor for so many years. Where did they get the money to build such a brick house? It seems their entire family savings have been used up. Peng Zhaodi sighed and said that after the Liu family was rejected by the Yi family, they lost their temper. They were trying to save face by pretending to be wealthy. Pretending to be rich? Her sister-in-law knew nothing about the Liu family's situation. Hearing her sister-in-law criticize Liu Zheng and the Liu family, Shin Jiai felt a heavy weight on her chest, like a big stone pressing down. Her usually bright face turned cold. Sister-in-law, please don't talk about the Liu family like that. They are already divorced from the Yi family. Whatever they choose to do is their business. We shouldn't guess or judge. Peng Zhaodi was just speaking casually, but her sister-in-law took it seriously. Seeing her sister-in-law's face darken, making the air around them feel colder, she shivered. All right, I won't say anything more.
But
the Liu family is really generous. They gave us a big fish. She pointed at the large carp soaking in the water basin, weighing at least 3 or 4 jin.
this.
They said it was a thank you for helping out, and they brought it over specially. Shun Jiai looked at the fish. Every family that helped had received one. How many fish did they give out in total? Liu Zheng really went all out this time. Thinking about it, the Liu family had been working for 2 or 3 days, and she hadn't even gone to see what was happening. Shin Jiai looked up at the blazing sun overhead. Mom and Dad must be exhausted from working in the middle of the day. I'll cook some mung bean soup and take it to them. She decided quickly. She went to the kitchen, poured half a bag of mung beans, boiled them on high heat until the beans burst open, and added plenty of rock sugar. This pot of soup was enough to fill a small bucket. She kept a little for her family, poured the rest into a wooden bucket, and took a few clay bowls. Then she slowly headed toward the Liu family's place. From afar, she saw a group of people near the Liu family's empty lot, busy moving bricks, stacking bricks, and mixing sand with cement. She knew the Liu family was well-liked, but she didn't expect so many people. Dozens of them. These were the main workers from the village, taking a break during their lunch hour to help out. Shun Jiaqing slowly walked under the shade of the trees and immediately spotted someone moving bricks. Liu Zheng was wearing a white tank top. His slim, strong body was covered with even muscles. His powerful energy made him look solid, tough, and full of life. He was facing away from Shun Jiaqing. Sweat beads rolled down his broad, sturdy back and disappeared into his chiseled abs.
His physique
was like a sculpture from an exhibition. So perfect it was almost unbelievable. Many workers on the construction site were shirtless, mostly thin and bony, which made Liu Zheng strong, healthy body stand out even more. He looked so impressive that it was hard to look away. Cough, cough. Your eyes are practically glued to him. Fourth brother suddenly appeared behind her, joking and startling her. Fourth brother, you're talking nonsense. Shun Jiaqing quickly looked away and set her bucket down heavily. Talking nonsense? Fourth brother smirked, giving her a knowing look that said he saw everything but chose not to say anything. Her little sister wasn't blind now. She just liked someone. But he wasn't satisfied yet. He took a few steps forward and blocked her view. Little sister, it's so hot today. Why aren't you resting at home? What are you doing here? Shun Jiaqing hurriedly handed over a clay bowl. It's too hot, so I made some mung bean soup to quench your thirst. She scooped a full bowl of mung bean soup with a big spoon. It was still warm, not completely cooled. Drink quickly. After you finish, go call mom, dad, and third brother to come have some, she urged. While fourth brother was drinking, she quietly slipped another bowl into his hand. Fourth brother, take this bowl and give it to Lu Zheng for me. Fourth brother looked at the mung bean soup in his hand, feeling a mix of emotions. Her little sister now dared to tell him to deliver soup. So openly, without hiding anything. When Shun Jiaqing looked up, she met fourth brother's shocked eyes, and she felt like she was about to fall apart. Her fair cheeks quickly flushed with a light blush. Don't overthink it. It's just a bowl of soup. Really? The fourth brother's suspicious gaze seemed to want to see through her skin and into her heart. How could it be fake? Shun Jiaqing gently nudged him, urging him to go ahead. The fourth brother staggered a few steps, feeling a storm of emotions inside. His eyes toward Lu Zheng grew more hostile, and he reluctantly went up the mountain. Shun Jiaqing quietly watched her fourth brother until the bowl of mung bean soup was handed to Lu Zheng. Lu Zheng turned around, looking through the crowd and bricks. When he saw the delicate girl standing under the tree, a faint smile appeared on his deep, stern face. He raised his bowl to show his thanks. Shun Jiaqing also smiled back, playfully pointing to the bucket beside her, indicating there was more soup if he needed it, enough for everyone. A sweet stream of water flowed down his throat, soothing his hot body. The scorching sun and tiredness from work were completely washed away by the refreshing mung bean soup. He stared at the empty bowl in his hand, lost in thought. So sweet. It touched his heart. That's all, just this one bowl. The fourth brother snatched the clay bowl without courtesy. We haven't had enough to drink yet, and you're so beautiful. He shot a quick glare at Lu Zheng, then turned to call his parents and the third brother to come and have some soup, but he realized the third brother was missing. Where's third brother? Shun Jiaqing looked around but didn't see him. He was just here. Maybe went to the bathroom, the fourth brother said casually. Just as he was about to fill his own bowl again, he saw the third brother's face turn pale as he emerged from the woods. Shun Jiaqing looked up at the third brother, but was met with a big, dark face. The usually sunny young man now looked gloomy, and his eyes seemed a bit strange. Third brother, what's wrong? Shun Jiaqing quickly went over, feeling that something was definitely wrong with him. The third brother's gloomy mood eased a lot when he saw his little sister. It's nothing. Little sister, why are you here? He forced a weak smile, but it looked more like a cry. Shun Jiaqing stared at his sad face, thinking, how can he say he's fine? The third brother kept his lips pressed tightly together. He didn't want to talk about his worries, so he pretended nothing had happened. The more he stayed silent, the more curious Shun Jiaqing became. It wasn't until their parents came over to eat soup and saw his gloomy face that Xiao Huilan asked, what's wrong? Has he come again? Shun Jiaqing then learned from her mother that Wan Yume had been bothering the third brother these past few days. Every day, at work, Wan Yume would go to his side. During breaks, she would bring water and biscuits to find him. After work, she would happily follow him around. She was like a persistent fly that he couldn't shake off. Having learned from the last time, the third brother ignored her and avoided her whenever he saw her. His indifferent attitude only made Wan Yume more determined. She kept pestering him at work, acting like a girl chasing a boy in front of everyone. Because of her fuss, everyone in the village now knows. Who would still want to marry a good girl like her? Xiao Huilan was worried sick. Could it be that he really had no choice but to marry her? Hearing this, Shun Jiaqing was also filled with anger. They had helped Wan Yume before, and now she was repaying their kindness with betrayal? Then what just happened? What was that about? Shun Jiaqing asked.
Just now.
Wan Yumei sent someone to tell me that there was an important matter, something about your reputation, and asked me to meet her in the woods. Hearing that it concerned her sister's reputation, Shun Jiaqing didn't hesitate and went to the small forest. After a few words, he got angry and turned to leave.
She said.
The third brother deliberately lowered his voice and leaned close to Shun Jiaqing's ear. She said someone saw you with a street kid from the county, saying you were cheating. Not only the third brother, but their parents and the fourth brother also immediately exploded with anger. Who this talking nonsense? Dare to slander my daughter? Watch me tear his mouth apart. Yeah, I won't let him get away with it either. The fourth brother clenched his fists. Compared to their anger and excitement, Shun Jiaqing looked much calmer. A street kid. Could it be that young man with the small knife? His trendy outfit definitely made him look like a rebellious street kid. So, you're angry because of that? Shun Jiaqing asked. It's not entirely like that. The third brother scratched his head in frustration. There's also Yuan Yumei's persistent trouble. Yuan Yumei was indeed very difficult to deal with. She used to care about face, but after breaking off the engagement, she became even more shameless. She's determined to get the third brother back. Qiao Huilan also had no ideas left. She sighed. If nothing works, third brother, just marry her. You two have been childhood sweethearts and even dated before. Although she's not very good, but... Before she finished, Shun Jiaqing and the fourth brother shouted together, no. Shun Jiaqing and the fourth brother looked at each other. Their opposition was normal, but the third brother also strongly disagreed. What's going on? They all looked at the third brother at the same time. He took a deep breath, puffing out his chest. At first, I didn't understand her. But since I saw her true colors, I don't like her anymore. I'm a simple person. I just want to find a straightforward girl and live a peaceful life. Yuan Yumei thinks too much, and she says one thing to my face and does another behind my back. Being with her makes the whole family uneasy. As the old saying goes, a good woman can influence 3 generations. The same is true for a bad woman. I don't want to ruin our family for my own reasons. I will not marry her, he said firmly. The third brother finally woke up and saw things so clearly. Shun Jiaqing felt a wave of relief, like a mother's pride. But if we keep going like this, it's not a good solution. Qiao Huilan sighed. The third brother told her not to worry. He already had a plan. Father, mother, fourth brother, little sister, I've thought it through. If it really can't be helped, I will leave the village.
Leave?
Where can you go? Qiao Huilan asked. These days, without a job, a recommendation letter, or travel documents, he couldn't even leave the county town. I'll go hide in the county town, secretly do some work for people. After a year or so, when she gets married, I'll come back. Because of a woman, the third brother was forced to leave home and hide everywhere. What kind of thing is this? Shun Jiaqing was furious. Third brother, your plan might work, but have you thought about what if she refuses to let go? If she refuses to marry anyone else and keeps chasing you, can you hide forever?
That.
He hadn't thought of that. If Wan Yumei never gets married in her life, wouldn't she have to wait forever? At this moment, Shun Laogue suddenly said, I think we should tell the third brother about a marriage proposal soon. Yes, I didn't think of that. Proposing marriage is good. Once he has a wife, he might stop worrying so much. Qiao Huilan agreed happily. When they mentioned telling him about marriage, the third brother's face turned red all the way to his neck. It's not as easy as you all say. The fourth brother also agreed, that's right. Even if we set up a marriage from meeting to getting along, then to engagement and marriage, it doesn't happen overnight. Besides, with the third brother's current reputation, no good girl from 10 miles around would dare to come close. This remark made everyone fall silent. Finally, Shun Jiaqing broke the silence. Starting tomorrow, the third and fourth brothers shouldn't go to work in the village anymore. Since the secretary and the team leader entrusted us with that piece of wasteland, we should start farming, building water channels and drainage ditches. The village's collective work is in the south, but our wasteland is in the north. Even if Wan Yumei has long arms, she can't reach the wasteland. Rwan Yume is the main worker in the Rwan family, and they wouldn't let her skip work. The reason she could stay close to the third brother was because they worked together. Starting tomorrow, since they will be working in different directions, Rwan Yume won't be able to stay close, no matter how much she wants to. Let's sleep a little longer each day. When they start working, we can go out later. Before they finish work, we can leave early, so we won't run into them on the road. During this time, the third brother will have free time, making it easier to find a matchmaker and go on dates. If we can't find someone in the village or nearby, we'll look farther away. I don't believe that with the third brother's looks and conditions, he can't find a good girl. Shun Jiaqing's words surprised everyone. No one expected things to turn out this way, especially the third brother, who excitedly spread his arms and hugged his little sister tightly. This is good. Now I don't have to leave my hometown or hide away anymore. Shun Jiaqing leaned into her brother's embrace. A small bell sounded, and her affection points increased again. She reached out and patted her brother's wet back, softly smiling like comforting a child. All right, third brother, let's have some soup first.
Yes.
Let's drink the soup. The soup my little sister made, I need to drink 2 bowls. The Shun family sat under the tree, drinking refreshing mung bean soup. The soup wasn't finished, and Xiaohua hurried over in a rush. Sister Shun, you really made me worry. What's wrong, Xiaohua? The 3 teachers from the Agricultural Science Institute are here. They're being blocked at the village entrance. You should go see what's happening. Shun Jiechi frowned. They arrived so quickly? Blocked at the village entrance? She quickly stood up and called her third and fourth brothers. Let's go and see at the village entrance. At the village entrance, the dirt road was crowded with people, said to be a welcoming party from the village. This scene made Zhang Tao a bit confused. Their trip to the countryside was decided suddenly, and even Shin Jiechi didn't know about it. Yet, these people seemed to have predicted it and were already waiting by the roadside. As soon as they got off the car, they were surrounded. People unfamiliar with the situation might have thought bandits were attacking, almost scaring them away. Leading the group was a young man limping, covered in injuries. When he saw them, he enthusiastically shook hands, claiming to be a young person sent to the countryside named Jiang Shiyan, who had been waiting for a long time. He leaned on a crooked cane, barely able to stand himself, yet he still reached out to help carry their luggage. Before his hand could touch the luggage, Iguden stopped him. Iguden, I'm here to welcome the leaders. What are you causing trouble for? Jiang Shiyan told Iguden to step aside and not delay him from greeting the important guests. Iguden stood alone, facing him, Yi Zhaozhao and the 2 brothers from the Yi family. He didn't back down at all. Instead, he straightened his back, even speaking a bit sharply. There's no need for Jiang the Young to bother about welcoming the leaders. I've got it covered. You all can go do what you need to do and don't block the way for the leaders.
Just you?
Jiang Shiyan sneered. Who do you think you are? A little kid who hasn't even grown all his hair. Hurry up and get out of here. While speaking, Jiang Shiyan signaled to Yi Wenchang with a quick look, indicating he should quickly pull this troublemaker away. Yi Wenchang rolled up his sleeves and was about to make a move. Though not tall, he was very strong, and with that creepy birthmark on his face, he looked like a fierce demon. Iguden was thin and bony, no match for him. He was dragged and pulled to the roadside like a chicken, helplessly watching Jiang Shiyan and the Yi family forcibly take away the 3 people's luggage. Welcome everyone who came from afar. I am Yi Ji's daughter, Yi Zhaozhao. I met Director Zhang last time. Please everyone come and sit at my house. Yi Zhaozhao made a welcoming gesture. However, Zhang Tao ignored her and anxiously stared at Iguden. Why are you trying to catch him? Just let him go. Yi Zhaozhao glanced at the back and said, Don't worry, we won't hurt him. We just don't want him to cause trouble.
Cause trouble?
Who's really causing trouble? Iguden shouted loudly, I advise you to let me go now, or else. Or else what? You're causing a fuss and challenging the leaders. It's good enough that I haven't dealt with you. Stay somewhere cool, or I won't mind teaching you a lesson like your parents did. Yi Zhaozhao, who do you think you are? Just as Iguden was about to curse, Yuan Xiang covered his mouth with one hand and grabbed his neck with the other, trying to take him to the small woods. Suddenly, a sharp shout rang out. "I'll see who dares to touch him." Shun Jiaqing moved swiftly through the crowd and stepped in. Seeing Yi Guden being held, a fierce look flashed in her eyes. "With me here, I want to see who dares to hurt him." Shun Jiaqing's threatening gaze made Yi Zhaozhao and Jiang Shiyan feel a strange chill. For some reason, whenever Jiang Shiyan saw her, he couldn't help but tighten his legs and shiver all over. Since she jumped into the river that day, she had completely changed. He hardly recognized her anymore. Nearby, Yi Zhaozhao was stunned by her presence and felt a faint sense of unease. Why her again? What a narrow path. She's like a persistent ghost. While they were lost in thought, Shun Jiaqing had already called her brothers to rush over and rescue Yi Guden. "Brother, are you okay?" Yi Xiaohua ran over crying, tears streaming down her face. Fortunately, Sister Shin arrived just in time. Otherwise, her brother might have been bullied. "Silly girl, don't cry. Brother is fine." Yi Guden comforted his sister while gratefully looking at Shun Jiaqing and her brothers. Thanks to their brave rescue. Although he was fine, his hand and neck were still bruised and turning blue. Shun Jiai saw everything and felt both heartache and anger. She said, "Yi Zhaozhao, Yaij is my person. You have no right to bully him." "Am I bullying him? Why don't you ask how he caused trouble?" Yi Zhaozhao spoke firmly, but with anger. "I was trying to be kind, inviting the educated youths and village leaders to welcome the leaders. But Yaij kept causing trouble. I only had my brother take him away to protect our village's reputation." This was her usual trick, blaming everything on collective interests and reputation of the village. The unaware educated youths and villagers agreed with her. "Yes, we wanted to invite the leader to the secretary's house, but Yaij kept blocking us, throwing a tantrum like a child." Zhao Zhao was just thinking of the big picture, so she asked Old Yi to handle it. Maybe he was too rough and hurt someone. Everyone was kept in the dark, but Shun Jiai saw through everything clearly. Jiang Shiyan and Yi Zhaozhao, this couple, always had a reason to cause trouble. Even she hadn't received news from Zhang Tao, so how could they know? Probably, they had planned everything in advance, and were just waiting here, every day. The only reason for all this fuss was to get that good position at the Agricultural Science Institute. That day, Jiang Shiyan boldly came to her house, hoping she could help him find a job, but she refused coldly. So he tried another way, trying to the opportunity before her. If Yaij hadn't stopped them, and if Yixiawa hadn't leaked the news, they would have taken the person away already. Once they reached the Yi family, Secretary Yi and Captain Qin would pressure them. Zhang Tao, worried about his reputation, would have no choice but to accept Jiang Shiyan, even if he didn't want to. This was a job she had fought hard for Lu Zhang and her brother. Why should she give it up easily? Shun Jiai steadied herself. Because Zhang Tao and others were present, she didn't want to cause trouble or argue fiercely. Instead, she pretended to look annoyed and shot a quick glance at Yaij. "Yaij, you really are something. Why didn't you tell everyone that Leader Zhang and the 2 research teachers are staying at your house? And that you came specifically to host a welcome? Look at this mess." Yaij was clever. Hearing Shun Jiai's words, he immediately understood everything. Then, he blinked and gently patted his lips. "I forgot to tell everyone that the leader is staying at my house during this visit to the village. I've been waiting eagerly every day and night for the leaders to come. When I saw them, I was so happy I forgot everything. But unexpectedly, they scolded and criticized me, which hurt me very much." Upon hearing this, the lively crowd that was chatting earlier all fell silent. It turns out that Yi Guden wasn't here to cause trouble. He came specifically to pick someone up. It's a big deal that the leaders are staying at his home. Everyone looked at Yi Guden differently, except for Yi Zhaozhao on the opposite side, who looked full of disdain. "Yi Guden, you know your situation. Others might not, but I do. Do you think the leaders from the city would stay in your broken house?" Shun Jiechi let out a quiet laugh. "Sorry, they really did choose us. Isn't that right, team leader Zhang?" Zhang Tao was suddenly called out by her. When he looked up, he met her charming eyes, and his heart started pounding unexpectedly. He stammered a little and coughed twice. Cough, cough. Yes, we decided to stay at Xiao Yi's house. We planned to drop off some things first. Thanks to Secretary Yi and Comrade Yi for their kindness, but we won't be staying. After saying that, he reached out to grab his luggage, but Yi Zhaozhao and the others held on tightly. No, this can't be. Yi Zhaozhao refused to believe it. A few days ago, she passed by Yi's house and saw the yard overgrown with weeds. The wall collapsed. She thought the leaders from the Agricultural Institute must have been crazy to choose that place. How is that impossible? If you're going to your house, then Igudin's house can't be off-limits either. Shen Jiechi rolled her eyes. Enough. Didn't you hear what Team Leader Zhang said? A good dog doesn't block the way. Let go now. How dare you call me a dog? Yi Zhaozhao was so angry her eyes nearly popped out. No one had ever dared to call her a dog before. Shen Jiechi snorted with her nose held high. Anyone who blocks the way, I'll scold. Yi Zhaozhao was about to lose her temper, when suddenly, someone pulled her firmly by the hem of her clothes. Jiang Shiyan made a funny face, signaling her not to forget their purpose today. Yi Zhaozhao glared at him angrily. Jiang Shiyan was such a coward. She really couldn't understand how he had gone to university in his past life or how he became a leader. In her memory, in her previous life, Jiang Shiyan married Shen Jiaqing. Not long after the wedding, he went to a workers', peasants', and soldiers' university. After graduation, he was assigned to work in the city and quickly rose to success. Shen Jiaqing, a useless fool, suddenly became a government wife and moved her whole family to the city. Every time they returned to the village, they showed off, wearing designer clothes and riding in a luxury car, looking very impressive.
But she,
even though she was the daughter of the village secretary and the only high school girl in the village, she could only marry Lu Zheng, a rough man. Since their wedding day, she had to stay alone in her room. 2 years later, she wanted a divorce. Every time she prepared the divorce papers, the Civil Affairs Bureau refused her for strange reasons. Even her own father threatened her with death, not allowing her to divorce. Her husband refused to see her, and she couldn't get a divorce. Feeling frustrated, she died of a bleeding illness at just over 40. Reborn, her first plan was to steal Shen Jiaqing's man. She thought she had caught a rich man, but it turned out he was a cowardly turtle. Jiang Shiyan, you're so cowardly. Yi Zhaozhao angrily kicked him, venting all her frustration on him. Jiang Shiyan was hurt and gasped, feeling all his senses shift, but he didn't dare make a sound. Zhaozhao, patience is important. Shen Jiaqing is just a troublemaker. There's no need to argue with her. Seeing she didn't reply, he endured the pain and softly comforted her. Zhaozhao, don't be angry. Once I get this job and earn some money, I will marry you. Yi Zhaozhao took a few deep breaths, looking at his handsome face. He was indeed a good-looking man. In the countryside, such men tend to flirt around, and after college, they become very popular. In her previous life, Shen Jiaqing took the lead and married him first, getting the marriage certificate. Otherwise, this fool would have been kicked away by Jiang Shiyan long ago.
So,
she had to hurry and get married to Jiang Shiyan before he went to college. But Jiang Shiyan was now poor and had no proper job. His father looked down on him. She needed to get this job first, so her father would accept Jiang Shiyan. All right. For you, I won't argue with her this time.
یه زهازها کلنچت هر فینگرز تایتلی سلالوینگ هر انگش.
I knew it, you're still the best. Under his sweet words, Yi Zhaozhao adjusted her mood and put on a gentle, warm, fake smile. Team Leader Zhang, you're new here and don't know many things. It's easy to be fooled. Why don't you come to my house first? My parents have already prepared food and are waiting to welcome you. After we finish eating, I will take you to find some good places to stay. Yi Zhaozhao refused to return her luggage and was about to leave with it. As long as Zhang Tao stepped into her house, she had ways to include Jiang Shiyan in the group. All of Yi Zhaozhao's little plans were seen clearly by Shen Jiechi.
Ha!
Dream on about stealing her spot. Shen Jiechi stepped forward a few steps and blocked the path on the small road. Yi Zhaozhao, are you a thief? Running off with other people's things. Is this how Secretary Yi teaches you? To steal from others?
You.
Yi Zhaozhao was speechless, unable to move forward because Shen Jiechi blocked her. Seeing this, Jiang Shiyan took a step forward. His thin, weak body protected Yi Zhaozhao behind him. Shen Jiechi, stop talking nonsense and slandering people. Better get out of the way if you know what's good.
Don't block the road, you dog.
As soon as he finished speaking, he pushed toward Shen Jiechi with force, so strong that she was caught off guard. Shen Jiechi staggered and fell backward. Little sister. The third and fourth brothers didn't expect Jiang Shiyan to act, and by the time they moved, it was too late. Shen Jiechi watched helplessly as her third and fourth brothers rushed over. Instinctively, she reached out her hands to catch them, but only grabbed air. Desperately, she closed her eyes and let her body fall backward. Just as she was about to land in the drainage ditch, a figure suddenly darted out from the side and caught her with lightning speed.
Ah!
She screamed, expecting terrible pain, but instead felt a strong arm across her back. Lu Zheng panted heavily and carefully helped her straighten her slender waist, then stood steadily on the ground. Are you okay? His suppressed voice carried a faint tremor that was hard to notice. Shen Jiechi was still shaken and pale, shaking her head and saying, It's okay. Luckily I have you. If it weren't for him, she might have already been hurt badly. Lu Zheng saved her once again. As they spoke, the third and fourth brothers arrived just in time. One nervously touched her head, the other clenched her hand, both looking terrified. After confirming she wasn't hurt, the third brother turned and grabbed Jiang Shiyan by the collar. Jiang Shiyan, how dare you hurt my sister? Usually gentle, the third brother was now furious and wished he could punch him hard. The fourth brother remembered his sister's words, no fighting or causing trouble, and hesitated. But since someone was bullying his sister, he couldn't just stand by. Was he really a man if he didn't act? Without thinking, he rolled up his sleeves and swung at Jiang Shiyan's face. Just as he was about to strike, a rough, large hand grabbed his arm. The fourth brother's eyes widened with anger. Lu Zheng, you. Lu Zheng's dark eyes held a hint of danger. No need to dirty your hands. Let me handle this. He easily subdued the fourth brother's arm and calmed Shen Jiechi's emotions. Then he turned around. His tall figure became like a mountain, with cold eyes flashing with a fierce light as he stepped closer to Jiang Shiyan.
What?
What are you trying to do? Jiang Shiyan was so scared his legs went weak. He leaned on his cane and hid behind Yi Zhaozhao. Yi Zhaozhao had never seen such intense anger in this usually quiet person. It made her shiver and instinctively step back. In her panic, she stepped on Jiang Shiyan's foot. They pushed and pulled, accidentally hugging each other and falling into a water ditch over a meter deep. Two sharp screams echoed through the woods. In the crowd, someone shouted, Blood, blood is flowing. Yi Zhaozhao's face hit a stone at just the right angle. Jiang Shiyan was even worse off, pressed down on her as a cushion. For a moment, no one knew whether the blood was from Yi Zhaozhao or Jiang Shiyan. Seeing this, the two Yi brothers forgot about their bags and luggage. They jumped into the ditch to rescue the people. Yi Zhaozhao had a cut about half a finger long on her forehead, deep enough to see the bone. The blood just now was flowing from her head. Jiang Shiyan was not doing much better. His already injured body was pressed down hard by her, and his broken bones seemed to have fractured again. When someone helped him up, every movement, even breathing, caused him great pain, and he could only whimper softly. Everyone was busy helping, but Shen Jiaqing was quick-witted and loudly shouted to the crowd. Everyone saw it. Lu Zheng didn't touch them. They fell by themselves. The Yi family members were so angry their faces turned green. Yi Taizhu, helping Yi Zhaozhao up, shouted angrily. Wasn't that also because of him forcing them? Shen Jiaqing grabbed Lu Zheng effortlessly and pushed the tall man, who was nearly 2 meters tall, behind her. She didn't notice that the corners of someone's mouth were almost unable to hold back a smile. If you're going to count like that, I have something to say too. Shen Jiaqing looked coldly at Jiang Shiyan. Everyone saw it. Jiang Shiyan was the first to attack me. almost pushing me into the ditch. That ditch is so deep and has broken stones. If I fell in, I would be bleeding and injured. He's clearly trying to hurt me. Shin Jiaqing Yu. Jiang Shiyan opened his mouth, but was overwhelmed with pain, tears streaming down his face. Stop spreading lies. This is your business with Jiang Shiyan, but it has nothing to do with my Yi family, Yi Taizhu said. It may not concern you, but what about Yi Gooden? Shun Jiaqing pointed at Gooden's bruised neck. He is a martyr's orphan. If the Yi family's second son publicly harms a martyr's family member, and it gets reported to the military district. Before she finished, the Yi family members all changed their expressions. Gooden usually looked like a little beggar in the village. The Yi family had truly forgotten that he was a martyr's orphan. They forgot, but Shin Jiaqing hadn't. She reminded everyone. Yi uncle, Gooden's father, sacrificed himself for the country in the army. He was a hero who protected our homeland. Over the years, Gooden has lived like this not because the military district forgot him, but because he is sensible and doesn't want to trouble military leaders. That doesn't mean anyone can bully him just because he's a kid. You can hit him in front of everyone, or think carefully about what punishment you'll face. Once he said this, the previously arrogant and domineering Yi family members immediately fell silent. Pushing Shin Jiaqing was a small matter. The real issue was with Yi Gooden. If they caused trouble at the military district, they would definitely face punishment, and even their father might be dismissed from his position. When they heard about going to the military district to complain, Yuan Xiang felt a chill in his heart.
Don't.
I was just joking with Yi Gooden,
Who knew he was so weak?
Even now, he was still making excuses. Shun Jiaqing didn't indulge him. Instead, she nodded toward Yi Gooden and asked, Gooden, tell me, was that a joke? Yi Gooden gritted his teeth in anger. What joke? Nonsense. Hey, let's stick to the point.
No squaring.
Shun Jiaqing said impatiently, if it's not a joke, then I'll go with you to the military district to talk to your dad's former boss and comrades. As for some people, just wait and see. Yi Gooden looked at Shin Jiaqing with eyes that shone like a bright 40-watt bulb. He had often been bullied before, even by his own relatives who oppressed him heavily. But this was the first time someone was willing to stand up for him. He gratefully nodded and said with a thick nasal voice, Sister Shin. Thank you. Thank me? You're my person. Sister, Shun will look out for you. As soon as she said this, Shun Jiaqing felt a sudden chill on her side. The cold wind blew straight into her bones. She quickly turned around and met a pair of icy eyes. The man's lips were pressed tightly, and his face suddenly darkened, looking very angry. Why did Lu Zheng suddenly change his expression? What's wrong? Shun Jiaqing asked cautiously. From above, she heard 3 light words. Nothing. After saying that, Lu Zheng, with a hint of anger, brushed past her and picked up his luggage to walk toward Zhang Tao and the others. Shin Jiaqing helplessly followed. This Lu Zheng was really a strange person. Lu Zheng silently returned the luggage to them, then stood aside, glaring at Shin Jiaqing with full resentment. She felt both annoyed and amused. How could this big guy act like a scorned woman? Could it be because of what she said to Yi Gooden? Shun Jiaqing realized her mistake too late and quietly walked over to his side. While everyone was distracted, she secretly tickled Lu Zheng's hand. Don't be angry. Lu Zheng's expression immediately became complicated, but he still clenched his teeth and ignored her. If you do that, I might think you're jealous. A few warm breaths escaped from Lu Zheng's nose, showing his displeasure. Shin Jiaqing, are you always like this with every man? His Adam's apple trembled slightly as he muttered vaguely, It's because he's your person. Her heart suddenly skipped a beat.
So,
she was really jealous. In modern times, her eldest sister-in-law gets jealous just like Lu Zheng. You're my best friend, so you can only be with me. If you treat others well, it's like betraying friendship. She didn't expect Lu Zheng to be so possessive. Shun Jiaqing smiled softly and comforted him. He's different from you. You're my closest friend. Yi Gooden is just my little brother. Why get upset over a kid?
Kid?
Lu Zheng snorted coldly. He's 18, he's not a kid. Oh, right. Gooden is already 18, but with his thin build and youthful face, he still looks like a child. Don't worry, I see him as a little brother, not like you. Shun Jiechi blurted out carelessly, and Lu Zheng caught her slip. His sharp eyebrows slightly raised, and his warm breath brushed her red cheeks. Not like me? Shun Jiechi's face was almost burning, and she angrily glared at him. I won't talk to you anymore. She strode forward quickly, asking her two brothers to help carry Zhang Tao's luggage, then went with Gooden to the county town to meet with military district leaders. Gooden grinned widely, about to agree, but suddenly felt a cold stare piercing him, making him shiver. Sister Shun, just let fourth brother accompany me. Xiao Hua is at home and won't entertain the leaders. You should go help her. Gooden's eyes were clearly on Shun Jiechi, but he glanced sideways at Lu Zheng. Seeing Lu Zheng's expression soften slightly, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Shun Jiechi thought for a moment. Leaving Xiao Hua alone to entertain guests might not be very appropriate.
So she nodded and said, all right then.
Fourth brother, please accompany Dog Egg for a while. Fourth brother mischievously smiled and said, no problem. Everything's on me. I will report everything that happened today to the leader honestly. After seeing off fourth brother and easy Dog Egg, Shun Jiaqing picked up the cloth bag on the ground, brushed off the dirt, and handed it to Zhang Tao. Team leader Zhang, two teachers, sorry to trouble you. Please go back and rest now. She asked Easy Little Flower and third brother to take a few people back to the house to rest. Little sister, what about you? Third brother asked. Shun Jiaqing looked at Jiang Shiyan, who was barely alive, and gritted her teeth. Of course. I'm going to settle the score with him. She would never forget how Jiang Shiyan had just tried to kill her. She rushed forward in anger, but was stopped by third brother. Stop fooling around. Third brother glanced at the Yi family members, then looked at his petite and lovely sister. With your small body, are you going to be a punching bag? Do you still want me to send you away? Just after I leave, you'll get bullied. Shun Jiaqing knew third brother cared about her, but she really didn't think it was necessary. With Lu Zheng accompanying her, who would dare to bully her? The Yi family members were now all worried about punishment. And the onlookers? They wouldn't interfere at all. As for Jiang Shiyan, he had fallen and nearly lost half his life. Forget about getting up to fight back. Even swallowing his spit could choke him to death. Third brother, don't worry. Lu Zheng will protect me, right? Shun Jiaqing turned around and gave the big guy a sweet smile. The dimples at the corner of her mouth appeared faintly, making him feel a flutter in his heart. He lowered his head and nodded. Yes, I will protect you. Third brother kicked a pebble, feeling something was off. His little sister asked him to send someone away, but left Lu Zheng here to accompany her. Was that appropriate? And this Lu family's third son? His eyes kept staring directly at his little sister, with a sticky look in his eyes, as if he was looking at a piece of braised pork, eager to swallow her whole. As someone who had been through it, he knew very well what that look meant. Lu third son had his eyes on his little sister. He silently sneaked a glance at Shun Jiaqing. Oh dear, the younger sister's gaze is even more intense. If old third wants to swallow her whole, her look at him is even more frightening. Her eyes shine brightly, casually yet slowly scanning Lu Zheng, inch by inch. First, she stares at his strong, handsome face, then moves over his well-defined earlobes and gradually down from his Adam's apple to his collarbone, chest, and waist. Her gaze slowly devours him. It's terrifying, too terrifying. When she looked at Jiang Shiyan before, she never felt this kind of hunger. Old third suddenly feels a bit sorry for Lu Zheng. He wonders if being liked by his sister is good or bad luck. Little sister. Old third softly interrupts her. If these two keep staring at each other, sparks might fly. Shun Jiaqing comes back to herself. So, third brother, don't worry and don't keep the teachers waiting. Let's take her to rest first. As soon as she finishes speaking, a sarcastic voice comes from behind Zhang Tao. Yeah, in this hot weather, leaving us here and putting on a show, it's really eye-opening. Shun Jiaqing then notices two women standing behind. One is a fashionable modern woman. She wears a bright red dress with a black belt around her waist, red little shoes, and a polka-dot bao sun hat. She has heavy makeup and perfume, looking more like she's on vacation than working. The sarcastic voice earlier belonged to her. Next to her, a young girl with thick black hair, a healthy red face, and lots of energy, gives a light snort. Teacher Lin Jiao, you're delicate and precious. If you can't handle it, you should go back first. I want to stay and watch the fun. The girl speaks clearly and confidently. Xie Chun, if you like to join the fun, then stay by yourself. I won't be playing along. Lin Jiao haughtily hands her suitcase to Old Third. Hey, someone help me carry the luggage. Old Third immediately blushes. You. Shun Jiaqing is also angry. Do they think of them as servants? Just as she is about to retort, a small, thin hand pushes away the suitcase. Xie Chun spoke very quickly. I'm not your servant, so I have no obligation to help you with chores. Besides, her sister still wants to come here to speak up. If he doesn't support his own sister, and instead goes to carry luggage for your servant, that really shows how much face you care about. Even a 3-year-old knows to do their own work. There's an old saying, don't do to others what you don't want done to you. You're a teacher from the city, yet you don't understand this simple truth? If you want to go back, just ask Sister Xiaohua to show you the way. We won't be staying to watch. Her words left everyone present stunned. She kept talking rapidly like a machine gun. Before they could fully understand, Xie Chun finished her speech in one breath, seemingly without taking a break. Lin Jiao's delicate face turned pale, then red, then blue with anger. She stomped her feet and shouted, if you won't help, then forget it. Who cares? That little girl, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and show the way. Yixiehua nodded silently and led Lin Jiao toward their home. Xie Chun smiled triumphantly and extended her hand generously to Shinjiqi. Hello, Comrade Shin. My name is Xie Chun. I work at the Agricultural Research Institute. I saw you at the institute before. You're truly stunning. Today, I saw you stand up to them, and I really admire that. In the blink of an eye, she had said so much. Shan Jiechi quickly processed the information and smiled as she shook her hand. Hello, Comrade Xie. Are you always so fast with your words? Xie Chun nodded. I speak much slower now. I used to be even faster. My mother says I used to sound like I was reciting a lesson when I was a child. Her words made Shin Jiechi laugh. Xie Chun was really a clever person, very much to her liking. Actually, I didn't stay just to watch the fun. I'm here to support you. Don't worry, I'll handle the arguing. No one in 10 miles or 8 villages can out-argue me. All right, I won't hold back then. Shin Jiechi had a very good impression of her, feeling like they'd met too late. Xie Chun felt the same. She had only known Shin Jiechi was very business-minded before, but now she saw she was also very skilled at handling people. Then, she took the initiative to shake hands with Lu Zheng. Lu Zheng only glanced at her faintly, did not extend his hand, but nodded in acknowledgement. Xie Chun didn't mind and turned to the side, shaking hands with Old Third Shin. Your third brother Shin, right? You're too soft. You're like rubber. Anyone can squeeze you. Next time you meet someone like Lin Jiao, just ignore her and stand up to her. If you're shy, you can come to me. I'll help you stand up to her. I really like to fight for justice. Old Third's mind was filled with her pink, clicking lips, and he felt dizzy. After a long moment, he finally held her fingertips and shyly smiled.
Okay.
Since neither of them wanted to leave and wanted to stay here, Shin Jiaqing had no objections. She walked a few steps to Jiang Shiyan and kicked his leg with her toes. Jiang Shiyan, you should also take responsibility for pushing me. Jiang Shiyan was in so much pain, he almost fainted. When he heard Shin Jiaqing's voice, he was so scared his eyes widened like he'd seen a ghost.
You.
What do you want to do? Of course, I want to report you to the police. No, I won't go. I swear I won't. He shrank back in terror but couldn't move at all. You don't have a choice. Shin Jiaqing bent down, grabbing his collar. Just as she was about to exert force, Jiang Shiyan yowled. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts.
You.
Let go. If you let go and don't report me, I'll agree to anything. Really? Shun Jiaqing pulled him up a little, making him tremble with pain. Really? If you want money or the poem I wrote, I'll give it to you. Shun Jiaqing snorted in disgust.
Money?
Do you have a single cent? And those sour poems, stop embarrassing yourself and disgusting people. Even wiping your in the toilet would be better than showing them. Honestly, I don't want your money or anything else. Jiang Shiyan sneered, twisting his lips. I know. You just want to get back together with me, right? Fine, I'll agree. Are you happy now? As soon as he finished speaking, he felt several killing intents coming from different directions. Lu Zheng looked calm on the surface, but his dark eyes were filled with hostility, and his fingers clicked loudly. Old Third Shun was so angry he clenched his fists, ready to fight. Shun Jiaqing also froze slightly, sensing the murderous intent in her eyes. She easily lifted the person with one hand, holding him in midair. Jiang Shiyan, I've never seen someone so shameless, but I've never seen anyone so utterly unashamed as you. If you're feeling itchy, I don't mind helping you scratch. After saying that, Shun Jiaqing suddenly let go, and he fell heavily to the ground. His already broken body was now in even worse shape. The sharp pain spread from his back to every part of his body like a poisonous snake, making him unable to move. It hurts. Jiang Shiyan curled up, looking at the Yi family members for help, but instead, they stared at him with a chilling glare. Zhao, are you just going to watch me be made a joke? A joke? Yi Zhao pressed her head wound, her eyes red with anger and tears. Jiang Shiyan, I guess I'm the real joke here. She had gone to a lot of trouble for Jiang Shiyan, buying things, stirring up the villagers, working hard, and even got hurt in the process. And in the end, Jiang Shiyan, right in front of her, agreed to marry Shun Jiaqing? She wasn't a joke, what was she then? The people around didn't know her relationship with Jiang Shiyan, but the two brothers from the Yi family knew very well. They saw Jiang Shiyan dare to abandon his sister and marry someone else right in front of them. If he wanted to act like a villain, he better have the luck for it. Thinking of this, the two brothers from the Yi family exchanged a knowing look, rolled up their sleeves, and headed toward Jiang Shiyan. Jiang Shiyan, if you don't want to be a person, then we'll help you. As they spoke, Yuan Xiang placed a hand on Jiang Shiyan's injured arm, which was already bleeding through the white bandage. Jiang Shiyan suddenly back, and before he could scream, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Shun Jiaqing was unhappy. She hadn't even finished settling scores with Jiang Shiyan, and now he fainted, so useless. She was so angry she kicked him. Before she could kick hard, Jiang Shiyan collapsed limply onto the ground. Just push me a little, and I'll kick you back. It's fair. She brushed the dust off her leg, showing her attitude. Revenge is a must, and she wouldn't tolerate anyone. The third brother looked at the disheveled person, who looked like a broken rag doll. Truly pitiful. Little sister, if you do that, he probably won't be hurt, right? As the saying goes, trouble lingers for generations. Jiang Shiyan, as the hero of this rebirth story, had a hero's aura. If he didn't survive until the end, how could he live up to his role? Don't worry, third brother. He's like a cockroach, impossible to kill. But he's not going to be involved anymore? The third brother still looked worried. With just 2 ounces of bone, what if something happens and they try to blame my younger sister? Shun Jiaqing reassures him. Don't worry at all. The Yi family will take good care of him. The Yi family? The third brother hesitates, looking like he wants to say more. He remembers how the Yi family had a falling out with him, and Yuan Xiang even made him faint from pain. Would they really take care of Jiang Shiyan? Just as he was about to say that his sister's influence might be gone this time, he is stunned by what he sees next. Yi Zhao actually asks her second brother to carry Jiang Shiyan and send him to the county hospital. Shun Jiaqing sneers mockingly. Yi Zhao is still hoping Jiang Shiyan will change his fate and rise above his social class. She won't give up just because he's indecisive. But after this, every time she faces him, she feels sick, like she's swallowed a fly. She knows this is her own fault. Ding. The host successfully blocks the main character's side project, seizes the heroine's luck and gains a treasure search opportunity. This project can search for rare treasures, magical beasts, and precious metals within 10 miles around.
Wow.
This is so good. Doesn't that mean she can see all treasures underground and on the ground within 10 miles? Shun Jiaqing is almost in love with the system. If there weren't so many people now, she would definitely try out this new feature to earn a lot. She smiles happily. Next to her, Xie Lingchun gives her a thumbs up. Comrade Shun, you're really a heroine. People like him deserve to be dealt with. He's asking for it. Shun Jiaqing blushes from the compliment and asks, you just met me. How do you know he deserves it? Who is good and who is bad? Xie Lingchun, can tell the difference. He pushed you just now, so he's not a real man. If he's lucky enough to meet someone reasonable like you, he'd be beaten so badly he wouldn't recognize his own mother, Xie Lingchun says, pretending to be fierce, clenching her fist. Her angry face, round like a pufferfish, with healthy wheat-colored skin and 2 red cheeks, looks surprisingly cute. The third brother watches this fiery girl, feeling unexpectedly uplifted. Yes, Jiang Shiyan is just a rural youth sent to the countryside. Why should the Shen family be afraid of him? Thinking of this, he takes a deep breath and voluntarily helps Xie Lingchun carry her suitcase. Just as Xie Lingchun was about to refuse, Shun Jiaqing warmly linked her arm. Teacher Xie, we don't meet often, so let's have a good chat. Leave the luggage to their men.
All right.
Xie Lingchun also leaned in close to her. Although they had just met, they felt like old friends, talking about everything. This left the 3 men behind, who were ruthlessly left behind, each showing a look of resentment. During their chat, Shun Jiaqing learned that Xie Lingchun's parents were both professors. During that turbulent time, her parents were heavily suppressed. Later, they gave up their university jobs and moved to the countryside to farm. Xie Lingchun grew up in the mountains. She was strong like a little calf. Her highly educated parents carefully raised her, teaching her many new ideas, which helped her develop a free and independent spirit. If I didn't really love growing plants, I wouldn't work at the agricultural research station, she said openly in front of Zhang Tao, not caring. Zhang Tao was used to her free spirit and smiled. Comrade Shen, don't think Xie Lingchun is careless. She's a key technician in our team. The experimental fields she manages never fail. Shun Jiaqing didn't expect that Xie Lingchun, who looked quite young and was only a couple of years older than her, was so capable. Team leader Zhang likes to flatter me, but you're the real backbone. They chatted happily and arrived at Igudin's house. Before entering, they heard Lin Jiao's delicate yet disdainful voice. This house is so rundown. How can anyone live here? The quilt still smells weird. And the cups are chipped. Shun Jiaqing frowned and quietly leaned towards Xie Lingchun. Who is Lin Jiao? She doesn't seem like someone here to work. She's the daughter of a city leader. She's here to gain experience, Xie Lingchun whispered. She told Shun Jiaqing that Lin Jiao had hardly done any farming before coming here, couldn't even write a paper, and many people didn't respect her. To calm the crowd, she was sent to the countryside to join the project. I see, no wonder, Shun Jiaqing nodded. Zhang Tao couldn't do anything about her, but Xie Lingchun had strength and means. I worked my experiments. I won't just give my results away to be used by others, she said angrily. Shun Jiaqing wholeheartedly agreed with her. Scientific achievements are the result of many people's sweat and intelligence. Why should they be stolen? Seeing that they truly wanted to make a success in Daxing Village, Shun Jiaqing thought carefully and decided to remind them. There's something I need to tell you. It concerns the experimental field. Experimental field? Zhang Tao looked confused. Shun Jiaqing nodded. I want to dig 2 drainage ditches in the experimental field. It's been so long since it rained. Why do you want to dig that? Zhang Tao asked, puzzled. If they had this time, they might as well dig a couple of irrigation channels to bring water from the mountain springs. This year, there had been droughts for several months. Everyone was thinking about drought relief, but she was focused on water drainage and flood prevention. It was really hard to understand. Shun Jiaqing didn't know how to explain. She couldn't say she was a character from a book who knew the story's future. Just as she was worried, Lu Jing spoke calmly. In our village, it often thunders and rains in July and August. It's known as a thunderstorm area, and flash floods and landslides happen often. Zhang Tao immediately took this seriously. He hadn't expected the situation to be so serious. Our seedlings are already late planting. If the rain comes before they grow, they could be washed away or damaged. Comrade Shun, you're right. We really need to think of a plan to deal with the upcoming thunderstorms and strong winds. Xie Lingchun also agreed. Yes, digging 2 drainage ditches won't take much time, and it's better to be prepared. Shun Jiaqing thought of many excuses, even considering telling a little lie that she had a premonition dream about a heavy rain and flood coming. But unexpectedly, Lu Jing only said one sentence, successfully easing her worries and making Zhang Tao take her seriously. Team leader Zhang, does that mean you agree? Shun Jiaqing asked. Zhang Tao nodded eagerly. Yes, I agree, of course I do. It's just that we need enough people. Shen Jiaqing told him that manpower was not a problem. My brothers can come help. Lu Zheng also spoke, and my family and Go Dan can help too. Together, these 3 families could form a small team of about 10 people. As the saying goes, many hands make light work. With cooperation from these families, they believed they could dig 2 drainage ditches in less than 3 days. Zhang Tao was very grateful and didn't know what to say. His eyes fell on Shun Jiaqing's fair face. Thanks to Shun Jiaqing this time, he received a big help. Of course, he also appreciated Lu Zheng and Brother Xiaoyi. No wonder the instructor wants us to go to the wide countryside. The countryside is not only beautiful with clear mountains and water, but also full of friendly, helpful comrades. Zhang Tao sighed deeply, not knowing how to thank them. Shun Jiaqing didn't mind and directly suggested swapping the previously agreed 4th brother for 3rd brother to join the team. In the past, Zhang Tao might have hesitated for a moment, since Shun's 4th son was always a model worker and very good at work. But what about Shun's 3rd son? Today, seeing Shun's 3rd son with his own eyes, he didn't seem much less capable than the 4th. He was tall and strong and worked quickly. Without much thought, Zhang Tao immediately agreed to replace Shun's 4th brother with 3rd brother. Hearing that everything went smoothly, Shun Jiaqing couldn't help but smile.
That's settled then.
Thanks, team leader Zhang. They went inside and quickly drafted a few cooperation agreements. The County Agricultural Science Institute specially hired Lu Zheng and Shin Qinshan to jointly manage the wild experimental field. According to their previous agreement, both would earn 13 work points daily and receive a monthly salary of 10 yuan. Isn't that easier than working in the fields every day? They could earn work points and also get 10 yuan, which together was almost the same as a regular worker's monthly salary. 3rd brother was overjoyed. This was a great opportunity, hard to find even with a lantern. But what really made him happy was being able to participate in national scientific research projects. Thinking about contributing to the country and making his own small part, he felt proud and excited. Team leader Zhang, teacher Xie, don't worry, I will work hard. Lu Zheng suddenly added, me too. With their words, Zhang Tao felt reassured. Good, let's work hard together. After some twists and turns, everything finally settled. Shun Jiaqing kept 3rd brother's agreement and then discussed with them the location and direction of the drainage ditch. Her plan was to have the drainage ditch end in her family's few pieces of wasteland. Little sister, why are you directing water into our own fields? What if it rains heavily? Won't our fields flood? 3rd brother asked, scratching his head in confusion. Shun Jiaqing pretended to be mysterious and said, the mountain man has a clever plan. Anyway, just listen to me. Trust me, I won't lead you wrong. Okay, I trust you. My sister's words are always effective. This girl, how many surprises does he not know about yet? Speaking of surprises, the 3rd brother of the Lu family really surprised him. When did my sister and Lu Zheng become so close? From what I remember, their families weren't even connected. Even if Lu Zheng saved my sister long ago, how could they go to the county town at the same time or know Zhang Tao? Usually, the 3rd brother is forgetful, but today he was different. All sorts of questions popped up in his mind like mushrooms after rain. Until they left the Yi family, Shun Jiaqing waved goodbye to Lu Zheng. As Lu Zheng turned around, the third brother suddenly shouted loudly, "Stop." Lu Zheng paused and asked, "Is something wrong?" The third brother took a few steps up the hill, grabbing his arm.
Come with me.
She didn't know what kind of madness her third brother was in, but it probably had something to do with her. Third brother. Shun Jiaqing was about to follow, but he shot her a fierce look. "Don't come over. This is a matter between men." Usually gentle, the third brother suddenly erupted in anger, pulling Lu Zheng behind the wall. It looked like they might start a fight. Worried, Shun Jiaqing hurried to catch up. She thought they would fight, but instead, she saw the third brother with his arm around Lu Zheng's neck, both of them shoulder to shoulder, whispering something. "Third brother?" Shun Jiaqing tentatively called out, startling the third brother. He heavily patted Lu Zheng's chest, still looking fierce. "Remember what I just said?" Lu Zheng didn't speak. His eyes looked complicated and restrained, but his mouth couldn't help but curl into a slight smile. What were these two talking about? Why were they so secretive? Shun Jiaqing looked at her third brother with questioning eyes, but he just smiled back, changing expressions faster than flipping a book. "It's nothing. Let's go home." The third brother kept making vague excuses, and Lu Zheng stayed silent the whole time, like a loyal dog, quietly following behind her. When they reached the Shin family's door, Lu Zheng looked at her face. Then, a faint muffled sound came from his chest, revealing a hint of happiness. "See you tomorrow." Shun Jiechi quickly cleared her throat and gave him a subtle signal. Then she opened her mouth silently and said a few words. "Tonight, see you." Lu Zheng raised his eyebrows in surprise but quickly understood her lip movements and softly nodded. "All right, see you tonight." Thinking about tonight, Shun Jiechi and Lu Zheng both felt very excited. Especially Shun Jiechi. Just imagining using the treasure hunting system to go up the mountain and dig for treasures made her very happy. She wondered what treasures she might find tonight. While Shun Jiechi was lost in thought, her third brother could no longer hold back and announced the good news at home. "Mom, Dad, older brother and sister-in-law. I've been appointed as a special researcher at the Agricultural Science Institute."
What?
Xiao Huilan staggered out of the kitchen, reaching out to hit him. "In the daytime, what kind of daydream are you having?" Third brother quickly dodged and said, "It's true. Look for yourself." He pulled out a letter from his pocket and proudly showed it to everyone, almost lifting his chin to the sky. "Wow, what does this say?" Xiao Huilan couldn't understand and reached out to look at the letter. Her older brother's face was almost pressed against it, and his eyes suddenly widened in surprise.
Mom. It's real."
"Really?" Her older brother almost stammered, grabbing the letter from her. Hearing this, Xiao Huilan, Shen Laogue, her older brother's family, and her second brother's family all gathered around. Their exclamations flooded over him like waves. "Third brother, you're really something." Xiao Huilan was so excited, she slapped him hard. Shen Laogue also smiled happily. Good. Her second brother happily patted his shoulder. "Not bad, third brother. You're now getting government grain from the Research Institute. 13 centimeters a day and 10 yuan a month." He was so envious he couldn't hide it. Just as he finished speaking, Yang Xioli, pregnant and with a cold expression, turned around and went into the house. Her second brother awkwardly smiled and followed her. Soon, the room was filled with Yang Xioli's scolding. "All brothers, why is it that you, a mud-legged guy, get to eat government grain from the Research Institute, but he doesn't?" "Laugh." "You're still laughing?" Everyone's happy faces instantly turned cold at that moment. "My younger sibling is pregnant and feeling a bit unstable," Peng Zhaodi explained awkwardly. Zhou Huilan spat and said, "She, always with red eyes. Never mind her. The work opportunity your little sister found, she gives to whoever she wants. Tonight, let's kill a chicken to celebrate." At Zhou Huilan's command, the third sibling immediately turned around and strode toward the chicken coop. Tonight, the yard was filled with the rich smell of cooked meat. Golden chicken meat, combined with dried mushrooms, made everyone feel hungry. Except for the youngest, the entire Shin family sat around the table. Old Shin Gui was in a good mood today and drank 2 glasses. Jo Huilon raised her glass and said, "The third sibling has become successful now. But don't forget, all this is thanks to your little sister. Without her, you wouldn't have such good days." The third sibling nodded gratefully. "Little sister, from now on, as long as third brother has food, I will make sure you are never hungry." Just as Shun Jiaqing was about to speak, a familiar chime sounded in her ear. Chime. Host's favorability increased by 200. Shun Jiaqing's already happy face lit up even more. "All right, I'll remember what third brother said. From now on, you'll take care of me." "No problem." As they spoke, Jo Huilon stretched her neck to look outside. "That youngest sibling, gone to the county for so long, I hope nothing's happened." Just then, engine sounds came from outside. A military green jeep slowly stopped outside Shun's house. Shun's youngest, the fourth sibling, jumped out. "Everyone, come over to my place for a meal before you go." A deep, cold voice came from the vehicle. "Thank you for the kind invitation, Comrade Shin, but we have urgent matters and can't stay. We've noted the situation you reported. If you see anyone bullying Xiao Yi in the future, be sure to stop them and tell us." "No problem." After speaking, the car started again and quickly drove away. Only then did the youngest sibling turn around and push open the yard gate. As soon as he pushed it open, he saw a pair of bright black eyes staring back.
Wow, you scared me.
The youngest sibling patted his chest, nearly frightened out of his wits. "Old fourth, you're quite capable, coming back in a military vehicle,"
Jo Huilon said.
The fourth brother smiled and said, "The leaders are polite. They insisted on giving us something." Shun Jiaqing quickly stood up, poured a glass of cold water, and handed it to her older brother. "Fourth brother, you've worked hard. But why did you go for so long?" The fourth brother took the hot water poured by his younger sister. He was momentarily stunned. He couldn't believe his sister would take the initiative to pour him a drink. Feeling surprised and honored, he cupped the cup with both hands and drank it all in one gulp. Afterward, he wiped his mouth. "We went this time and met one of Dog Egg's father's old comrades. We talked for a while and reminisced about the past. Now he's quite impressive. He's a military commander. I heard Dog Egg was bullied in the village, and he was so angry he slammed the table and said he would seek justice for Dog Egg. As for me, I didn't hold back. Besides telling him about Yi Zhao Zhao and Jiang Shurian bullying Dog Egg, I also reported all those useless relatives of his to the leaders. The leaders said they will come over in the next couple of days. So let's wait and see." Shun Jiaqing nodded with satisfaction. "Poor Dog Egg has had a tough few years. It's time to deal with those bad people properly." "Then, I'll just wait and see." Tonight, they had chicken for dinner. The tender chicken meat, wrapped with fragrant mushrooms, was delicious and greasy, leaving a rich aroma in everyone's mouth. After dinner, the men in the family started helping with washing dishes and tidying up. The eldest and second sisters went out for a walk. Shun Jiaqing secretly grabbed a basket and a sickle, quietly opening the door just like a thief. As she slipped out, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in front of her. A familiar, refreshing scent with a hint of pressure hit her nose. Without thinking, Shun Jiaqing blurted out, "Lu Zheng?" No sooner had she spoken than a commotion came from the yard. She felt her wrist tighten as someone pulled her into a small alley nearby. Thump, thump. The narrow space was filled with the pounding of hearts and heavy breathing. The hot breath exchanged closely, turning their faces red in the darkness. At that moment, a passerby outside startled her. Shun Jiaqing threw herself onto him, holding him tightly to stay hidden. Shun Jiaqing leaned against his chest, and once she was sure the person outside had gone, she let out a quiet sigh of relief and sank into his embrace. Lu Zheng was tense. Even his breathing became unnatural. I don't know how long it lasted, but just as Lu Zheng was about to lose control, Shun Jiaqing finally straightened her body. "It's okay now." She tugged on Lu Zheng's sleeve and quietly tiptoed to the alley entrance, peeking out with her small head to look around. In Lu Zheng's eyes, she looked like a frightened little bunny. A cute, soft, well-behaved little bunny. Watching her bend over, Lu Zheng swallowed nervously. He had just finished eating, but for some reason, he felt hungry again. When he was sure no one was around, Shen Jiaqing stood up straight. "Let's go, no one is here." She went ahead alone, with Lu Zheng following closely behind. The two of them easily reached the woods by the edge. Looking at the dark, dense forest, Shen Jiaqing softly called the system. System. I want to find treasure." The next second, a question sounded in her ear. "Host, you only have one chance to find treasure. Are you sure you want to use it? Only once?" Shen Jiaqing felt a little disappointed. The system was too stingy. Couldn't it give her more chances? Her thoughts were perfectly caught by the system. The system snorted in dissatisfaction. "There are plenty of chances. It just depends on whether the host works hard. Every time you take the heroine's luck, you can start a treasure hunt." "Really? That's great." Shen Jiaqing almost couldn't hold back her laughter.
Then,
"Am I being stingy?" the system asked childishly, sounding muffled and clearly very upset. Noticing its little temper, Shen Jiaqing smiled and softly comforted it. "Stingy? Nonsense. From now on, you'll be my system master."
kissing the system master is the best.
It was all her fault for being careless earlier, so she had to comfort it herself. She used a lot of words to cheer it up, finally making the system happy. "System master, can you now help me find treasure?" Shen Jiaqing asked softly. "Just wait." A high-tech buzzing sound filled with electricity suddenly crackled from her left ear to her right ear. It was as if something flashed through her mind like lightning. Soon, the noisy electrical sound disappeared, and the mechanical female voice sounded again. "System has detected 3 treasures on the back mountain." Along with the voice, several images flashed quickly in front of Shinjichi, like slides passing by. The first image showed a muddy area by a small stream on the back mountain, with a glowing arrow pointing downward, indicating that a treasure was buried beneath the mud. The second image was on a high stone cliff, where a tiny plant sprouted from in the rocks, swaying in the dark wind. An arrow pointed directly at it. The third image depicted a damp, dense forest area, with many arrows densely covering the ground. These 3 images appeared briefly, but left a deep impression in her mind. Shen Jiaqi's pupils widened in disbelief. So many treasures. I'm going to get rich. In the darkness, Lu Zheng's dark eyes fixed steadily on the small woman in front of him. She had been fine just a moment ago, but suddenly she seemed frozen, giggling silently and trembling with her shoulders shaking.
"Are you
okay?" Lu Zheng asked cautiously, touching her lightly. Shen Jiaqi was smiling mischievously just a second ago, but then she suddenly grabbed his large hand tightly. "Lu Zheng, quick, come with me to the creek." "The creek?" Lu Zheng raised an eyebrow in surprise, glancing at their clasped hands, then paused briefly. Shen Jiaqi nodded excitedly. "Yes, the creek. I want to go treasure hunting." If someone else said that, Lu Zheng wouldn't bother to listen. The back mountain had almost been dug up completely. What treasures could still be there? But with Shen Jiaqi, it seemed every time there was a surprise. Wild, big fish, cassava, wild rabbits, ginseng, lingji mushrooms, wild boars. She was like a little lucky star, always finding treasures wherever she went. This time, it wouldn't be different. Lu Zheng was led by her all the way into a small forest, following the stream upstream to the muddy area at the water's outlet. The stream was small, originating from a large pond. Beneath the pond was a deep, unseen cave connected to an underground dark river. During floods, the stream would carry a lot of yellow mud, along with some fat fish and broken copper and iron. Previously, Yi Zhaozhao had found an antique bowl in this stream. Now, during the dry season, the stream was almost dried up, and the muddy area in front of them was likely the former riverbed. She stood nearby, looking at the scene exactly like what she imagined in her mind, and she was very surprised. Could it be that the treasure the system mentioned is actually old antiques buried under the mud? As she thought about this, she bent down and rolled up her pants. Just as she finished rolling up one leg, a shadow fell in front of her eyes. Are you going into the water? No, I want to dig in that mud. Shun Jiaqing didn't have time to explain, her mind and eyes full of her treasure. Lu Zheng looked at the dark yellow mud and then at her delicate feet. Without saying a word, he held her shoulders and gently placed her on a large rock. Old rule, you find the spot, I'll do the work. Lu Zheng's words were firm, but somehow, Shun Jiaqing felt very warm inside when she heard them. All right, I won't be polite then. She obediently sat on the rock and lowered her rolled-up pants again. When she looked up, Lu Zheng had already taken off his shirt, revealing his strong upper body. His shirt was carefully folded and placed on nearby pebbles, then neatly folded. It was only then that she realized Lu Zheng was wearing new clothes she had given him. It was too dark on the way here, so she didn't dare turn on her flashlight. Since then, she had been busy rushing forward and hadn't noticed that Lu Zheng was wearing new clothes. The clothes looked quite fitting, but it was the pants. Shun Jiaqing's gaze involuntarily moved downward, passing over his slim waist, and suddenly her face turned red. The size of the pants seemed a little small. No, it's not that the pants are small, but the crotch area. Realizing something, Shun Jiaqing quickly looked away, her face flushed and almost exploding with embarrassment. Oh my, what was she thinking just now? Lu Zheng awkwardly bent down, rolled up the straight pants, as if afraid of getting mud on them. He rolled them up to his knees. After standing up, he walked to Shun Jiaqing's side. Just as he was about to pick up his tools, he noticed she seemed very hot. She unbuttoned 2 buttons at her collar and kept fanning herself with her hand. Was she very hot? He was about to ask when he saw Shun Jiaqing's head turn to the side, but her eyes kept glancing at him. Her gaze slowly moved over his muscular lines. He thought she really is a big tease. Lu Zheng remained silent, a faint smile quietly playing in his eyes. Then, he casually picked up his tools, barefoot, and walked toward the muddy bank. The muddy area was large, and the mud was a bit sticky, but it wasn't too deep. Soon he reached the bottom. During this time, whenever he touched something, Lu Zheng would wash it clean in the stream and then bring it ashore. Shun Jiaqing stood nearby, carefully examining these objects. They were just some broken bowls, rusty cans, torn cloth, and animal bones. Nothing valuable, just trash. Is there more? Shun Jiaqing asked anxiously. According to the system's hints, there should be treasures here. She was sure she had missed something. Hearing her, Lu Zheng wiped the sweat from his forehead, bent slightly, and stuck his arm into the mud, carefully feeling around. No, just a broken tree branch about the size of a wrist. Shun Jiaqing frowned slightly. How could it be gone? She firmly believed the system wouldn't deceive her. With a hopeful heart, she said, "Take it out and see." At her command, Lu Zheng immediately pulled out the sturdy tree branch, which was about half an arm long. Shun Jiaqing took the branch and washed it in the stream. As the muddy dirt was washed away by the flowing water, revealing its true appearance, she gasped and sat down heavily on the rocks.
Rich.
Shun Jiaqing cried and laughed at the same time, desperately sniffing the blackened tree branch. Her wild behavior sent a chill down her spine. Lu Zheng, ignoring his own dirty, stinky clothes, quickly stepped onto the bank, hurriedly stepping over the broken stones, and ran to her side. What's wrong? Lu Zheng looked at her with a strange expression, then turned to look at the bare, black branch. It wasn't made of gold. Why was she so excited? Shun Jiaqing was overwhelmed with joy and tears, forgetting that Lu Zheng was still nearby. She quickly stood up, carefully holding the dark purple branch with both hands, bringing it close to his face. Lu Zheng, do you know what this is? Shun Jiaqing tried to hide her excitement, her voice trembling. He looked at it carefully from start to finish. It was just an ordinary piece of water-soaked wood. It was darker and heavier in color, but there was nothing special about it. Seeing his confused expression, Shun Jiaqing no longer pretended to hide the secret. She chuckled softly with a slightly hoarse voice and said, "This is ebony wood, a type of wood that contains giant pandas, and it's said to be more valuable than gold." What? Lu Zheng's pupils widened in shock. More valuable than gold? Although he didn't know much about ebony wood, Shen Jiaqing said it was valuable, so it must be very precious. Seeing his still confused look, Shen Jiaqing patiently explained everything carefully. This ebony wood is also called the mummy of the plant world. It forms because of natural disasters like earthquakes, floods, and landslides that bury trees in riverbeds. Over thousands of years, these trees are slowly carbonized and become very rare. Look at this wood. Its color is bright and shiny, smooth to the touch, and it resists decay. When you get close and smell it, there's a very special scent. As she spoke, Shen Jiaqing held the wood close to Lu Zheng's nose. He took a deep breath and indeed, the branch emitted a earthy smell mixed with a herbal fragrance. Then he reached out and touched it. Sure enough, just as Shen Jiaqing said, the surface was smooth and delicate, but the material was very hard. If it were just rotten wood soaked in mud, it wouldn't be smooth or fragrant now. It would have long turned into a mushy mess. The facts were clear. This piece of wood was definitely different from ordinary decayed wood. He never expected that beneath this shallow riverbed, there was actually a piece of ebony, wood worth a fortune. Lu Zheng, is there more down there? Shen Jiaqing asked. He shook his head.
Evet çek ver.
There's only this one branch. Shen Jiaqing looked at the broken end of the branch, which was torn apart. It seemed that the main trunk of this ebony tree was somewhere else. Maybe due to a flood or landslides and tectonic movements, this branch broke off from the main trunk and floated into the underground river, which is why it appeared on the mountain behind. If it weren't for the treasure hunting system, she would never have guessed that beneath this mud, there was a branch of ebony wood as long as an arm and as thick as a wrist. Although this branch was small, just a rare piece of the trunk, it could buy several houses with it. Lu Zheng, we're going to get rich. Shen Jiaqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. She wasn't holding a branch anymore, but a big lump of gold. Seeing this cute, smiling face, Lu Zheng's mood also became brighter. But despite feeling happy, he was a bit confused. How did Shen Jiaqing know there were good things in the muddy area by the river? He hesitated to speak, finally swallowing his words as his throat moved slightly. Same as usual, the items stay with me. Tomorrow, when we go to the city, we'll find Xiao Dao to handle it, Shen Jiaqing said while casually swinging the dark wood into her basket, secretly storing it in her space. Lu Zheng had no objections. It seemed their teamwork had become a silent understanding. Shen Jiaqing searches for treasures, he handles the work, and then she keeps and uses the items. During this time, he never asked questions. Whatever she said, he did. His understanding and silence were reasons why Shen Jiaqing was willing to work with him long-term. Lu Zheng is a good person, quiet and hardworking. His calm personality made her feel safe. If she had a different partner, who kept asking questions about everything, she would have to find ways to smooth things over every day. After packing the dark wood, Lu Zheng went to the creek to wash himself and then put on his new clothes. Honestly, Lu Zheng is naturally good-looking. Even in work clothes, he looks like a runway model. His demeanor is not like a typical country person. He looks tall and has a cool, tough military style. Shen Jiaqing watched him dress with admiration. When his long fingers fastened the last button, she reluctantly looked away. She just couldn't get enough of him. She sighed softly, stood up, and waved at Lu Zheng. Let's keep going. It's still early, so let's explore around a bit more. Lu Zheng nodded silently and followed her. But he noticed she didn't take the usual small path. Instead, she stepped through the weeds into the dense forest. The mountain wasn't very big, but not small either, and wild animals often appeared there. Plus, last time, Yi Zhaozhao had set traps in the mountain. Lu Zheng, worried, moved closer to her and reached out his hand. The forest is dangerous. Hold my hand tightly. Shen Jiaqing trusted him and confidently placed her hand over his rough, calloused palm. Okay, we all need to be careful and watch out for each other. Lan Zheng carefully held the fair hand and slender fingers, gripping them firmly yet gently, as if treating a very precious treasure. He never let go along the way. Compared to the last time, Shen Jiaqing's treasure hunt this time was much more difficult. After all, there were no clear landmarks, only a rough idea of the general direction. One was on a large rock wall, and the other was in a dense forest. But the forest was thick and looked the same everywhere, making it really hard to tell them apart. As Shen Jiaqing walked, she quietly asked the system, can you give me a hint? Those few maps are already very clear. You need to work hard. What a system. Shen Jiaqing had every reason to believe it was deliberately being vague. She was feeling frustrated when suddenly, Lanjing spoke up beside her. Are you looking for something? Feel free to tell me. Maybe I can help. Hearing this, Shen Jiaqing suddenly felt a wave of good luck. Lanjing was truly her timely helper. So, she didn't hide anything and told Lanjing she was looking for a not-too-high cliff and a forest full of mushrooms. Although Lanjing didn't know what she was really after, he thought carefully and then headed up the mountain. I know a place that sounds like what you're describing. Maybe it's the one you're looking for. Shen Jiaqing's fingers suddenly tightened. Then what are we waiting for? Lead the way. Lanjing had been climbing mountains since he was young, gathering pig grass, picking wild vegetables, and hunting game. No one knew this mountain better than him. Following Shen Jiaqing's description, he immediately thought of that cliff near the top of the mountain. But the damp area where the mushrooms grew was uncertain in his mind, so he listed 3 or 4 possible spots.
So,
it's best to check the cliff first. Lanjing took Shen Jiaqing along, walking carefully along the narrow trail, climbing up the mountain. He felt the increasing weight behind him and the pulling force growing stronger, so he stopped. Shen Jiaqing was exhausted, gasping for breath, her legs feeling as if they were filled with lead. She was clearly about to give out. Take a break. Lanjing blocked her path, allowing her to catch her breath before continuing. She crossed her waist with one hand, clearly exhausted but still worried about the treasure on the mountain. It's okay, I'm fine. Let's hurry and go. Suddenly, a strong force came from her palm, pulling her up a few steps. Shen Jiaqing almost effortlessly leapt forward a good distance. She was momentarily stunned, then gratefully looked at the sweaty figure in front of her. This Lu Zheng looked like a rough man, but he was actually very careful. He quickly noticed her fatigue and silently helped her. Such a good man, Yi Zhaozhao didn't cherish him, but preferred Jiang Shiyan with his flashy style. Shen Jiaqing sighed, feeling sorry for Lu Zheng, both regretful and distressed. Although she didn't understand why her heart ached so painfully, the two of them climbed the mountain path one after the other. Of course, mainly because Lu Zheng was pulling her strongly, so she almost didn't need to use much effort and followed him swiftly to the top. Lu Zheng raised his flashlight and shined it at a small cliff a few meters ahead. Look, is that it? Following the beam of light, Shen Jiaqing saw on the low cliff a few dark green long leaves emerging from the rocks, swaying with a small yellow-green flower. This scene kept overlapping with the picture in her mind. Yes, this was it. Shen Jiaqing released her grip, took out another flashlight, and hurried over. On this bare stone wall, only a small, undernourished wildflower was stubbornly growing. If she wasn't mistaken, the glowing arrow pointed directly at it. Isn't this just a wildflower? Shen Jiaqing tiptoed, trying to reach out and grab a leaf, but suddenly someone grabbed her wrist. Lu Zheng held his breath, looked up at the small figure standing against the wind, and swallowed hard. If you damage it, it won't be worth anything.
What?
Shen Jiaqing's fingers quickly curled. Do you know this wildflower? She vaguely remembered that Lu Zheng knew some pharmacology and had even prepared medicinal oil himself. Could this be a rare, traditional Chinese medicine? Lu Zheng, what exactly is this? Shen Jiaqing's eyes sparkled with stars, full of anticipation. Lu Zheng took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on the yellow-green flower, unable to calm down for a long time. He stepped on a large stone and examined it carefully up close. After a moment of recognition, he slowly spoke. This is a wild orchid. I've never seen this type before. Despite the tough material conditions of the 1970s, some wealthy areas like Port City or Spring City in the north loved collecting and growing rare orchids. If she remembered correctly, by 1980, Spring City's market was already trading highly priced clivia plants. At that time, a king clivia was sold for up to 10 million yuan, becoming a famous event in the orchid market. By 1987, a farmer in Fuching discovered a wild two-colored orchid called Two-Color Dutch, which was bought at a high price by a trader from Port City. After returning home, he quickly changed to a new shop, causing quite a stir. Although Shun Jiaqing didn't usually trade orchids, she had seen some short videos and remembered a little. If this really was a rare orchid that no one had seen before, they could become rich. Shun Jiaqing kept her excitement under control and called out to the system mentally. System, what kind of orchid is this? Even Lu Zheng has never seen it. Soon, a picture appeared before her eyes, exactly like the small orchid on the cliff wall. Host, this is a rare orchid species, Tiani Dutch orchid. No one has discovered it yet. It is an extremely precious orchid of the highest quality. She read the information on the screen. It turned out that, according to normal history, Tiani Dutch orchid was first discovered in 1992. Because of its special color and elegant shape, it attracted many admirers and caused a sensation in the orchid market when it was found. But now, it was only 1975, 17 years earlier than the actual discovery of Tiani Dutch orchid. This was a huge opportunity for wealth. Shun Jiaqing was so excited she couldn't speak, tears streaming down her face. No wonder she was so unremarkable. She had never seen such rare treasures in her previous life. This small orchid, without exaggeration, could be exchanged for several houses in the capital's North City. Lu Zheng, be careful. Gently dig it out, Shun Jiaqing said tremblingly. Lu Zheng nodded seriously, then found a few sturdy stones to step on, carefully digging with his hands. Maybe because he often dug herbs, he was very skilled at it. Soon, he managed to dig out the entire plant with its roots. Quick, let me see. Shun Jiaqing took the small orchid with both hands, her white eyes shining brightly. Wow! This ordinary-looking little flower is actually a very rare and valuable new variety that hasn't been released yet. I can't believe it. Lu Zheng looked at the orchid thoughtfully. It will take some time before it's ready to sell. If the flower dies during this period, it won't be worth much. I need to find a way to take care of it. He already thought about taking it home to nurture if necessary, but he was a bit worried because he only knew how to farm crops, not how to care for delicate flowers and plants. Lu Zheng's words reminded Shun Jiaqing that she must take good care of this orchid. If it dies, it will just be a bunch of worthless dry grass. But she wasn't worried about this at all because she had her space. Her space could keep things fresh and even had upgraded functions to nourish rare treasures. The small spiritual mushroom she put inside could turn into a 100-year-old mushroom overnight. And this was just a tiny orchid? Maybe I should try to raise it? Lu Zheng said uncertainly. No need. Leave it to me. I have a way to keep it alive. Lu Zheng's deep, dark eyes grew even more mysterious and gloomy. Shun Jiaqing kept finding treasures, which might just be good luck. Growing orchids is a skillful task. Even he wasn't sure he could keep this orchid alive, so how could Shun Jiaqing guarantee it? He looked at her confident face, which didn't seem like she was lying. Could she really know how to grow orchids? While he was thinking, Shun Jiaqing put the orchid into her backpack, her space. With her space's freshness preservation and nourishment functions, the orchid wouldn't wither or die. Instead, it would grow more vibrant. Now, the treasure hunting system had already found 2 of the 3 treasure locations. Where could the last one be? Shun Jiaqing was eager and straightened up, carrying her backpack on her shoulder. As she turned around, she suddenly made a sound, rubbing her blurry eyes with her finger. Lu Zheng, look over there. Lu Zheng looked in the direction she pointed, his deep eyes filled with curiosity. She hadn't figured everything out yet, but the young woman happily ran toward the dense forest ahead. Shun Jiaqing quickly entered the woods, looking at the damp, leaf-covered ground that was sunken in places. It was hard to imagine such terrain appearing on a mountaintop. She raised her wrist to shine her flashlight on the thick layer of fallen leaves, then saw something that made her scream in shock. Amid the dense pine needles, there were countless tiny umbrellas. No, they were big umbrellas. A large cluster of wild mushrooms, dark gray and black, was growing wildly in the woods. Oh my goodness! Shin Jiaqing looked at the mushroom army in front of her, doubting her eyes. How could so many mushrooms be here without anyone noticing? These are Qizhong mushrooms, Lu Zheng said excitedly. June is indeed the season when Qizhong mushrooms sprout, but these mushrooms are rare. They rarely appear in their village, and they hadn't found any before. Now, they were everywhere. Qizhong mushrooms are also called the king of mushrooms, and they are much more expensive than regular ones. This big patch could sell for at least 100 yuan. Lu Zheng, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and pick them, Shen Jiaqing said. She jumped into the woods and bent down to start collecting mushrooms. Each umbrella-shaped mushroom could be easily pulled out of the soil with a satisfying pop, making a crisp sound. This process was really soothing. They both buried their heads in gathering mushrooms, working frantically. After a while, they finally finished collecting all the Qizhong mushrooms in this area. Strangely enough, only this small patch of forest had Qizhong mushrooms. Once they left, they didn't see a single mushroom nearby. After finishing, Shen Jiaqing collapsed on the ground, exhausted, her arms numb. But looking at the full basket of mushrooms, she couldn't help but smile widely. Lu Zheng, we're about to get rich, she said dreamily, as if she saw countless bills and houses flying toward her. Unfortunately, she couldn't buy a house now. In this era, houses and land belonged to the state, and there was no real estate market. Otherwise, she would go to the capital and buy 3 or 4 courtyard houses to keep. Although she couldn't buy a house, she could build one. The house at home was still a simple brick and mud structure built by her grandfather. It was time for her family to move into a proper house with blue bricks and tiles. Shen Jiaqing felt more and more excited the more she thought about it. After the flood next month, she would start building her house. She leaned against a tree trunk, dreaming of a happy and wonderful future. As she thought, she suddenly yawned widely, and her eyelids began to flutter. Tonight was too tiring. She had been down to the river, climbing mountains and picking mushrooms. Even a tough person like her couldn't keep going like this. She really wanted to get up, take advantage of her remaining clarity, and go home to sleep, but her body was out of control. She couldn't even lift her hands. Lu Zheng stood in front of her. Seeing her consciousness fade, he pursed his lips, turned around without saying a word, squatted down, and showed his flat back. Get on, I'll carry you home. Shen Jiaqing wanted to refuse, but Lu Zheng's broad back looked so comfortable, like her soft little bed at home. Without thinking, she suddenly lunged forward, lying on Lu Zheng's back, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. Before she could react, she was lifted into the air, completely off the ground. Lu Zheng's stance was very steady. Even on the sloped mountain path, carrying someone on his back and holding her basket, he didn't wobble at all. He was as steady as a rock. He straightened his back easily, feeling the small woman on his back. She was so light, like a piece of paper. So thin, no wonder she got tired after just a few steps. Hold on tight. Lu Zheng turned his head slightly, his rough chin brushing her forehead. The prickly stubble made her shiver, and she instinctively tightened her grip around his neck. Lu Zheng's throat tightened, almost making him gasp. He could only lower his voice and softly coax her, sleep peacefully. I'll take you home. As he spoke, Shen Jiaqing's tense body gradually relaxed. Even her breathing became even and slow. Lu Zheng bent his body and carefully stepped along the steep mountain path. Tonight, the person on his back was bathed in moonlight, lost in a sweet dream. And he was carrying his own dream, walking under the moonlight. Shen Jiaqing rested on the springy bed she had made, and in her dream, Lu Zheng's handsome yet cold face kept flickering in front of her, swaying back and forth, making her heart race like a little deer. The path down the mountain didn't seem long, but Lu Zheng walked for a long time until the rooster crowed. Only then did he arrive at Shen's house. He hesitated whether to wake her up, but just as he was about to, the door suddenly creaked open. Old Fourth looked gloomy and had been waiting at the door all night. When he heard a noise, he excitedly opened the door. Just as he was about to speak, he saw that the person in front of him was Lu Zheng, and on his back was his younger sister. "Is that you? What did you do with my sister?" Old Fourth had just started to change his opinion of him, but he was shocked to see that Lu Zheng had taken his sister away, and she hadn't returned all night. Lu Zheng looked straight at him without fear and placed the basket on the ground. "Picking mushrooms." Old Fourth looked at the full box of chicken mushroom and was surprised, but he quickly calmed down. "So, you're picking mushrooms." He sighed in relief, but a feeling of sourness grew in his heart. Girls really grow up and leave home. His sister went up the mountain to pick mushrooms and called Lu Zheng, but didn't take him or a third brother. Do they really compare to an outsider? Humph. Picking mushrooms all night. So annoying. He glared fiercely at Lu Zheng, as if he were looking at a class enemy. Before Lu Zheng could stay any longer, he spread his arms.
Give my sister back to me. You should leave now.
It was almost dawn, and the village was gradually lighting up with fires and sounds. Not wanting to be seen, Lu Zheng reluctantly turned around, handed Shun Jiaqing to Old Fourth, and left quickly, carrying a sack on his shoulder. That night, Shun Jiaqing slept until 9 in the morning. She couldn't remember how she got back, only that she seemed to have leaned on Lu Zheng's back. His back felt so solid and warm, like a bouncing spring bed. It was as if she saw Lu Zheng in her dreams too, but she couldn't remember exactly what happened. She got up, washed up, and changed into clean clothes. Shun Jiaqing looked at the time and suddenly felt worried. Oh no! She was so busy treasure hunting that she forgot about this important matter. She quickly pushed open the door and saw her sister-in-law already dressed in the work clothes she had given her. Her hair was neatly combed and tied at the back, looking like a different person, full of energy. "Sorry, sister-in-law, I woke up late." Peng Zhaodi hurriedly handed her a corn bun and a bowl of chicken egg porridge. Not late, big sister-in-law, don't worry." Shun Jiaqing held her bowl with one hand and quickly finished her porridge in 2 sips. Then she picked up a steamed bread and took big bites. "I'm in a hurry, big sister-in-law. I am worried. It's already late. Let's ride our bikes into town quickly." Peng Zhaodi nodded and pushed her bike out of the yard for her. Just as she was about to sit on it, she suddenly remembered something. "Little sister, wait, I need to get my secret weapon." Peng Zhaodi ran quickly into the kitchen. When she came out, she was holding an aluminum lunchbox wrapped in a mesh bag. "Is this your secret weapon?" Shun Jiaqing reached out to touch it. The lunchbox was surprisingly hot. Peng Zhaodi proudly patted the sturdy box. "It was my big brother who reminded me. He said, when we go for an interview, we can't go empty-handed. He told me to prepare some food to bring along so the leaders can cooking." It was thoughtful of her big brother. Shun Jiaqing hadn't thought of preparing food in advance. This way, not only could she show off her cooking skills directly, but she could also leave a good impression on the leaders. "So, what delicious dish did big sister-in-law make?" Shun Jiaqing asked curiously. Peng Zhaodi pretended to be mysterious and smiled. "That's a secret. You'll find out later." Shun Jiaqing rolled her eyes at her. Big sister-in-law was still teasing. Seeing the food, she suddenly remembered the mushrooms she picked last night and hurried into the house. Fortunately, the mushrooms were still fresh. She kept a pot of chicken mushroom soup for the family, and the rest, a whole basket, was stored in her space. These mountain mushrooms, of course, needed to be sold while fresh, or they wouldn't be worth much. Once everything was ready, she and her big sister-in-law headed straight toward the county town. Today was very busy. Shun Jiaqing kept telling herself not to rush, to take things step by step. The first stop was the textile factory. She took her big sister-in-law to meet Director Wen. When Rongguang looked at this neat and tidy young woman, seeming like someone who could do the work. "Comrade Peng, Comrade Shun has probably told you the details. Although we work in the kitchen, managing the meals for 500 people is not easy." Peng Zhaodi nodded nervously, speaking hesitantly. "Leader, I am not afraid of hard work or tiredness. As long as you give me a chance, I will do my best." It's good to be willing to work hard, but let me be clear. If you don't do well in the next month, you won't get paid, and you might have to leave at any time. When Rongbong used a polite but firm approach. Since he had some connections, he didn't have high hopes. Peng Zhaodi was frightened by his serious expression. She stood there holding her lunchbox, unable to speak. It was only when Shun Jiaqing reminded her that she snapped out of it, gathering her courage to hand over the lunchbox. "Leader, this is my own cooking," she said shyly, not daring to lift her head. Shun Jiaqing took the lunchbox and also took out a pair of new wooden chopsticks from her bag, not giving him a chance to refuse. "Director Wen, this is prepared by my sister-in-law for you. Please try it and see her cooking skills." When Rongbong looked at the nervous woman, out of politeness, he opened the lunchbox slightly. When the sealed lid was lifted, a tempting aroma spread out. He looked at the neatly arranged 3 dishes inside: eggplant with sauce, mapo tofu, and sweet and sour cabbage. Just smelling these flavors made his mouth water, and seeing the attractive presentation instantly stirred his appetite. He took the chopsticks and picked up a piece from each dish, chewing carefully.
So fragrant, so delicious.
The eggplant was crispy on the outside and tender inside, full of flavor. The 2 slices of eggplant, which didn't taste like pork but more like fish, had a rich, roasted aroma. This taste was so good it made him squint with pleasure, a look of satisfaction on his face. He couldn't wait to try the mapo tofu. The tofu was smooth and tender, coated with a brown sauce that was spicy and flavorful. It was delicious, but also very spicy. He quickly took a sip of tea to soothe his tongue and suppress the fiery sensation. Then, he quickly picked up his chopsticks again, grabbing a piece of cabbage to change the flavor. The sweet and sour, juicy taste suited his palate, and he couldn't help but eat a few more bites. Although she had just finished breakfast, when Rongbong's stomach already felt hungry, and he wished he could finish all the food in the lunchbox. At first, he only ate out of politeness, thinking since they had prepared the meal, he should just eat a little. Unexpectedly, he found a real treasure. His cooking skills were even better than the head chef at their factory. No, actually, they were better than the chefs at the state-run restaurant. When Rongbong licked the oil from the corner of his mouth and looked at Peng Zhaodi with more admiration, he didn't expect she was quite skilled. Peng Zhaodi was so nervous she didn't dare breathe and kept staring at Rongbong's face. When she saw him frown from the spiciness of the mapo tofu, she almost cried. If she had known the boss couldn't eat spicy food, she wouldn't have made that dish. Compared to her nervousness, Shun Jiaqing remained calm and confident. She believed her sister-in-law's cooking was perfect. She wasn't worried at all. She was even surprised that her sister-in-law could make eggplant stuffed with meat and mapo tofu. Maybe she learned from that home cooking recipe book. Her sister-in-law was really impressive. Soon, when Rongbong put down his chopsticks and nodded with satisfaction. "These dishes are well made. Now I'll have my secretary take you to get familiar with the boss and the environment. You can start work tomorrow." Peng Zhaodi's eyes widened in excitement. She was praised by the boss. Since she was a child, her parents always criticized her, saying she did everything wrong. Not being able to get along with her younger brother was her fault. After her brother was born, not taking good care of him was also her fault. No matter how hard she tried or how much she did for the family, she was always wrong and criticized by her parents. After marrying into the Shin family, everyone praised her cooking skills, and for the first time, she felt appreciated. This was also the first time a prominent factory director outside her family praised her. She realized she wasn't as bad as her parents had said. Seeing her still stunned, Shun Jiaqing cleared her throat. "Sister-in-law, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and thank Director Wen." Peng Zhaodi hurriedly snapped out of her daze, bowed deeply, and said, "Thank you, leader." "Thank you, leader." When Rongbong waved his hand and then shouted toward the door, "Xiaoyang, take Comrade Peng to the cafeteria to report." A young man wearing glasses came over from the next room, bowing politely with a smile. "Please follow me." Peng Zhaodi quickly followed, but after a few steps, she realized Shin Jiechi hadn't caught up. "Older sister-in-law, you go ahead with Secretary Yang." I have something to report to Director Wen. Although Peng Zhaodi was afraid, she gathered her courage and said, okay. After they left, Shen Jiechi approached Wen Rongguang and asked cautiously, Director Wen, how was the meeting? Did the workers agree to exchange the oilcloth? Wen Rongguang nodded eagerly. I was just about to tell you. They all agreed. Unanimously. That's good. Now she could move on to the next step. Director Wen, weren't you going to see that batch of goods? Wen Rongguang's eyes lit up. Yes, where is it? Take me to see it quickly. Shen Jiechi made a welcoming gesture.
Please follow me.
She turned first and led Wen Rongguang outside the factory area. The further they went, the more remote it became. They kept turning left and right, heading into a quiet alley. Just as he started to suspect and wanted to head back home, she suddenly stopped. When Rongguang looked up at the unfamiliar, dilapidated surroundings, feeling a sudden jolt in his chest. Why here? This was a place of broken houses, and the people around had already moved away. Nearby was a small square, which was the biggest black market in Lin County. The terrain was complex and chaotic, definitely not a proper place. Comrade Shen, why did you bring me here? When Rongguang looked cautiously at the abandoned little house. He didn't want to think badly, but he knew he had to be careful. Seeing Wen Rongguang's wary look and hesitant expression, Shen Jiechi guessed he misunderstood. It wasn't her fault. She couldn't find the warehouse at the moment. She thought of the broken house where she and Lu Zheng had hidden last time and decided to use it temporarily. She quickly explained, Director Wen, it's like this. My warehouse isn't in the city. This time, I only brought part of the goods for your inspection. It was sudden, and I couldn't rent a proper warehouse, so I borrowed this broken house temporarily. Please don't mind. This explanation sounded reasonable. When Rongguang's tense back relaxed a little, but his gaze on her became more curious. Shen Jiechi didn't want to waste words. She told him to wait a moment, and then turned to go inside. The house was overgrown with weeds, and almost all the furniture had been moved out, leaving only a pile of broken metal and wood. She quickly cleared a small path, then spread her palm and swept it through the air toward the ground. Suddenly, there were more than 10 cardboard boxes and burlap sacks. All of these were goods confiscated from Wang Tao. There were boxes of hot water bottles, enamel cups, biscuits, face cream, and several bags of rice, flour, and cooking oil, stacked into a small mountain. Once everything was arranged, she waited for Director Wen to come and inspect the goods. Director Wen, I've tidied up a bit. Please come in. Shen Jiaqing dusted off her hands and fully opened the half-closed door. Sunlight flooded into the room. From Wen Rongguang's point of view, he could see the pile of goods clearly. He stepped inside and walked straight to the boxes. So many goods, and you just put them here? No, of course not. Someone is watching over them. You can check them now, Shen Jiaqing said calmly, urging him to look quickly. When Rongguang stepped forward, lifted the cardboard lid, and found a brand new hot water bottle inside. He excitedly picked one up, weighed it in his hand, then removed the wooden plug and looked inside the tank. It was perfect, really good quality. There's also an enamel cup. Shen Jiaqing took out a cup and handed it to him. When Rongguang took the cup, examined it carefully. The quality was excellent, with clear floral patterns, big, beautiful peonies that looked rich and elegant. Next, he checked the face cream, rice, flour, and cooking oil one by one. After inspecting everything, he finally felt a big stone in his heart settle down. Comrade Shen, I've seen your skills. We'll sign the contract immediately. I just don't know when these goods can be delivered. He made the decision right away, eager to receive the goods. Don't worry. Once we sign the contract, I can arrange for someone to deliver the goods near the factory today. Good, good, good. When Rongguang repeated 3 times happily, smiling broadly. This young comrade, Shen, not only looked pretty, but also worked efficiently. She was worth long-term cooperation. Well then, let's go sign the contract. Please send the goods as soon as possible, he said. Of course, Director Wen. Happy cooperation. Shen Jiaqing squinted her eyes, a gentle smile spreading across her face. When Rongguang was afraid that the cooked duck might fly away, so he hurriedly took a few steps out of the yard. Shun Jiaqing was walking behind him, slightly closing the door, then quickly took back the pile of goods. Her skill with the space's flexible storage function was impressive. No wonder she went to great lengths, leading director went around a longer route, who would normally carry so many goods into the city. She also didn't want to attract attention. But temporarily, she couldn't find anyone to rent a warehouse from, so she had to make do. Making trouble was fine, but safety came first. Back in Director Wen's office, they prepared 3 copies of the contract as previously agreed. The words on the paper seemed to put her at a disadvantage at first glance, but for her sister-in-law's work and Xiao Bao's school admission, it was all worth it. Money could be earned again, but work quotas and school spots were hard to get. After signing the contract, Shun Jiaqing told him the goods would be delivered this afternoon. She hoped he would keep his promise and prepare the oilcloth she needed by the 5th. Don't worry, Comrade Xiao Shun, I will personally watch over it. Seeing Peng Zhaodi hadn't returned yet, they sat down to drink some tea and chat casually. When Rongguang subtly hinted that he hoped to continue working together, Shun Jiaqing didn't refuse but also didn't agree immediately, instead giving a vague response. Director Wen, don't worry. Let's finish this cooperation successfully first. Future matters can be discussed later. I will visit you and Aunt Su Hui often, so please don't mind me. Of course, you're always welcome. He suddenly remembered something, took a bag of fresh peaches and 2 cans of fish from the cabinet. This is a gift from Aunt Su Hui, I almost forgot. She keeps talking about you and said she wants to invite you to her house for a meal. My home is in building one of the factory staff dormitory. When mentioning Su Hui, Shun Jiaqing thought of that elegant, well-dressed, beautiful aunt. She accepted the kindness. Please thank Aunt Su Hui for me. I will visit her someday. Of course, of course. As they were talking, they heard footsteps in the corridor. Secretary Yang and Peng Zhaodi entered the room one after the other. After just now, she was no longer so timid and could exchange a few words with Secretary Yang. Is the matter settled? When Rongguang asked. Yes, Director. It's done. I just showed Sister Peng around the place and picked out a set of work clothes. She can report to work tomorrow. Secretary Yang handles things efficiently, which made Wen Rongguang feel very at ease. Since Secretary Yang personally led the team, the kitchen staff didn't dare to bully Peng Zhaodi. Shun Jiaqing was very happy with Wen Rongguang's arrangements. As it was almost noon, they didn't want to stay longer.
Well,
we should go back now. We have a lot of things to prepare, Shun Jiaqing said as she stood up to say goodbye. Since you have things to do, I won't keep you. When Rongguang personally saw them to the staircase, already eager to see the goods. Throughout this journey, Shun Jiaqing's ears were filled with exclamations. Wow, little sister, I'm going to work in the factory now. I have a job.
Wow.
That stove and pot are so big. I can't even hold them alone.
Wow.
Little sister, pinch me to see if I'm dreaming. Shun Jiaqing didn't dare to reach out and pinch her sister-in-law. Don't worry, everything is real. Now the opportunity is right in front of you. No one can help you. You can only rely on yourself. Xiaobao will go to school in the future, and his future is all in your hands. In her hands. Peng Zhaodi had never heard such extraordinary words before, and her nose involuntarily felt a bit sore. Little sister, thank you. She choked and was about to bow to Shun Jiaqing, but Shun Jiaqing was startled and quickly helped her up. Sister-in-law, what are you doing? Large tears rolled down Peng Zhaodi's face one by one. Little sister, don't laugh at me, but I've never made any decisions in my life. I've never been able to control my own fate.
It's you.
It's you who made me realize that I can also live a good life with my own hands, just like others, and give my little Xiaobao a future. Little sister, thank you. Really, thank you. I will never forget your great kindness. From now on, you are my real little sister. Shun Jiaqing was originally quite happy, but now she couldn't help but tear up as well. Big sister-in-law, just thank her and stop crying. You're making her want to cry too.
Ding.
Host's favorability, plus 100. Since the host successfully rewrote the fates of supporting characters Peng Zhaodi, Shen Guotao, and Shen Xiaobao, a motivational side quest has been unlocked. The system rewards the host with the opening of a mysterious shop. Shen Jiechi was stunned in place. A mysterious shop? She hurriedly went inside to take a look. Shen Jiechi thought for a moment, and the street in front of her transformed into rows of beautiful shelves filled with various goods. Congratulations, host. You have successfully unlocked the secret medicine shop. In front of her, a huge shelf covering an entire wall lit up instantly. It was filled with all kinds of pills and bottles of medicine, big and small. Besides the life extension pill the system had rewarded earlier, there were also pregnancy-preserving pills, fertility pills, hair growth pills, skin-beautifying pills, scar-removing elixirs, and mineral water, medications for treating various difficult illnesses and for beauty and skincare. Getting rich. Shen Jiechi spread her arms and rushed forward with a smile that quickly faded from her face. What is this? Life extension pill. 50,000 favorability points fertility pill, 10,000 favorability points pregnancy-preserving pill, 8,000 favorability points hair growth pill, 5,000 favorability points skin-beautifying pill, 3,000 favorability points. She looked around from top to bottom. The cheapest was the skin-beautifying pill, costing 3,000 favorability points. That's way too expensive. Host, our secret medicine shop's products are all genuine and effective, specially made to treat various difficult illnesses and for beauty.
No cheating.
If you don't believe it, you can buy two and try. Shen Jiechi kept shaking her head, realizing she couldn't afford these items. Suddenly, she seemed to think of something and asked, treats all kinds of difficult illnesses? Do you have anything to cure stuttering? Yes. As soon as the system finished speaking, a beam of light shone down onto a small medicine box. Stuttering pill. She didn't expect the secret medicine shop to really have such a rare item. Shen Jiechi was excited. Her eyes slowly moved to the label under the medicine box. 20,000 favorability points. It's really expensive. It is expensive, but if it works and can cure her brother's stuttering, it's worth any price. System. Are you sure this pill can cure my brother's stuttering? She asked nervously. Of course. The system responded very quickly, then suddenly changed tone. Host, are you doubting my ability? Not at all. Shen Jiaqing playfully stuck out her tongue. She was determined to get more favor points from the high and mighty stammering pill, so she decided to speed up. Outside, Peng Zhaodi was crying tears of joy, not sadness. As she cried, she suddenly felt something was wrong. Why did her little sister suddenly become blank? It was like someone had pressed a pressure point, and she was standing still at the station, not moving at all, not even blinking. She quickly wiped her tears and was about to pat her sister when the person in front suddenly moved. Shen Jiaqing returned to reality and immediately saw Peng Zhaodi's shocked face. Big sister-in-law, what's wrong? Why are you staring at me like that? Peng Zhaodi looked at her strangely, checking her up and down. Little sister, are you okay?
I'm fine.
Peng Zhaodi muttered, if you're fine, then why were you spacing out just now? Shen Jiaqing hit her forehead, realizing that when she entered the space, her body was stiff, as if her soul had been pulled out, leaving only an empty shell. Luckily, she had only been inside for a short time, so she hoped her sister-in-law wouldn't suspect anything. She forced a shy smile and explained, I was just thinking about something. I can't focus well, my body stiffens when I do that. I hope I didn't scare you? Oh, I see. You really gave me a scare. Peng Zhaodi patted her chest. As long as you're fine, I'm relieved. Thinking she still needed to go to the black market later, Shen Jiaqing said to her sister-in-law, Big sister-in-law, I have something to do later, so I won't go back to the village with you. You don't need to cook for me at noon. I'll be back in the afternoon.
But
I already prepared the dishes, waiting for you to try them, she said sadly. She had gotten up early to cook, following a recipe to learn a few new dishes, hoping her little sister would taste them and give her some advice. Her sad mood clouded her face like a dark shadow. In the next second, a warm finger gently smoothed her furrowed brow. How about this? Leave a portion in the bowl for me, and I'll eat it when I come back. Okay, that's settled then. I kept the food warm on the stove, telling her, "Whenever you come home, there will always be a hot meal waiting for you." Shun Jiaqing didn't cry when facing death, nor did she cry when facing hardships. But after her sister-in-law finished speaking, she couldn't hold back her tears. Since her grandmother passed away, no one has kept the food warm waiting for her return. To her, home means someone always leaves a light on, a bowl of hot food, and a simple caring word, no matter how late it is. "Foolish girl, why are you crying? It's just a bowl of rice. Don't worry, my sister-in-law will serve you enough."
Thank you, sister-in-law.
Shun Jiaqing handed the peaches and canned food to Prung Zhaodi and watched her get on the tractor, heading back to the village. Then she hurriedly walked towards the black market. It was getting late today, and she didn't know how much her chicken mushroom could sell for. She decided to try her luck. With a hopeful heart, she went to a quiet corner and took out her basket. The grayish-white chicken mushrooms stayed fresh and tender, as if just picked from the mountains, not dried at all. The space's freshness-preserving function was really good. Shun Jiaqing carried her basket to an empty stall. Just as she set it down, someone approached her to ask, "Young girl, your chicken mushrooms look really fresh. How much per jean?" An older woman with a basket reached out to touch them. "2 mao," Shun Jiaqing replied. The woman quickly retracted her hand. 2 mao. That's enough to buy a jean of rice. Someone ahead is selling chicken mushrooms for 1.5 mao. Yours is too expensive. The woman kept talking about how her price was too high. If it were cheaper, she would buy a jean to try. Shun Jiaqing looked in the direction the woman pointed and immediately saw a familiar figure standing nearby. Maybe he noticed her gaze because he looked up and looked at her. In that moment, they recognized each other and exchanged smiles. She thought Lu Zheng was fixing the water channel, but didn't expect him to come here to sell mushrooms. It seemed he had been here all along. He didn't call her to come with him. That was really unkind. Shun Jiaqing was angry. The smile in her eyes quickly turned into anger. She glared at Lu Zheng and quickly looked away. Seeing that auntie was still waiting for her, she spoke. "Ma'am, this 2 mao is the price for 1 jean. If you buy 2 jean at once, it's 1 mao 9. 3 jean is 1 mao 8. 4 jean is 1 mao 7. 5 jean is 1 mao 6. 8 jean is 1 mao 5. But if you can buy 10 jean at once, I can give you the price of 1 mao too. The more you buy, the better the deal." Auntie counted on her fingers, feeling like she couldn't keep up. Hearing this, of course, buying more is more cost-effective, but why would she buy so much? "Young girl, it's not that I don't want to buy, but these mushrooms can't be eaten as a main meal. I can't buy 10 jean alone. That's too much." Shun Jiaqing squinted and smiled slightly. "You can't buy alone, but you can find others to join in a group purchase. Everyone buys a jean each, and together you can reach 10 jean." Annie had never heard of this new group buying method before. She thought about it, and it seemed to make sense. If she could find a few more people to come over and fill up 10 jean of mushrooms, she could get the lowest price. 1 mao 2 per jean, cheaper than what the young man next door is selling, and the quality is better and fresher. It's like getting a free gift from the sky. Auntie excitedly patted her thigh. "All right, you wait. I'll find some people now." She acted quickly, turning around and rushing to Lu Zheng's stall. Not sure what she said, but several people gathered around wanting to buy mushrooms, all turning to walk toward Shun Jiaqing. Shun Jiaqing thought Auntie was calling her relatives and friends to come over, but unexpectedly, she was actually going to dig into Lu Zheng's customers right then and there. That's really over the top. Could it be that he thought she was deliberately stealing his business? Feeling the sideways glance cast her way, Shun Jiaqing quickly looked away, rubbing her forehead. Annie was really fierce. Luckily, it was Lu Zheng. If it had been a stranger, they would definitely come over to pick a fight. Under Annie's call, several of Lu Zheng's customers were also pulled over by her. Everyone looked at the chicken mushroom Shun Jiaqing was selling and praised it repeatedly. Really fresh, tender and plump, much better than the one the guy over there was selling. That one looks a bit dried out. "Young girl, are you sure you want to fill up 10 jean and sell at 1 mao 2 per jean?" someone asked. Of course. Shun Jiaqing told everyone that honesty is very important in her business. She said she would stick to her word and never break a promise. That's great. I'll buy 1 jean. I'll buy 2 jean. I want 1 jean too. People kept talking about buying in groups. Shun Jiaqing quietly took out a small scale from her cloth bag. Everyone, don't rush. Come one by one. Within half an hour, all the mushrooms in her basket were sold out. Although the price was quite low, the sales were good. She sold a total of 8.6 yuan. It was just a basket of wild mountain mushrooms, only a few dozen jean, but she made over 8 yuan. Shun Jiaqing was very happy. Meanwhile, Lu Zheng still had some mushrooms left unsold. Because they were picked over and left in the sun, the mushrooms cracked open. In the end, they had to be sold cheaply, at 8 cents per jean, just to clear them out. Since they found the mushroom nest, new mushrooms will grow every year. Not just this batch, but many more each season. As long as it's the season, lots of chicken mushroom will grow. And chicken mushrooms are quite valuable in this era. In later times, they became common and not worth much. There were even snacks made from chicken mushrooms, sold for a few yuan a bag. This era is better. Shun Jiaqing tied her basket to the back seat of her car, ready to leave. Suddenly, a gust of wind rushed over. Lu Zheng, tall and strong, blocked the light above her head like a high wall. She moved left, and his big shadow moved left too. She moved right, and he stepped across to block her way perfectly.
You.
Shun Jiaqing glared at him angrily. He lowered his head like a guilty dog, looking a little sad and eager to please, staring at her. His first words were, "I looked for you today." Looked for me? Shun Jiaqing stopped walking. She had no memory of this. Was it when she was sleeping in late? Your fourth brother said you were still sleeping, told me not to wait for you, and said you wouldn't go out today. Shun Jiaqing couldn't help but laugh and cry. So, her fourth brother tricked him away? He didn't leave her a message at all. Realizing it was a misunderstanding, Shun Jiaqing finally felt relieved. Shun Jiaqing smiled and said, "Today I was busy taking sister-in-law into town, so I forgot to call you. I guess you're probably digging a water channel now. I didn't expect." Lu Zheng replied in a deep voice, "There are many people digging water channels today. Whether I'm there or not, it doesn't matter. But the mushrooms can't wait." His words made sense. The water channel can be dug later, but if he leaves his mushrooms too long, they won't be worth much.
So,
how much did you harvest today? Shun Jiaqing asked. Lu Zheng took a handful of small change from his shirt pocket and carefully counted it on his fingers. 7 yuan and 90 cents in total. Unexpectedly, Lu Zheng arrived earlier and sold his mushrooms at a higher price, but in the end, he earned less than her. It was probably because the mushrooms sold later were cheaper. Thinking about how the ant had taken his customers, Shun Jiaqing felt a bit guilty. She also counted her money in her palm. "What you saw, I sold for 8.6 yuan, earning 7 cents more than you. We each get 3.5 cents. She was very fair. Since they had agreed to work together, everything should be clear. The mushrooms were picked together, so they should be split equally. Shun Jiaqing couldn't take more than her share, even if it was just 1 extra cent. Lu Zheng looked at the 3.5 cents Shun Jiaqing handed over. His thick eyebrows twitched slightly, almost unnoticeably. Instead of reaching out to take it, he gently pushed her hand back.
"Keep it," he said.
Shun Jiaqing thought he hadn't noticed and pushed the money toward him again. "We agreed to split it evenly." Lu Zheng's gaze moved away from the scattered coins and landed on Shun Jiaqing's face, which was shining brightly due to her successful business and a light layer of sweat. He pursed his lips, and a faint displeasure in his eyes was suppressed. Then he spoke in a low, slightly awkward tone. "There's no need to be so precise between us."
"How can that be?
Even brothers settle accounts honestly," Shun Jiaqing insisted. His reaction was strange. Why wouldn't he take his money happily if it was his? Lu Zheng looked at her stubborn expression. His Adam's apple moved, and his eyes drifted toward a small soda stand not far away. He cleared his throat and lowered his voice a bit. "You can treat me to a bottle of soda, and that counts as my share."
Huh?
Shun Jiaqing was surprised, then quickly understood and couldn't help but laugh. "Just that? Okay." She cheerfully put the money into her pocket. Not just one bottle. 2 bottles are fine too. Shun Jiechi happily ran to buy 2 bottles of orange soda. The cold bottles felt icy to the touch, and when her hands accidentally touched, a tingling sensation spread through her fingers. A gentle, electric feeling mixed with the coldness, spreading from her fingertips. Shun Jiechi's face turned bright red. She tilted her head back and took a big sip. The sweet, bubbly orange soda slid down her throat, temporarily easing her restless feelings. Lu Zheng also drank his soda, but his eyes kept drifting to her flushed face, and a small smile appeared on his lips. By the way, Shun Jiechi put down her bottle and wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. Junzi sold out. Since it's still early, let's go see Brother Dao. Okay. Lu Zheng nodded. He took down his basket, turned it upside down on the front of the car, and brushed off the mud from the back seat. Get in, I'll push you. The yard of Xiao Dao's house wasn't far, near the black market, but Lu Zheng insisted on her getting in the car while he pushed her all the way there. When they arrived, Xiao Dao had just finished lunch. He was lying leisurely on a deck chair, listening to the radio, with the door wide open. Seeing them, Xiao Dao suddenly jumped up from his chair. What brings you two here? Have you eaten? Shun Jiechi jumped off her bike. No need to be polite, Brother Dao. Today, I came with a big business idea for you. I wonder if you can handle it. Xiao Dao was intrigued by her words. We've already collected ginseng king and century pine. What other treasures could we not handle? Just as he finished speaking, Shun Jiechi leaned close to his ear and said clearly, "In Chen Mu." Xiao Dao's eyes widened in surprise. He quickly locked the door. You're joking, right? You have ancient mu. That's right. A piece of ancient mu as thick as an arm. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, swallowed nervously, and said, I really can't decide on this. I need to ask my boss. He asked Shun Jiechi and Lu Zheng to wait a moment while he made a call at the alley entrance. A few minutes later, Xiao Dao returned with a complicated, conflicted look. 2 of you, I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Xiao Dao grinned and poured 2 cups of hot tea. Let me start with the good news. The boss said that rare wood like this is extremely hard to find. We must take it. Shun Jiechi wasn't surprised at all. This kind of wood was priceless, something that anyone with vision and resources would never let slip away. But Xiao Dao continued, the boss also said he'll bring an expert from Hong Kong to check your goods in person to see what kind of tree it is, what level of carbonization, and so on. We don't really understand these things, so we need a professional. For such a big deal, Lu Qiming's caution was understandable. The only question was how long they would have to wait. When will Mr.
You arrive?
She asked. By noon tomorrow, most likely. 1 day wasn't too long. They could wait. My boss also said, if Miss Shin doesn't fully trust the expert from Hong Kong, you can invite your own expert to examine it together. That would be fairer. His words reminded her that she hadn't actually tested the quality of the wood herself. No need for an expert. I can tell on my own, Shun Jiechi replied. She ignored their surprised looks and silently called out in her heart, System, check this piece of wood for me.
Got it.
The system's cheerful voice quickly gave the result. This is golden thread Nanmu, carbonized to grade A. Its color is like rosewood, with clear grain and a fresh, unique fragrance. It's top quality. Weight, 2.53 kilograms. Estimated market value, starting from 100,000 yuan. 100,000. This small branch alone was worth over 100,000 yuan. Back in the 1970s, 10,000 yuan was equal to 1 million in modern times. That meant 100,000 was like 10 million now. She and Lu Zheng were about to get rich overnight, instantly becoming millionaires. Shun Jiechi forced herself to stay calm. She reminded herself not to celebrate too soon. Until the money was in their hands, it wasn't really theirs. Besides, there was still the bad news. Keeping her composure, she asked, so, what's the bad news? Xiao Dao scratched his head awkwardly. The bad news is, the boss doesn't have the money right now. No money? Then what was the point of talking? It's not her fault that she lacks resources and influence. Business is all about profit. If she can't pay, everything is pointless. After all, she's not doing charity work. Shun Jiaqing stood up and pulled Lu Zheng, ready to leave. Brother Dao, sorry, I don't do credit. If Boss Lu can't pay, we'll have to find another buyer. She has top-quality fragrant wood in hand. She's confident she can find a buyer. Don't worry. Xiao Dao quickly stopped them. It's my fault for not explaining clearly. Our boss just doesn't have cash right now, but he does have money. Since acquiring the Ginseng King and century-old Lingji, the big boss's pharmaceutical factory has gained fame in Hong Kong City and Southeast Asia. Recently, he opened a branch factory, investing all his funds. He can't come up with that much money at once. But, rest assured, our boss said he can use property as collateral. He has many houses and shops in Hong Kong City, which he can exchange for goods. Houses, still in Hong Kong City. Shun Jiaqing paused, intrigued. Due to policy differences, Hong Kong City's land and property rules are different from inland areas. Since the 1970s, real estate in Hong Kong City has been booming, reaching its peak in the late 80s and 90s. Right now, property prices in Hong Kong City aren't too high. Good locations cost around 10 to 20,000 per unit, and undeveloped village houses are even cheaper. But no matter how cheap, those properties will appreciate over time, reaching values of millions or even billions. Thinking of this, she almost took a step forward, but silently pulled back. Since we've worked together several times and are quite familiar, let's give Boss Lu a chance. I'll bring the goods tomorrow afternoon. At that time, it will depend on Boss Lu's sincerity. Understood, understood. I'll definitely tell the boss. Xiao Dao excitedly suggested they go to a restaurant. Shun Jiaqing declined. Having him around felt a bit awkward. After leaving Xiao Dao's house, they headed straight to a state-run restaurant. Lately, they've become regular customers there. The waiters already know what dishes they want when they see them. This woman always orders meat dishes, like braised pork, sweet and sour ribs, and spicy chicken cubes. The man always orders vegetarian dishes, like vinegar-flavored shredded potatoes, dry-fried green beans, and garlic eggplant. When all the dishes are served and the waiter walks away, Lu Zheng finally speaks in a dull voice. What are you thinking? Are you really going to trade a house for fragrant wood? This morning, he checked the price and market for fragrant wood. Someone in the south is willing to pay 200,000 yuan for it. He worries that Shun Jiaqing might not understand the market and could be tricked. After all, no matter how good a house in Port City is, it's not as valuable as real money. Shun Jiaqing, while eating meat, winks at him. Lu Zheng, do you trust me? He doesn't hesitate at all. Yes, I trust you. She says, since you trust me, just relax. If we really exchange the house in Port City for fragrant wood, we'll make a big profit. He quickly catches her meaning. You mean the house will increase in value? Not only will it increase, but it will grow 100 times. If she remembers correctly, because maritime trade was slow, Port City started real estate development in 1972. By the end of 1975, the real estate market would recover. In 1976, Port City began building the subway, and land prices soared even faster. At this time, real estate prices dropped, the market shrank temporarily, and the value of his house decreased significantly. That's why Lu Qiming was willing to trade property for fragrant wood. He only saw the present, thinking that selling the declining house to get fragrant wood for cash was the right move. He didn't expect that by the end of the year, house prices would rise again, and the subway construction in the next year would push prices even higher. Thinking of this, Shun Jiaqing firmly tells him, don't worry. Shun Jiaqing, will never make a loss. In at least half a year, or at most a year, I will show you what true wealth looks like. Her excited expression reflects in his dark eyes. Lu Zheng quietly starts to serve her more rice, saying, all right, I'll listen to you. Good girl, Shun Jiaqing says, reaching out to add a piece of ribs coated with syrup to his plate. Trust me, follow me, and there will be meat to eat. After finishing the meal, Shun Jiaqing looks at the time and, feeling her round belly, stands up. Lu Zheng, are you in a hurry to go back? Lu Zheng shakes his head, not in a hurry. Can you go to the textile factory and tell the manager that the goods have arrived? Ask them to gather people and meet me at the back door of the factory. Lu Zheng raised his eyebrows slightly. How many secrets does she still have that he doesn't know? Shen Jiaqing refused to say more. He didn't ask further, just nodded silently and went to the factory to deliver the message. As soon as he left, Shen Jiaqing jumped on her bike and sped straight to the back gate of the factory. There were few people at the back door and no guards. Seeing no one around, she quietly moved to a corner and changed the batch of goods belonging to Wang Tao. Then she silently recited, "System. I want exchange for 70 hot water bottles, 50 enamel cups, 160 boxes of snow cream, 400 packs of French bread, 200 jin of rice, 300 jin of flour, and 250 jin of pork." As soon as she finished speaking, the corner in front of her was filled with stacks of cardboard boxes, piled into a mountain with hardly any space left to stand.
Ding.
System exchange successful. The host still has 6,050 points of goodwill. 6,050? That's a lot. This number seems off. Did something go wrong? Shen Jiaqing counted the goods on the ground. She hadn't lost much. Could it be that her points have become more valuable again? System, what's going on? You said last time you had over 4,000 points of goodwill. Why is it now over 6,000? Shen Jiaqing asked in confusion. The system's tone carried a faint hint of happiness. That's because last night, the child of fortune added a lot of goodwill points. Last night, they were busy getting rich and didn't hear the system's notification.
Could it be?
Was it when he carried me back? Shen Jiaqing suddenly realized. You're not that stupid either. She rolled her eyes helplessly. Was that a compliment or an insult? She couldn't help but laugh and cry. But what surprised her even more was that last night, Lu Zheng had added over 2,000 points of goodwill to her. He was the one doing the hard work, carrying her all the way forward. Her feelings for him increased greatly. Shen Jiaqing suddenly shook her head. Lu Zheng was upright, honest, and kind. He wouldn't be like she thought. Seeing that she still didn't understand, the system decided to help her. Host, try to have more physical contact with the lucky person. It can quickly increase your favorability. It specifically emphasized the words physical contact. Now she understood. Shen Jiaqing realized. Physical contact is one of the ways to trigger increased favorability. It felt like she had opened a new door and found a new direction. Previously, Lu Zheng was engaged, so she didn't dare to overstep. Now, Lu Zheng had successfully broken off his engagement. Wouldn't it be easy to have some casual touches in daily life?
But she still needed to keep the right balance.
After all, this was the conservative 1970s. If she went too far, she might not only fail to gain favor but also be labeled as a troublemaker, which would be a loss. While Shen Jiaqing was thinking, she heard a noisy sound approaching. When Rongguang and Lu Zheng led more than 20 workers, walking grandly out of the factory gate. Everyone heard they were here to deliver prizes for the anniversary celebration, and they all stretched their necks to see. Where are they? Shen Jiaqing waved her hand. Director Wen Lu Zheng. They are here. Only then did everyone notice that in a corner, there were countless cardboard boxes, burlap sacks, and fresh pork. Comrade Shen, when did you arrive? How did you get the goods to the back door? When Rongguang looked around, where was the delivery truck? It disappeared so quickly? Lu Zheng was also confused. Where did Shen Jiaqing get all these supplies? Nowadays, even the supply and marketing director wouldn't be able to get so much at once. Shen Jiaqing had already prepared her response. She calmly smiled. I contacted the driver this morning. He wasn't familiar with the route, so he just delivered to the back door and left after unloading. That's how it is. When Rongguang praised her, this little Shen was really efficient. She said the goods would arrive in the afternoon, and just after noon, they arrived on time. She was a trustworthy person.
Ding.
The host's favorability plus 50. Shen Jiaqing was pleasantly surprised. She didn't expect that selling goods could also increase her favorability. She smiled more warmly and made a polite gesture toward Director Wen, saying, Please check the goods, Director Wen. After the inspection, let's sign an acceptance form.
All right.
When Rongguang handed the contract to Secretary Yang, and they carefully examined and inspected the items together. Shun Jiaqing stepped back to the side and stood under the shade of a tree, shoulder to shoulder with Lu Zheng. "Don't you have anything to ask?" Shun Jiaqing asked first. They both turned their heads at the same time, their eyes meeting, and the atmosphere around them became a little tense. Lu Zheng didn't speak. His dark eyes flickered with a hint of worry, but it was very brief. "This is your secret. Everyone has their own secrets. I only care about one thing. Are these goods reliable?" As soon as she finished speaking, Shun Jiaqing's beautiful eyes immediately softened with a gentle glow. "As expected, I feel most relaxed when I'm with you. I can't say much about others, but this batch of goods is definitely fine. I, Shun Jiaqing, love money, but I believe in honest ways to earn it." As for Wang Tao's batch, it was also something she deserved. They tied her up and tried to bully her after all. Asking for some compensation for emotional distress isn't too much, right? Shun Jiaqing felt completely justified and confident. Hearing her assurance, Lu Zheng nodded slightly. His face remained stern, showing no obvious emotion, but his whole body visibly relaxed. A few minutes later, Director Wen and Secretary Yang finished counting the goods. "Comrade Shen, I trust your work," Director Wen gave Secretary Yang a meaningful look. The young man in glasses took out a folder and wrote an acceptance receipt on the spot. Having completed the necessary procedures, Shun Jiaqing also felt she had accomplished something important. When Rongguang's long-held worry finally eased. "Everyone, don't just stand there. Hurry and move everything to the warehouse." The workers rushed forward, busy carrying boxes and pigs, forming a long line, and heading toward the factory area with enthusiasm. "Director Wen, we'll be leaving now." Shun Jiaqing subtly reminded him, "Remember your promise. Don't worry. You can come to the factory to check the goods in 5 days. It's a deal." After saying goodbye to Rongguang, Shun Jiaqing naturally handed her bicycle to Lu Zheng. Lu Zheng reflexively took it, gripping the handlebars tightly. When Rongguang looked at the two people working so well together, as if he saw himself and Su Hui when they were young. The man was tall and handsome, and the woman was charming and lovely. They seemed like a perfect match. This comrade Lu should be her partner, right? They really suit each other. Shun Jiaqing didn't know what Rongguang was thinking. She only saw him smiling foolishly at her and Lu Zheng. "Director Wen, we'll head back now."
Goodbye.
"Okay, ride carefully. Remember to come home for dinner." On the way back to the village, Lu Zheng was in front, sweating and pedaling quickly. Shun Jiaqing was holding his waist, humming a cheerful song happily. Lu Zheng looked ahead. Although he couldn't see Shun Jiaqing's face, he was also affected by the happy mood. "Oh, by the way, why didn't you mention the orchid today at Xiao Dao's house?" Lu Zheng asked.
"No rules."
Shun Jiaqing said calmly. "I have my plans." First, she would reveal a treasure to test Lu Qiming's financial strength. Sure enough, Lu Qiming had no cash and could only exchange property. In this situation, releasing that orchid pot wouldn't help and might attract unwanted attention. Besides, the orchid's variety had never been seen before. Showing it off casually would only make people look down on it and try to lower the price. This tiny Dutch orchid needed a formal occasion to shine and show its unique beauty, gaining recognition from the world. When that time comes, buyers will be eager to get it. When the topic of orchids came up, Shun Jiaqing thought about how long it had been since she last saw it, and she wasn't sure about its condition. She closed her eyes and mentally entered the space. On the ground, the orchid seedlings hadn't withered. Instead, they looked healthier and more upright than last night. The slender leaves were lush green, showing strong vitality. Seeing this, Shun Jiaqing suddenly had an idea. Maybe she could try this. She pondered for a moment, gently touching the orchid's long roots.
"System, you said."
"If I pull out a few roots of the orchid and grow them in the space, can I cultivate new orchid seedlings?" The system was surprised that Shun Jiaqing had such strange ideas. It thought for a moment before answering. In theory, it should be fine. Shun Jiaqing thought for a moment, I'll exchange 10 flower pots, some special soil suitable for orchids, and a set of gardening tools. I want to grow orchids in the space. Ding! Exchange successful. In front of her, 10 small clay flower pots lined up, along with several bags of special soil and a set of household gardening tools. She decisively took a small knife and slowly approached the orchid's roots. Sorry, little orchid. Please bear with me. It will be over soon. She raised the knife and cut off a longer side branch, then divided it into 9 parts, quickly planting each into a pot. When she was free earlier, Shen Jiechi loved to play with plants at home, growing a few orchids. For her, it was very easy. She quickly planted the orchids into the pots, and the remaining 9 small orchids were also planted separately. Looking at the 10 neatly arranged pots, Shen Jiechi clapped the dirt off her hands and suddenly felt very hopeful about the future. Do I need to water them? Shen Jiechi asked. The host doesn't need to water them. The space's freshness system will handle watering and fertilizing one-on-one. Shen Jiechi was amazed. What kind of magical space was this? It was like her caring little helper. Then I can just enjoy the benefits without doing anything. That's theoretically correct. Shen Jiechi couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Her excitement about the future grew even more. When she left the space, they were already outside the village. Lu Zheng saw her standing still and thought she had fallen asleep, so he stopped under a large banyan tree, using his back as a temporary bed. Shen Jiechi opened her eyes, stretched widely. Looking at the village with smoke curling up from the chimneys, she sleepily asked Lu Zheng, "How long have I been asleep?" Lu Zheng quietly moved his sore arm. "Not long, just arrived." "Really?" Shen Jiechi looked at her watch and was surprised to see it was already 3:30 p.m. They had left the county at 2 p.m., and with Lu Zheng's speed, they should have arrived in just over half an hour.
So,
He had been waiting here for her for an hour. Sorry, Shen Jiechi felt very guilty. She had been so focused on planting flowers that she lost track of time. It's okay. Lu Zheng stepped down from the car, handing it back to her. The village is just ahead. You should go back now. Shen Jiechi nodded knowingly and said, I'll go back first. Tomorrow morning, let's go see the water channel together, and then we can visit the county town after lunch. Okay. Lu Zheng replied softly. When he heard her plan, he smiled gently, his eyes showing more tenderness and affection. Rest early tonight. You too. Shen Jiechi couldn't help but smile happily, then mounted her bike and rode leisurely forward. As she entered the village, more than a dozen women and elderly people came rushing over, holding sweet potatoes, yams, and some wild vegetables. Shen girl, you've made us wait so long. Shen Jiechi was startled by the crowd and quickly pressed the brakes. Everyone, what's going on? We came especially to thank you. Aunt Gui Xiao from the village handed her a few plump sweet potatoes. Shen Jiechi instinctively caught them, feeling confused. What's happening? What do you think? You taught us that method to remove toxins from cassava. We followed your instructions, peeled them, and soaked in water for 2 days. Today at noon, we finally ate them and no one got sick. Yes, our family was starving and almost ate bark from trees. You saved us all, Grandma Zhou said tearfully, hanging the bundled wild vegetables on her bike handlebar. Seeing this, the villagers hurried forward, eager to give her more gifts. These items weren't worth much. They were wild mountain goods collected by the villagers themselves. But in Shen Jiechi's eyes, these were priceless, no, invaluable treasures. Because they represented the villagers' gratitude and recognition for her. Shen girl, take this. Take mine. Everyone was eager to give her things, but Shen Jiechi only had 2 hands and couldn't accept everything. Seeing the crowd start to push and shove, she hurriedly said, Everyone, don't push. I appreciate your kindness, but you can take these back. I won't accept them. Seeing her refusal, the villagers' emotions grew even more intense. Shen girl, please don't dislike us. Shen Jiechi sighed helplessly. Your kindness means a lot to me. How could I dislike it? During hard times, everyone is struggling. Let's save some food for ourselves. I used to have a bad reputation in the village and did many embarrassing things. I am grateful that everyone didn't dislike or give up on me, and still believed in me. That was the greatest encouragement and support I could ask for. I don't have much to give in return. I just hope all the villagers can fill their stomachs, work together, and unite to get through the hard times. Shun Jiaqing's voice was soft but full of strength, inspiring everyone present. This passionate spirit moved everyone there. People gradually stopped what they were doing, their eyes full of emotion. Aunt Gui Xiao sniffed and spoke first. "Shun girl, you said it so well. We listened to you. If we work together, we can definitely get through this. Your kindness is in our hearts. If you ever face any trouble, just tell us. We will all stand by you and help." Others also had tears in their eyes and nodded in agreement. "Yes, Shun girl, you help us selflessly without asking for anything in return. I really don't know what to say." Helping others without expecting rewards was something that, in ancient times, would have led to temples being built to honor such a person. But now, in this new era, that old way of thinking isn't popular anymore. Otherwise, the whole village might have wanted to worship her. Shun Jiaqing looked at their tearful eyes and suddenly felt a lump in her throat. There was no need for thanks. "I accept your kindness. Everyone, you can go now. I have to go home for dinner with my mother." But they didn't want to leave. They kept blocking the road into the village. Everyone was talking, urging her to accept some help, or else they'd seem ungrateful. Seeing they couldn't persuade her, Shun Jiaqing thought for a moment and said, "All right, since everyone wants to thank me, how about helping me out with something?" "Help? What kind of help?" Aunt Gui Xiao asked. Shun Jiaqing tilted her chin toward the back hill. "The barren land I'm responsible for needs people to break stones and dig holes. Do any of you have time?"
Oh,
I knew it was something. "Just digging the ground, right? Wait until my uncle finishes his work, then we'll come help." Aunt Gui Xiao said happily. "I am the same. When my son finishes work, I will bring a shovel to help. My husband and I will go too. Our whole family is going." Everyone responded eagerly, wishing they could grow wings and fly up the mountain to help her farm the land. Shun Jiaqing's eyes welled up with tears, and a warm feeling filled her heart. She took a deep breath and said, "Thank you all for your support.
you are so kind to me.
I won't let your efforts go to waste. Tonight, for those helping with the land, I will give each of you an egg and half a pound of mixed grains.
What?
We're here to repay kindness, and you want to give us food? That's not right." Shun Jiaqing didn't give them a chance to bargain. Her gratitude was their own matter, and her reward was hers. As a hardworking person, she would never let everyone work for nothing. That would be too unkind. "Anyway, I'll say this. If you want to come, come. If not, stay behind. We won't force anyone." Her tone was firm and unquestionable, making it clear there was no room for discussion.
Well,
Everyone hesitated, looking at each other. After a while, Aunt Gui Xiao sighed. "All right then, thank you." This Shin girl was too polite, making them feel a bit embarrassed. "It's settled, see you tonight." Shun Jiaqing waved her hand, pushing herself back onto her bike. Seeing this, everyone quickly moved aside, making a narrow path for her. As she rode through the crowd, people quickly hung several mesh bags and straw ropes on her bike handle and around her, as if afraid she might return something. They all silently dispersed, in a tacit understanding. Even Grandma Zhou's decades-old cold legs suddenly felt better, and she ran a few meters away in a flash. "You all." Shun Jiaqing looked at the bag of sweet potatoes hanging from her bike, some wild vegetables, and a few embroidered insoles hanging on her, feeling deeply touched.
Ding.
System detected. Host's favorability plus 368. She glanced at the fleeing figures, smiling faintly, though her eyes inexplicably welled up with tears. Back home, her sister-in-law was indeed warming up her meal. "Little sister, you're back." Peng Zhaodi was waiting patiently, like a stone watching for her husband, always waiting for her sister to return. Seeing her car full of mountain goods, Peng Zhaodi was puzzled and said, "Little sister, I could go up the mountain to dig these things myself. Why spend money?" Shun Jiaqing took down the heavy gift and said, "These are from the villagers at the village entrance, thanking me for teaching them how to use cassava."
Oh.
Peng Zhaodi suddenly understood. You really should be thanked. Your method has saved many people. Shun Jiaqing smiled and took the items into the kitchen. No matter what, this was a token of kindness from the villagers. Peng Zhaodi followed closely, squatting down to turn off the stove fire, and took out a pair of bowls and chopsticks. Little sister, you've worked hard all day and must be hungry. Try some. Her sister-in-law's shining eyes showed strong longing as she handed the chopsticks over. Unable to refuse, Shun Jiaqing rubbed her still-digesting stomach and forced herself to eat a few bites. Is it delicious? Peng Zhaodi instinctively pinched her clothes and stared at her without blinking. Shun Jiaqing was seriously tasting the food and then gave a thumbs up. It's so tasty. Sister-in-law, I can't bear to see you go to the factory. If you leave, I'll lose about 10 pounds from hunger. Shun Jiaqing wasn't joking. This was a serious problem. The sister-in-law went to the cafeteria, and the cooking at home fell on their mother. Of course, she could help out, but she was busy with work and couldn't guarantee cooking every meal at home. As for the pregnant second sister-in-law, Shun Jiaqing didn't consider her at all. Seeing her worried, Peng Zhaodi thought her little sister was just craving her food. Don't worry, little sister. Secretary Yang told me secretly that in the afternoons, the cafeteria isn't crowded and leftover food can be packed to take home. The factory's mealtime starts early, at 5 o'clock. I'll bring back some dishes for you, she whispered. Such a good thing. No wonder everyone says the kitchen is a fat job. Yes, even if I'm not at home in the future, you can still enjoy my cooking, Peng Zhaodi said with a smile like a small flower. That's great. She was so excited that she could continue to enjoy the delicious meals made by her sister-in-law. Shun Jiaqing couldn't help but eat another half bowl until her stomach was full and couldn't hold any more. Then she put down her bowls and went to the yard. At this moment, Little Treasure just woke up from his nap, looking sleepy and standing outside the door. When his blurry little eyes saw Shun Jiaqing, his face immediately lit up. Little Auntie. Little Treasure opened his arms and hurriedly ran over, stumbling along the way. He accidentally kicked a stone, let out a yelp, and his little pearls of eyes rolled down one by one. Ouch! It hurts. Are you okay, Little Treasure? Shun Jiaqing bent down and picked up the little doll, seeing that his cloth shoes had a hole, revealing half of his big toe. Ow! My shoes. Little Treasure cried even more sadly. You're such a kid, always rushing around. Even your shoes get damaged, Peng Zhaodi said as she took off his cloth shoes. Mom will fix them for you. When the shoes were taken off, Shun Jiaqing noticed that the tip of Little Treasure's big toe and the side of his little toe had already turned red from rubbing. What's wrong with your foot? She asked. Little Auntie, Little Treasure's foot hurts. The shoes are squeezing it. Peng Zhaodi sighed helplessly. You're so delicate. These shoes were only made at the end of spring. They're a little small, but what's the big deal? Can't you bear it? When your mother was little, all 10 toes had holes, and the soles broke into 2 pieces. Didn't she just turn them into slippers and run around everywhere? Hearing her sister-in-law's words, Shun Jiaqing's eyes filled with concern. Sister-in-law, that was in the past. Now we have money. Why should Little Treasure wear small shoes? Kids grow fast at this age and their feet are still forming. If you do this, you'll harm Little Treasure's feet. Foot development. Peng Zhaodi learned a new word. What kind of fancy thing is that? Forget it. I can't explain it to you. By the way, I bought some things for Little Treasure. Shun Jiaqing turned and walked to the big wooden rack, reaching into the basket. System. I want exchange for 2 pairs of children's shoes. The style shouldn't be too fancy, just dark cloth shoes. Size 1 bigger than Little Treasure's feet. Also, I want exchange. Shun Jiaqing whispered to herself in the basket. Ding. Exchange successful. Consumed 500 favor points. As soon as she finished speaking, the previously empty basket was filled with several boxes. Little Treasure, look, Annie bought you something. Shun Jiaqing took out a small pair of cloth shoes, about the size of her palm. Wow, it's shoes. Annie bought me new shoes. Little Treasure doesn't care about the pain or the runny nose and tears. He rushes forward and hugs the pair of army green cloth shoes tightly. Woo-woo. I have new shoes, Mom. Look, they have rubber soles. Peng Zhaodi is sewing and threading a needle. She looks up when she hears this. Little sister, why are you spending money on the kids again? These shoes must be expensive. Shun Jiaqing looks at little treasure's red-tinted feet and feels heartbroken. Big sister-in-law, it's not much money. The child's health is more important. Don't sacrifice the child's well-being just to save a little money in the future. Little sister, you're right. Silly kid, you should thank your little aunt. Little treasure, in a soft voice, rubs against her. Thank you, little aunt. I really like these shoes. I bought 2 pairs so you can change them.
Yay!
Little treasure now has 2 pairs of shoes. He holds up the new shoes like a happy puppy, running around the yard wildly. Is that enough? Shun Jiaqing takes out a second gift from her basket. Quick, look and see what this is. Little treasure's excited little feet suddenly stop. He turns to Shun Jiaqing, blinking in disbelief. Soon, his small, pink mouth forms an exaggerated O shape.
A book.
A school bag. Little auntie bought me a school bag. He hugs his new shoes and dashes toward his little aunt, diving into the school bag. The school bag is simple in style, a trendy army green crossbody bag, mini size. In the center, there's a small red 5-pointed star embroidered. It's bulging, stuffed full of unknown treasures. Curious, little treasure reaches out with his tiny hand, touching the outline of the star. Little Andy, is this really for little treasure? Until now, little treasure can't believe it. Is all this real? He had seen other big brothers and sisters carrying army green school bags to school, and he was so jealous. He dreamed of having his own little school bag someday. Don't worry, this is little treasure's. Shin Jiayi gently rubbed the small, shy face, offering encouragement. Open it and see. Little auntie has prepared a surprise for you. Little Bao eagerly took the backpack from her hands. As soon as he held it, his arms sank a little. Afraid that his new backpack might fall and get dirty, Little Bao clenched his lips tightly and carefully pulled the backpack onto a nearby bench. When the cloth bag was opened, a rainbow of colors was revealed inside. First, a box of colorful crayons caught the eye, with a drawing book pressed underneath. Little Bao noticed there was something behind the book, so he lifted the pages. He quickly reached in, digging around like a treasure hunter. There were pencils, an eraser, a pencil sharpener, a notebook, and even a small water bottle. Wow, so many treasures. Little Bao's eyes almost couldn't take it all in. Peng Zhaodi also came over, looking at the many school supplies and tools inside the small backpack. Her eyes blurred with emotion, unsure how to thank her little sister. Little sister, how did you buy so many things? She choked up. Shun Jai looked at Little Bao with love. Isn't Little Bao about to start school? How can he go without a backpack and supplies? See, it's her little sister's careful thoughtfulness. Even I, as a mother, feel a bit ashamed. I'm still not steady with my work, and you're in such a hurry. Don't worry, your job is already secure. Just go ahead confidently. You big brother and Little Bao, good days are still ahead. After dinner, except for Little Bao and Yang Xiuli, everyone in the Shin family carried hoes, shovels, baskets, and sacks, heading toward the wasteland. Along the way, they met many villagers. Everyone carried tools and gathered voluntarily on that barren. They greeted each other warmly, especially praising Shin Jiai, speaking highly of her. Old Shin, you raised a good daughter. It's no wonder you've been so caring all these years. This time, Miss Shin saved our whole village. She's truly the heroine of Daxing Village. Everyone's praise made Shin Jiai feel shy, her face turning redder and redder, like a cooked red egg. The Shin family ancestors have never had such a proud moment before. Since 2 years ago, when Jiang Shiyan came to the village, Shin Jiaqing has been constantly chasing after him, openly and secretly showing affection for the man. Because of this, Shun's family was often criticized by the villagers, who talked behind their backs. During that time, Shin's family members never lifted their heads when walking on the road. Today, they finally feel proud. Each member of Shun's family walks tall and straight, chin raised high, but if you look closely, you can see tears in their eyes. Jiaqing, this time it's all thanks to you. You're really a blessing for our whole family. Xiao Huilan, holding her daughter, was so excited her lips trembled. What she said. She truly feels guilty. The original owner was manipulated by the story, doing many foolish and embarrassing things, bringing shame to the entire family. Now, everything she does is just to make up for it. Our Jiaqing is really impressive. Not only did she help the whole village, but she also called everyone to help us plow the fields. Old Xingui was originally worried because the land was full of hard rocks. Unless they gathered many people, they could only borrow a big iron ox from the town to plow. Considering the rough mountain roads, the big iron ox might not be able to come up, which made him very anxious. He didn't know what to do, but Jiaqing solved the problem for him. The crowd was large, at least 100 people. As the saying goes, many hands make light work. With their help, the land will be cleared quickly. Now our family has hope, Old Third said with tears. Shun Jiaqing smiled and said, not just hope. When autumn and winter come, our family will definitely have a big harvest. Just wait for Captain Qin to bring us half a pig. Little sister, what do you want to plant? Tell your brother. Old Third couldn't wait to know. But Shun Jiaqing kept silent, only saying to wait patiently and that this year would be a good year for a big harvest. Why ask so many questions? Just listen. Whatever Jiaqing says always comes true, Xiao Huilan said. Everyone nodded in agreement. Their mother was right. What little sister said always proved true, and this time was no different. I believe my little sister. Since she doesn't want to say, we won't ask. Let's wait for our big harvest. The Shun family members chatted happily as they followed the crowd up the mountain. Behind them, the Yi family members stood on a small hill, glaring angrily at the climbing team, especially at the Shin family members. Yi Changhe, furious, took out a rolled-up piece of grass, sat aside, and smoked while feeling upset. Now, the Shin family has more influence than I do as the local leader. Yi Taizhu angrily kicked a small stone on the ground. A bunch of ungrateful people. Shin girl gave them a little kindness, and they've been bought. Next to them, Yuan Xiang was anxious and angry. Big brother, it's not about buying them off now. The main problem is, our grain might really be lost. They were hoping to make a big profit from this batch of grain. Now, every household in the village was digging up cassava. Eating cassava could fill their stomachs, so who would pay high prices to buy their grain? Yi Taizhu said little sister said there would be a natural disaster next month. By then, whether it's cassava or sweet potatoes, they'll all be gone. That's what she said, but no one can be sure about what will happen next month. Yuan Xiang didn't doubt Yi Zhaozhao, but he was deeply disappointed in what his little sister said and did. He used to believe in her completely, but these days everything she did seemed to go wrong. Even when she tried to help Jiang Shiyan get a job, she failed and ended up causing him to be hospitalized. Jiang Shiyan was okay now, but he had injured his muscles and bones, and it would take 100 days to recover. The two brothers took turns caring for him. All these incidents made him wonder if his sister was really a blessing for their family. Nothing she did went smoothly. Everything ended in failure and loss. Especially that batch of grain. Yuan Xiang kept feeling uneasy, sensing something bad might happen. Yi Zhaozhao's gaze was sharp and cold, like a blade piercing into Shun Jiaqing's back as she looked into the distance. What is Shun Jiaqing, always opposing her, and now even stealing her father's reputation? If she likes to show off so much, then I'll help her do it. Let her have her fill. Yi Zhaozhao's words were cold and chilling, making people feel a shiver down their spine. As soon as she finished speaking, Yuan Xiang moved closer to her. Little sister, what are you planning to do? Yi Zhaozhao clenched her teeth tightly, her eyes filled with intense hatred. Just as she was about to speak, Yi Changhe quietly reminded her. Everyone calm down. Zhaozhao is causing trouble. As her older brother, are you also going to join in? Over the past few days, the county propaganda department is coming to the village to repair the radio station and recruit people. At this critical moment, please don't cause me trouble. Dad, I know, but I just can't swallow this anger. Yi Zhaozhao whispered angrily, full of frustration. She couldn't vent. She is a reborn woman, with memories from her previous life. Since her rebirth 6 months ago, everything she did went smoothly, until she stole Jiang Shiyan and clashed with Shun Jiaqing. After that, everything she tried ended badly. She went into the mountains to hunt for treasures, but couldn't even find wild vegetables and almost died from a snake bite. The ancient antiques she found were mysteriously broken and worthless. Even the talented person she carefully chose turned into a battered, scheming traitor. If she wasn't thinking about his future chance to attend the workers, peasants, and soldiers' university and become a leader, she would have kicked this useless person out long ago. Every time she got involved with Shun Jiaqing, she either lost money or got beaten and scolded. Her family was almost drained by the Shin family, and not even an old hen was left. Not only Shun Jiaqing was against her, but Lu Zheng also changed completely. He not only called off the engagement, but also forced her to write an IOU, completely out of her control. As a reborn person, why are her days getting more and more difficult? She is furious. 1,000 times furious. Dad, don't worry. This time, we won't need to step in. There are others to cause her trouble. Yi Zhaozhao beckoned a few strong men over, and they hunched down to her side. I heard that Yang Xiuli has a brother who is lazy and unmotivated. Even at his age, he can't find a wife. The Yang family must be very worried. She signaled her second brother, Yi Wenqiang. Yi Wenqiang was stunned at first, then seemed to realize something and grinned mischievously, clapping his hands. I see now, my little sister's plan is brilliant. Leave this to me, Yi Wenqiang said confidently, turning to leave in a hurry. He was eager to see the Shen family fall into chaos. On the hillside, Shun Jiaqing kept sneezing repeatedly, not knowing who was whispering behind her back. When they arrived at the wasteland, many people were already working. The mountain was filled with the sound of stones clattering, lively and bustling. The Lu siblings, Lu Zheng, Lu Heng, and Lu Yuan, arrived first and eagerly started digging. The Yi family, who lived next door, were also there, laughing and working together with shovels and hoes. Aunt Gui Xiao and her husband, along with the village elders and children, organized their work smoothly within their designated areas. They didn't need to ask or be told what to do. Everyone started working actively as soon as they arrived at the empty land. What surprised Shun Jiaqing most was that among the large group clearing the land, there were also Zhang Tao and Xieling Chun. Thank you all. I didn't expect everyone to come so early. You've worked hard. Seeing everyone so dedicated, Shun Jiaqing felt very grateful. She secretly decided to give everyone extra food later as a way to thank them for their support and effort. We came early because we had breakfast, and Gui Xiao wiped the sweat from her forehead. She brought not only her family, but also her son, daughter-in-law, daughter, and son-in-law. Thank you, Auntie. Everyone, don't work too hard. Take a break after a little while, so you don't tire yourselves out, someone said. Tire? We ate cassava, so our stomachs are full. We're more energetic now. Digging these few acres of land. We can do it easily. Exactly. Look at Grandma Zhou over there helping pick up stones. The older folks never complain about being tired. We young and strong. What's there to worry about? Everyone was there to repay kindness, and when they heard that each person working could receive eggs and food, their enthusiasm grew even more. Some doubted whether the Shin family, who weren't particularly wealthy, could really afford so many eggs and supplies. But then they thought about how Shun Jiaqing recently received 100 yuan from the village secretary, and how her brothers had earned a lot of work points, money, and vouchers over the years. Maybe they really could provide that many eggs and food. Thinking about the eggs and food, everyone swung their tools more vigorously. When the Shin family arrived at the land, they heard about Shun Jiaqing's promise, and their faces changed. Xiao Huilan pulled her aside. You silly girl, how can you promise to give eggs and food? That will cost so much money. She knew her daughter had been going to the black market recently and probably earned some extra money, but she couldn't stand the idea of giving away so much. Our family's few pieces of wasteland can be plowed slowly. Even the fool could move mountains, I don't believe it. Our big family can't handle these rocky fields. You really are. turning tofu into meat prices. Zhou Huilan sighed, feeling sad about the little money in her pocket. Shun Jiaqi comforted her with a pat. Mom, we can plow the land ourselves, but you see, it's all full of rocks. How long would that take us? Besides, even if we wait, can the heavy rain wait for us? I must finish working on these acres before the rain comes, or we'll suffer big losses. Thinking about the big money we'll make later, the small amount we're giving to the villagers now is just a drop in the bucket. Mom, don't worry. When have I ever done a business that loses money? Bringing everyone to help is to make the villagers feel better, so they don't keep thinking about my kindness. Also, it can boost our family's reputation in the village. Don't you remember why our family was assigned to take care of these fields? Zhou Huilan blurted out. Isn't it because we offended someone and were left isolated? That's right. Our family doesn't get along with the Yi family, and Captain Qin is a mediator. If everyone in the village had stood up back then, would they have dared to bully us? Zhou Huilan thought about it and nodded. Some people did stand up for them at first, but it's hard to fight alone. They couldn't surpass the power of the village chief. Mom, people's hearts are soft. After everyone in the village ate our wild boar meat and heard about the cassava, their view of our Shin family changed a lot.
See?
Just by calling out, they come in groups. That's called influence and unity, and it also acts as a warning to the Yi family. I believe that in the future, if we face injustice again, everyone will stand up for us and defend us. Her words were like a wake-up call, and Zhou Huilan understood everything. So, all this you did for the family. She felt a mix of sadness and relief. Now, how dare the Yi family bully them anymore? Chi-Chi, Mom's hair is long, but her understanding is short. I misunderstood you. You did the right thing. Today, we spent a little money to do something big. Mom, why are you talking about yourself like that? My good ideas are all thanks to you. Shin Jiaqi's words made Zhou Huilan laugh through her tears. You just know how to make Mom happy. Since this is for the family, you should use the family funds, not your private savings.
Don't worry, Mom.
My little savings are full. You all keep the family money. When we earn more after the harvest, I can share a bit more, right? Shin Jiaqi smiled and patted her cloth pocket, which was quite full.
All right.
That works too. Xiao Huilan asked Shin Jiaqi to gather the whole family and explain the matter clearly. This way, no one would try to take more money later or have any objections. Shin Jiaqi nodded and was about to call everyone when she heard Xieling Chun loudly talking. Who are you? Why do you interrupt me? And Shin Qinshan. Don't you know what manners are? What's the order of coming first? We're talking here, and you're singing and dancing. Then you come up and call me a fox spirit trying to man. You, with your small brain and empty head, just want to blame me. No way. Her fast speech and loud voice were more powerful than a machine gun. Who dares to provoke her? Teacher Xia. Shin Jiaqi looked closely and saw 3 people standing not far away, a woman, another woman, and a man. Xieling Chun stood with her hands on her hips, looking very fierce. Her pink lips moved quickly, and her voice was full of energy. Opposite her, Wan Yume looked pale. She tried to speak up several times but couldn't get a word in. Next to them, her third brother, with a cold face, glared at Wan Yume but also couldn't speak. You think everyone's dirty, just because you're a fox spirit. You see everyone as a fox spirit. Xieling Chun kept shouting, finally catching her breath. I didn't do anything. You're talking nonsense. Wan Yume trembled with anger. Talking nonsense?
Who's really talking nonsense?
I don't even know you. You came up and called me a fox spirit, said I was seducing Shin Qinshan. So, you weren't just talking nonsense, but spitting out filth? If you admit you're a stinky toilet, I won't argue with you today. But if you don't admit it, I'll keep scolding you until you doubt your life and regret meeting me, Teacher Xia. After saying this, Xieling Chun raised her chin high, looking very imposing at Wan Yume. Has Wan Yume ever been scolded like this before? Many of the words only hit her later when she realized what was said. This person named Xieling Chun actually called her stupid and cursed her with foul language. The most frustrating part is that she couldn't interrupt or speak back. She just stood there, being scolded. Third child. Are you just going to let others bully me? Wan Yumei shouted with red eyes. Bully? Who's really bullying whom? The third child was also furious, with bloodshot eyes, like an angry lion. Xieling Chun didn't say anything wrong. We are talking here and you just came up and pulled her, even calling her. He couldn't even finish his words. He held back his anger. Do you know who she is? Wan Yumei didn't hear that at all. Her mind was full of Shin Qinshan calling her Ling Chun. Ling Chun. Such a warm, familiar name. Good job, Shin Qinshan. I just broke up with you not long ago, and now you've found a new love and even brought her home. Do you think that's right? And you're not even married yet, but you're rushing to the man's house to work. You're so reckless. Aren't you just a sly fox? As soon as she finished speaking, Shin Qinshan couldn't help but raise his hand. He lifted it, but then silently retracted it. I don't hit women, but today, you've gone too far. Wan Yumei stared at his large, veined hand, feeling as if she'd been slapped. Her heart hurt as if bleeding. You actually want to hit me? Fine, go ahead, hit me. Just kill me. I don't want to live anymore. Wan Yumei kicked her legs and sat on the ground, crying and shouting that she wanted to die. Shin Qinshan's teeth were almost grinding. Stop causing trouble, okay? We've already broken up. I can be with whoever I want. It's none of your business. By the way, do you know who you just insulted? Ha! Isn't it just your beloved? She sneered. What's so good about her? I'm taller, prettier, and have whiter skin. Are you blind? You chose a plain woman from the countryside and didn't pick me. Hey, you've even attacked me personally. I, Xieling Chun, am petite and delicate. What's wrong with being short? I'm proud and confident. I save fabric for the country. Unlike you, with that big head just to look taller. With your awkward appearance, you still have the nerve to call me ugly. You should look in the mirror. If you put up a photo at the door, it could scare off thieves and even make a 3-year-old their pants. Wan Yumei almost fainted. She only said one sentence, but Xieling Chun immediately retorted 10 times, each remark different. You all are too mean. I want to find the party secretary and the team leader to settle this. Wan Yumei couldn't compete with her. She stood up, patted her clothes, and was about to leave, but the third child stopped her with a shout. Stop. Did I tell you to leave? You. What do you want now? The third child's voice was cold and heavy with anger. Apologized to Teacher Xie from the county. Teacher? From the county too. Wan Yumei was very surprised. She looked up and down at the woman in front of her. No wonder you ignore me. Turns out you've climbed up high. She stopped causing trouble and instead tidied her messy hair, wiped away tears from her face, and sneered with a very sinister smile. Miss, you probably don't know. I was Shin Qinshan's former partner. We grew up together, childhood friends. If his family hadn't run out of bride price money, we would have been married long ago. It's not your turn. Do you think someone who loves me so much would suddenly fall out of love and like you? He's with you just for your city household registration and your teaching job. But in his heart, he's still thinking of me. Can you accept that your man has another woman in his heart? She asked arrogantly. Enough. The third child was almost at the breaking point. His skin turned dark red, looking very frightening. Just as he was about to speak, a light, cheerful voice came from beside him. I didn't even look at him before, but hearing you say that, I think taking down Comrade Shin Qinshan is quite a challenge. I'm someone who loves a good challenge. The most difficult horse to tame on the mountain, the hardest project in the office. Those are my favorites. Thank you for sparking my curiosity. From today, I've decided to pursue Comrade Shin Qinshan. You. Wan Yumei almost choked to death. It's really a case of shooting oneself in the foot, trying to steal a chicken but ending up losing the rice. She originally wanted Xieling Chun to back down, but instead, she encouraged her interest. Why does this woman never play by the usual rules? Seeing her stunned expression, it was clear she was caught off guard and didn't know how to respond for a moment. Shin Jiaqing and Xiao Huilan originally wanted to step in to help, but now they all stood quietly to watch Xieling Chun handle her firmly. When faced with this unruly person, it was still up to Teacher Xie to use strong methods. Xie Chun didn't want to interfere in others' affairs at first, but unfortunately, Wan Yume had insulted her. She spoke unintentionally, but her third sibling's heart was quietly pounding with anxiety. Ling Chun, are you serious? Xie Chun nodded confidently and admitted, because I found it interesting to work on the experimental field while also dealing with you. Her third sibling visibly looked disappointed for a moment. Just because it was interesting. Hearing this, Wan Yume shivered all over and exclaimed in fear, the research station. The experimental field? Are you here to work on the experimental field? You should think clearly. Xie Chun took a step forward. I am Xie Chun, a mid-level technician at the County Agricultural Science Institute. Her third sibling finally found a chance to speak. Yes, Teacher Xie is a researcher at the Agricultural Science Institute. She just arrived in the village these days. You didn't even ask and just insulted her. Don't you think you should apologize? Wan Yume realized she had made a big mistake and felt utterly embarrassed. Sorry, I didn't know you were from the Agricultural Science Institute. I thought you were someone else. It's all my fault. I was impulsive and spoke without thinking. Your scolding was justified. It's all my mistake. Wan Yume, who had been so arrogant before, now felt extremely humiliated. She was so angry earlier that she truly thought Xie Chun was her third brother's new love, ignoring everything, just wanting to ruin this marriage. But it turned out to be a misunderstanding. Is an apology enough? You really went too far. You've insulted our research institute. I will go talk to the team leader about this later, Zhang Tao said angrily, clutching his tightly. After finishing his work, he planned to visit Captain Yi for tea. Sorry, leader. I really didn't know she was from the Agricultural Science Institute. Before she finished speaking, her third sibling sneered coldly. Save that explanation for the team leader and county officials. Insulting a national researcher is a serious matter. Even if she's not a researcher, should you be allowed to insult her? If I had known you would be so stubborn and have such a bad character, I shouldn't have helped you in the first place. Today, Shun Chin Shan, make this clear. Even if I remain single for my whole life, I will not marry you. If you come to bother me again, I will call the security team. Old Third's voice was very cold. He had tolerated a lot, but now Wan Yume was acting even worse. If it weren't for the trouble caused to Xie Chun, he might have kept silent and endured more. But because of Xie Chun, Old Third couldn't hold back anymore.
Teacher Xie, I'm sorry.
Because of me, you've been wronged. If you don't want to see me anymore, I can have fourth brother come instead. Old Third choked and sighed. It's not you who should apologize. I am a person who keeps things separate. If she offended you, that's her problem, not yours. You focus on your work. As long as Xie Chun, am here, no one will bully you. Old Third nodded gratefully. He remembered her kindness and promised to repay her 10 or 100 times more in the future. Xie Chun looked at him kindly, then suddenly turned her sharp gaze toward Wan Yume. Wan Yume, right? Shin Chen Shan is now working for our Agricultural Research Institute. This is a scientific project. If you keep causing trouble, don't blame us for being rude. Wan Yume didn't dare to shout anymore. She could only lower her head and nod. She never expected that Old Third Shen would join the research team. From now on, it would be impossible to get close to him. Then I won't get close. I'll just watch from afar. Is that okay? She muttered. Before they could speak, people around started criticizing her. Wan Yume, enough already. You keep causing trouble again and again. Are you trying to take advantage of Shen Old Third? Don't ruin your reputation. Shen Old Third still needs his reputation. If you keep this up, he might really stay single for his whole life. Stay single? Didn't Teacher Xie say she liked Shen Old Third? As soon as this was said, Old Third's handsome face turned red. Teacher Xie was just angry. Don't take her words seriously. What? I was serious. Xie Chun's clear, bright eyes looked at him intently. Old Third felt nervous under her gaze. Was what she said true? But they had only known each other for 2 days. He really wanted to ask what Xie Chun meant, but it was awkward to speak in front of everyone. In her hesitant and shy appearance, Won Yume saw clearly what was happening. Old third Shen, you have guts. I will go on a blind date tomorrow. Don't regret it. After saying that, Won Yume covered her face and left, heartbroken. As she left, the bad atmosphere in the mountain instantly cleared, and the air became fresh again. She was willing to go on a blind date, and everyone secretly felt relieved for old third Shen. Xia Lingchun smiled brightly. Congratulations, you're finally free. You won't have to worry anymore. Don't take what I just said to heart. I was just teasing her on purpose. You're a good person and deserve a better girl. I believe you'll find your own happiness. After saying that, she patted old third Shen on the shoulder, acting as if nothing happened, and turned back to start knocking stones again. The sound of the stones hitting echoed like it was hitting old third's heart, making him feel uneasy and a bit lost. This whole scene was driven by Xia Lingchuan's one-sided words. Shen Jiaqing had no chance to speak. It turned out Xia Lingchun was just angry and didn't mean to hurt her. She was just excited for nothing. She quietly watched that cheerful and optimistic girl. If she really was her third sister-in-law, that would be wonderful. Third brother is gentle and kind, but he really needs a strong wife to keep him in line. Sorry for making everyone laugh today, especially Teacher Xia. I really didn't mean to cause trouble. Qiao Huilan stepped forward and apologized on behalf of the Shin family. Qiao auntie, no need to apologize. It was all Won Yume's fault for causing trouble. We're all on your side, Gui Xiu said. Yes, I've lived 70 years and have never seen such shameless girl. It's really outrageous. Grandma Zhou patted her face, feeling embarrassed for Won Yume. The last person who was so shameless and chased after a man was Shen Jiaqing. But Shen Jiaqing was much better than Won Yume. After escaping danger, she didn't bother Jiang Shiyan anymore. Instead, she became more and more admirable, a heroine in the village. People should love themselves. If men and women don't love themselves, they're like rotten cabbages. Tonight, everyone's gossip was all about Won Yume, and they worked even harder. Lu Zheng usually stays quiet and doesn't like to gossip. He swung his arms heavily, sweat dripping into the dirt. As he stood up, he noticed Shin Jiechi walking alone into the woods in the dark. Late at night, she wasn't even holding a flashlight. The forest was full of wild animals and many dangerous insects and rodents. He carefully put down his and watched her disappear into the trees with concern. He thought she was just going to the bathroom, but after waiting a long time and not seeing her return, Lu Zheng became worried. He feared something might have happened to her in the woods, so he grabbed a machete and followed her. After counting everyone, Shen Jiechi quietly slipped into the woods when no one was looking, heading to a wide patch of wild grass. System. I want exchange for 152 eggs and 76 half-pound sweet potatoes. She could have just exchanged for rice directly, but after thinking, she decided to choose the sweet potatoes. Nowadays, white rice and flour are refined foods that are hard to buy even if you have money. Bringing food and eggs would attract attention, so it was safer to give sweet potatoes, which were more practical. That way, even if someone suspected, she could make up a reasonable excuse. After all, sweet potatoes are common everywhere.
Ding.
Exchange successful. This costs 500 points of goodwill. As soon as the system finished speaking, a pile of pre-packaged sweet potatoes and eggs appeared on the ground. Each bag contained 2 eggs and enough sweet potatoes, saving her a lot of work. Thank you, system. You're so thoughtful. Shen Jiechi blew a kiss to the system. She was about to call her parents and brothers to help carry the supplies when she heard rustling in the bushes behind her, approaching. She turned around in fear and faced a pair of equally frightened black eyes. Oh, I arranged for someone to deliver it early and hid it in the woods on the hill, Shen Jiaqing blurted out. Her lying skills were becoming more and more refined. Hearing this, Lu Zheng felt suspicious, but wisely chose not to ask more. He saw through her but didn't say anything. He knew Shen Jiaqing was hiding something and would tell him when she was ready. Lu Zheng paused for a moment. During this time, Shen Jiaqing's heart was pounding so hard it felt like it might jump out of her chest. She was afraid Lu Zheng might see something and think she was a witch or a troublemaker. It seems she needs to be more careful with her space powers, especially when exchanging large supplies. She felt anxious inside, but luckily, Lu Zheng didn't say anything. He just silently put away his axe. I'll stay here and watch. You go call someone to come pick it up. Shun Jiaqing let out a deep breath. Okay, I'll go now. She walked out of the woods, stepping carefully. As she got closer, she saw Aunt Lu munching sunflower seeds and complaining. That girl Shun is gone. She probably ran off with the food she couldn't produce. 50 people, each with an egg and half a kilogram of grains.
Who would believe that?
That would cost a lot of money. I advise you all to stop working now. She can't produce anything anyway. Aunt Lu had been treated badly by Shun Jiaqing recently. She finally saw a chance to get back at her and didn't want to let it go. Aunt Gui Xiao, annoyed, crossed her arms. Even if she can't produce anything, we're happy to work. It's what we owe her. Humph. You bunch of fools believe that money-losing nonsense. Who are you calling money-losing? Xiao Huilan raised her hand and slapped, making Aunt Lu's face crooked. Aunt Lu tried to fight back, but was held back by others around her. Xiao Huilan pointed at her nose and scolded, Lu, I tell you, my daughter isn't a burden. She's our precious jewel. When she says she needs food, she'll get it. You don't need to gossip here. Let me go. Let me go. Aunt Lu struggled desperately. Aunt Lu, what Xiao Da just said is right. You don't work and just talk nonsense here, calling our girl a burden. You deserve to be dealt with. You all. Aunt Lu, furious, said, Are you all bewitched by the Shin family? Do you believe everything Shun Jiaqing says? If you don't believe, many others do. As soon as Shun Jiaqing's clear voice sounded, Aunt Lu suddenly became energetic and turned to glare at her. Seeing that Shun Jiaqing had nothing in her hands, Aunt Lu grinned and said, See? I told you, you can't produce anything. Shun Jiaqing remained calm and said, But what if I really do have something? Just your luck? If you don't believe me, let's make a bet. If I can give each person an egg and half a kilogram of grains, you owe me 30 yuan. Aunt Lu was sure she didn't have any grains because she had been watching and had never seen anyone bring grains up the mountain. She sneered and said, Fine, I bet with you. If you really can do it, I'll give you 30 yuan. But if you can't, not only do you owe me 30 yuan, but you also have to let me slap your mother. Shun Jiaqing smiled calmly and said, Deal. After that, she didn't bother to call anyone to help carry things. She simply told everyone to follow her into the mountain to get the grains. When everyone heard there was real grain in the forest, they all put down their work and lined up behind Shun Jiaqing. Aunt Lu stood shoulder to shoulder with her, walking up the mountain angrily. You, a lazy person who doesn't earn work points or have a job, how can you afford so much grain? Be careful, you might overestimate yourself. Shun Jiaqing smiled and said nothing. I'm afraid this time, Aunt Lu will be disappointed. Just as she finished her sentence, she pointed ahead to where Lu Zheng was standing. Look, what is that? When Aunt Lu saw the grains on the ground, all packed in bags, she was struck like lightning, her mind buzzing. How is this possible? I was watching. Aunt Lu gasped, unable to believe her eyes, and stepped forward to pick up a bag. It was indeed sweet potatoes, and not just one egg, but 2.
You.
When did you? Aunt Lu was so angry she couldn't even finish her sentence. Shun Jiaqing didn't bother explaining. She simply opened her palm. Aunt Lu, just pay up quickly. What money? Don't tell me you're trying to cheat? Shun Jiaqing looked at the gathered villagers. Everyone saw it. The villagers angrily said, Yes, we all heard. You're old enough to know better. Do you really want to cheat? Under everyone's anger, Aunt Lu didn't dare to say more. She reluctantly took out a bunch of small, ragged paper notes, counting them sadly one by one. Today, what is going on? She originally came to cause trouble for the Shin family, but unexpectedly, she was slapped and lost 30 yuan. 30 yuan is enough for her family's expenses for 2 or 3 months. Shun Jiaqing, don't be so proud. Aunt Lu gritted her teeth as she handed the money to her. In the next moment, She snatched it back and held it in her hand. Give it back, you. Shun Jiaqing counted the money while humming a song. Today is a good day. Everything lucky can happen. Isn't today a good day? Late at night, someone eagerly brought money again. After receiving the money, Shun Jiaqing didn't pay attention to Aunt Lu anymore but called everyone to collect their grain. Thanks for your hard work today. You can rest now. Sharp-eyed people noticed there were 2 eggs among the grain, and they said excitedly, Shun girl, you're so kind. Why did you give us an extra egg? That must have cost a lot. You're so good to us. We're not tired at all, and we can keep working. Everyone took their grain, and their enthusiasm for farming was unprecedented. They worked until late at night. The next day, the sun was already high, and Shun Jiaqing slowly got up. Her older sister-in-law had prepared breakfast and left early for work at the textile factory. Dad and the brothers went to dig the water channels, leaving Mom, second sister-in-law, and Little Bao at home. By this time, Little Bao was already outside playing with friends. Yang Shili's belly was getting bigger, almost 7 months along. It was not good to have no one at home now. Xiao Huilan had planned to stop working after this month to stay home and take care of her second daughter-in-law. Just then, her eldest daughter-in-law went to work, so she left early. Mom, good morning, second sister-in-law Shun Jiaqing yawned, wearing a floral dress with crescent-shaped patterns, slowly walking out of her room. Thanks for your hard work last night. Why didn't you sleep a little longer?
Xiao Huilan said, with concern.
I have something to do today. I need to go to the city, so I won't be back at noon. I'll bring meat home in the afternoon. Going to the city again. Xiao Huilan didn't know what her daughter was busy with all day, but she seemed very capable. She even knew the factory director at the textile factory and helped get a work quota. You're always so busy. You don't have time to spend with me, Xiao Huilan said with a hint of complaint. Okay, I promise you. When I come back, I will stay with you. Shun Jiaqing hurriedly ate a not-so-early breakfast, then took out the dark wood, packed it into a basket, and pushed her cart out. As expected, Lu Zheng was waiting under a big tree. Sorry to keep you waiting. Lu Zheng was sweating all over but spoke casually. I just arrived too. No one would believe that. Shun Jiaqing felt guilty. Later, when we go to the city, I'll buy you some cold soda. They set out together and soon arrived in the county town. When they reached Xiaodao's yard, Lu Qiming was already waiting. Next to him sat an old man with silver hair, dressed in a big slicked-back style, looking serious. Ah, Mr. Shin, we meet again. Lu Qiming greeted warmly. Just as he was about to shake hands, he noticed the gloomy man beside her.
Huh.
Mr. Lu is also here. Lu Zheng calmly stepped in front of Shun Jiaqing, speaking softly, together. Yes, I remember now, he said, scratching his shiny bald head. Wasn't it just the first time they met to buy ginseng? Lu Zheng protected her like he was guarding his own eyes. Lu Zheng didn't have time to chat with him. He signaled Shun Jiaqing to take out the items. We don't have much time, and there are many buyers. You have 15 minutes to look. No late entries or extensions. Lu Zheng said sternly, his commanding tone making Lu Qiming tense up. Okay, we'll look right away. This is the top appraisal master in Gangcheng, Old Master Baihe. Please take a look. When Baihe heard about the dark wood, he couldn't hold back anymore, though he tried to stay calm. Shun Jiaqing carefully took out the dark wood and placed it on the table. When she uncovered the cloth, everyone froze in surprise. Such beautiful wood. Everyone gathered around, staring at this branch as thick as an arm, with a glossy black jade-like surface. The trunk shimmered with a faint purple glow, and the golden threads beneath looked like stars, giving off a light medicinal and earthy scent. Old Master Bai staggered a step, nearly losing his balance. He bent down carefully, leaning close to the flickering, dark-colored wood with a look of reverence and excitement, as if he were seeing a rare treasure. He was very excited, walking around the wood and examining it from every angle. The more he looked, the more his expression became uncontrollable. During this time, Lu Qiming kept wiping his sweat and watched the clock. Seeing time pass second by second, He eagerly urged, "Mr. Bai, how is it?" Mr. Bai was completely immersed in his own world. After about 10 minutes, he finally straightened up and nodded repeatedly at everyone. "This is a rare piece of golden Nanmu, grade A carbonized, water-resistant and non-decaying, warm to the touch, an extraordinary treasure." Mr. Bai, being a cultured man, spoke very elegantly. Hearing his high praise, Shun Jiaqing knew that this person was a respected expert. He didn't look down on them just because they were common folks. When Lu Qiming heard Mr. Bai's words, his eyes changed. Without hesitation, he took out several property deeds. "Boss Shin, Boss Lu, we've known each other for a long time. Since this is top-quality stuff, I'll consider my old friends first. These are all my properties. Just tell me which one you like." He handed over the deeds directly to them with both hands. Shin Jiaqing took the thick stack, estimating there were about 10 properties. He couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Lu Qiming's background was much stronger than she had imagined. He was a good long-term partner. She didn't hold back either, quickly flipping through the deeds one by one. She first selected a small apartment of 77 square meters as a backup. This was a new building completed last year. At first glance, it looked like a small birdcage, with a purchase price of 20,000 yuan. No wonder it's called Port City. Real estate prices are so high now. Although it's not worth much now, in 3 years, a subway will be built nearby and property prices around it will rise. By then, selling it could fetch 60 or 70,000 yuan. If she wasn't in a hurry to sell, waiting 40 or 50 years, the value of this apartment could conservatively reach around 15 million yuan. Shun Jiaqing thought this small apartment was the best among the options. Just as she was about to decide, a yellowed, aged piece of paper appeared before her eyes. Shatian District. Shun Jiaqing picked up the old yellow paper and looked closely. To her surprise, it was a property deed. Seeing the situation, Lu Qiming explained, "Boss Shen, this is my dad's village house in Shatian District. It's 2 stories, with over 100 square meters on each floor. The yard alone is several dozen square meters. The whole house, inside and out, totals nearly 400 square meters. This house is a bit old, surrounded by countryside and farmland. We rarely go back there, so it's not worth much. You should consider the one I mentioned earlier." Lu Qiming smiled as he pulled the property deed back into his hand. "Sorry, it's all my fault. I didn't expect this worthless place to get involved." Although he was a businessman, he had a conscience and didn't want to cheat anyone. Compared to the stack of property deeds for the commercial apartments Lu Qiming held, this remote village house seemed very poor. Besides its larger size and land ownership, it seemed to have little value. However, Shun Jiaqing snatched it eagerly, almost unable to hide her excitement. If she remembered correctly, Sha Tin District in Harbor City was scheduled for development into a high-end residential area around the second half of 1975. Compared to those commercial apartments, this place's value was priceless. She estimated that just the demolition compensation could reach several million. Shun Jiaqing took a deep breath. In the 1970s, 1 million yuan was a huge amount, equivalent to tens of millions or even hundreds of millions in later generations. On one side, there was a safe option, a small 77 square meter apartment that could be sold for 600,000 to 700,000 after 3 years, or if she waited 4 or 5 decades, it could appreciate to 10 million, guaranteed profit. On the other side, there was a 300 square meter village house that could yield over 1 million in demolition compensation soon. With the money, she could invest in Harbor City, making her money grow. Shun Jiaqing decided to take a risk. Thinking this, she pulled Lu Zheng aside. "Lu Zheng, do you trust me?" He thought for a moment and replied, "I trust you." "You say so." Shun Jiaqing raised the land deed and whispered in his ear, "If you trust me, choose this village house. It will definitely make a profit." Lu Zheng didn't quite understand why she would pick an old, remote house. Even Lu Qiming thought it was not worth much. But since she was so confident, Lu Zheng nodded. "Okay, I'll leave it to you." With his approval and support, Shun Jiaqing suppressed her joy and said to Lu Qiming, "Mr. Lu, I don't want anything else. I only want this village house.
Ah, this.
Lu Qiming looked nervously at Lu Zheng beside him. Boss Shen didn't understand the market, but Boss Lu did. Why wasn't he offering any advice? Although Lu Zheng didn't understand, he showed support. He gave Lu Qiming a look and said, just listen to her. This put Lu Qiming in a difficult spot. An abandoned village house, replacing it with a valuable darkwood. Even if he agreed, he couldn't feel good about it. How could he do business with these two bosses in the future? Lu Qiming thought carefully and said, how about this? I can give you the land and the village house. I'll add 16,000 yuan. Is that okay? Worried they might think it's too little, he explained, I was in a hurry to come out, so I only brought 16,000 yuan in cash. This is my biggest sincerity.
Please don't dislike it.
Hearing this, Lu Zheng's cold expression softened a little. Shen Jiaqing was very happy. Today, not only did he find a good deal, but he also gained some unexpected extra money. Boss Lu is very generous. I trust doing business with you. Since you've spoken, we shouldn't refuse your kindness. Shen Jiaqing grinned mischievously, showing 2 rows of big white teeth. Seeing that both of them agreed, Lu Qiming told Xiao Dao to bring out the cash, an entire box of bundled bills. Lu Zheng said nothing and went over to the box to count with Xiao Dao. Shen Jiaqing and Lu Qiming discussed transferring the land deed. Because Hong City's policies are different from inland areas, the procedures are more complicated. Lu Qiming needed to leave one of their details to be handled by a lawyer later. Who should I leave it with? Lu Qiming looked at both of them. Shen Jiaqing was about to speak when Lu Zheng spoke first. Leave it with her. Hearing this, Lu Qiming looked at him with an increasingly strange expression, then suddenly understood and couldn't help but laugh. All right, leave it with Boss Shen. There's an old saying in Hong City, those who cheat their wives don't get rich. No wonder Boss Lu spoils his wife so much. No wonder they're getting rich. After filling out the information, since the process would take some time, to reassure Shen Jiaqing and Lu Zheng, Lu Qiming kept 16,000 yuan with Xiao Dao for now, not to be touched. The darkwood would continue to be kept by Lu Zheng and Shen Jiaqing. Once the land transfer was complete, they would exchange money and goods at the same time. Feeling happy, Shen Jiaqing suddenly thought of a tricky question. Do I need to go to Hong City myself? In the 1970s, it wasn't easy to go to a port city, let alone leave a county. You had to find someone to give you an introduction letter to prove your identity. Lu Qiming winked at her. Don't worry, Boss Shen. I know people all over the port city. You don't have to make the trip yourself. You can trust me to handle things. However, both of you, the bosses, agreed to sell me the fragrant ebony wood, and you can't sell it to anyone else. Shen Jiaqing looked at the large box of fragrant ebony, thinking about the upcoming huge relocation payment. Her eyes showed happiness she couldn't hide. Mr. Lu, don't worry. I, Shen Jiaqing, always keep my promises. All right, let's have a good cooperation. Yes, a good cooperation. They quickly finalized the deal with a simple agreement, and the sale was complete. When the goods would be delivered depended on Lu Qiming's efficiency. While they talked excitedly, Mr. Bai sat quietly nearby, sipping his tea, seeming unaffected by everything around him. His calmness made him look extraordinary and mysterious. Since he was a famous art expert, Shen Jiaqing took the chance to ask Mr. Bai, does our country have any rare orchid appreciation events? Hearing this, Mr. Bai immediately perked up. You're interested in orchids too? Yes. Can you tell me more? Shen Jiaqing looked eager to learn. Just as she finished speaking, Lu Qiming patted his thigh. What a coincidence. The reason I could come up so quickly is thanks to Mr. Bai. He personally took care of everything for me. Lu Qiming said his residence permit would normally take 2 days to process. But because Mr. Bai valued him, he brought him here himself. Shen Jiaqing had just entered this story and knew that in this era, without an introduction letter, it was hard to go anywhere. This was the first time she heard about a residence permit. It turned out that for people like Lu Qiming, who were from port cities, going to the inland required many complicated procedures. They needed an introduction letter for returning home, along with reasons, itinerary, and schedule. Carrying items was also restricted, with strict controls everywhere. It is usually very difficult for ordinary people to get a return home introduction letter. Fortunately, Lu Qiming has many connections and ways to get things done. Over the years, he has attended meetings or participated in plant and herbal exhibitions, always finding legitimate reasons to go. To be honest, my maternal family is from Lin County. I have many relatives there. During the war, my ancestors sold everything they had and donated many supplies and weapons. Even after arriving in Port City, we continued to support the development of the mainland. Shun Jiaqing didn't expect that his family had such a history and was made up of patriotic merchants. I see. No wonder you often go to Lin County, Shun Jiaqing said with admiration.
Yes.
When I heard you had fragrant wood in Port City, I immediately contacted Mr. Bai and came early. One reason is for the treasure, and the other is to prepare for the exhibition. This exhibition is led by Lu Qiming with the theme 4 Famous Orchids Tour. It features Port City's top 4 orchids to attract orchid enthusiasts from all over. They bring their own flowers to participate in exhibitions and competitions, aiming to select a new set of 4 famous orchids. If chosen, they can win a big prize, and the new orchids can be featured in newspapers and printed on stamps for nationwide distribution. Is it that impressive? That sounds so tempting. Shun Jiaqing found it hard to believe. This is a national-level event. Usually such big competitions are held in North City or Hu City, or at least in the provincial capital. How could it come to Lin County? Of course, because of me, Lu Qiming said with a smile. He is from Lin County and is an investor and sponsor, so naturally he starts from his hometown. Once this year's famous orchids are selected, we will tour major cities to showcase them. Everyone will get a chance to see the orchid's beauty. Hearing this, Shun Jiaqing's eyes lit up brightly. Could she bring her Tiani Dutch tulips to compete? Not only could she win a prize, but her flowers could also be printed on stamps and advertised nationwide for free. This is a rare opportunity, hard to find even with a lantern. So, when will this exhibition start? Lu Qiming looked at the calendar on the wall. We've been preparing for several days, and the news has already been published. The event should officially start in 5 days. Shun Jiaqing quietly calculated that her orchid seedlings should have sprouted by then. If not, she could use the one she picked from the cliff to participate in the competition. Boss Shun, you're so interested. Are you here to buy flowers or to participate in the competition? Lu Qiming asked. To compete. Shun Jiaqing blurted out. Thinking about the yet-to-be-seen Tiani Dutch flower, her heart was full of excitement. She was worried about finding the right platform to let Tiani Dutch flower shine and be known across the country and even worldwide. Now, it seemed her chance had come. Even if she couldn't win first place, finishing in the top few was no problem. She believed she could be part of the new generation's 4 great famous orchids. By then, who would still ignore her orchids?
Well,
President Liu, you all prepare well. I look forward to your orchid exhibition. I'm also looking forward to it. I wonder what surprises Boss Shun will bring us next time. Today, Shun Jiaqing and Lu Zheng were both very successful. Although the money hadn't arrived yet and the land transfer hadn't been completed, Shun Jiaqing already felt like she was about to get rich overnight. On the way home, she was determined to buy things non-stop. She bought a big rib, a piece of pork belly, and a pig's leg on the black market. She also bought new shoes for her parents, brother, and sister-in-law, and a new leather ball for little Bao. She bought several cans of milk powder to boost the family's health. Her small bicycle was loaded with all these things, full of a heavy sense of happiness. Shun Jiaqing was thinking about those few pots of orchids. As soon as she sat in the back seat, she couldn't wait and closed her eyes. In her space, the 9 bare flower pots suddenly sprouted tiny, tender seedlings. They had sprouted. Shun Jiaqing was so excited, she almost screamed. Looking at the original orchid mother plant, after a night of nourishment, it looked fuller and more upright, emitting a gentle, elegant fragrance. With this growth speed, by the 5th day, the new sprouts might even bloom. She could pick the best one to enter the orchid competition. Feeling satisfied, she came out of the space, happily thinking about how to spend all that money in the future. After the heavy rain, the first thing to do was to build a house with blue bricks. In a few years, when things settled down, she could buy some houses and shops. Then, following the trend of reform, she could do business or start a factory, get rich, and live a comfortable life. The more she thought about it, the happier she became. Unconsciously, she started to feel sleepy, until she suddenly slammed on the brakes. She almost fell out of the car. "Are we there yet?" Shen Jiechi asked sleepily. Lu Zheng stopped on the hillside, looking far toward the village entrance. "It's your second sister-in-law's family." Shen Jiechi rubbed her eyes and saw the Yang family members carrying a stretcher with what seemed to be a person lying on it, loudly walking toward her house. Her heart tightened immediately. Oh no, they are coming for her home. At this time, it was working hours. Her father and brothers were busy digging drainage ditches, and only a group of elderly, women, and children were at home. Meanwhile, the Yang family had called all their cousins, nearly 20 people, all looking fierce and unfriendly. She hurriedly got out of the car. "Lu Zheng, go up the mountain and tell my brothers. I'll go home first." Without waiting for his reply, she ran toward her house. When she arrived, the Yang family had already entered the yard. Xiao Huilan held a shovel, standing firm in front of Xiao Bao and Yang Xiuli, blocking them. "What are you doing?" Shen Jiechi just entered and saw their suspicious eyes. Everyone, whether they knew her or not, was openly staring at her as if she were a product. Their gazes made her feel very uncomfortable, giving her goosebumps all over. In the middle of this group, there was a stretcher with a man lying on it, foaming at the mouth and twitching, probably Yang Xiuli's older brother, Yang Guangzong. "Shen girl, you came just in time. We've been looking for you." An old woman suddenly appeared. This woman had high, prominent cheekbones and a sharp, mean look. Her eyebrows resembled Yang Xiuli's, so she was probably her mother, Wang Suiping. "Why are you looking for me?" Shen Jiechi stepped cautiously beside Xiao Huilan, intending to protect her mother, but her mother pulled her back. Wang Suiping gritted her teeth and pointed at her. "Why are you looking for me? You caused my son to end up like this. I'll make sure you pay." "Did I cause your son's condition?" Shen Jiechi calmly spread her hands. "Show me the proof." "Proof?"
Wang Juiping snapped at Yang Xiuli.
"That dead girl is the proof." "Really?" Shen Jiechi shot a sharp look back, making Yang Xiuli shiver. Before she could speak, Xiao Huilan grabbed Yang Xiuli's ear and said, "It's you again. Tell me, what exactly have you been doing behind our backs?" "Mother, it hurts. It hurts." Yang Xiuli screamed loudly, her eyes and nose scrunched up from the pain. Hearing her cry, Xiao Huilan was angry, but still loosened her grip. "Tell me, what's going on?" "Everything was fine. So how did your eldest brother end up like this? And why are you blaming Chi-Chi?" Yang Xiuli rubbed her red ear, feeling wronged. I don't know. I was just trying to help." She explained that day her younger sister taught her a way to detoxify using cassava. She ran home to tell her parents, urging them to go up the mountain and dig more cassava. "I was trying to help them, but they didn't appreciate it. They even said I wanted to harm the Yang family. If cassava was edible, no one would go hungry. Because of this, my parents scolded me badly. When they saw I hadn't brought anything back, they kicked me out. I thought they wouldn't believe me, but I didn't expect." Yang Xiuli sniffled and finally explained everything clearly. When Xiao Huilan heard she hadn't taken anything from home, her expression softened a bit. However, Yang Xiuli secretly sent messages to her family, which made her even more annoyed. "You really are forgetful after getting hurt. You poured your heart out to them, but do they appreciate you? In the end, they still caused trouble for you." A hint of amusement flickered in Xiao Huilan's eyes, mocking her foolish loyalty and stupidity. Yang Xiuli didn't expect her good intentions to be taken as a betrayal. Wang Suiping, listening to this, was unhappy. "What do you mean causing trouble? My son only got poisoned after eating cassava that Shinyata suggested. It's her fault." Xiao Huilan's voice was louder. "Are you saying it's true? I even thought you were just trying to make trouble." They argued loudly, unable to stop fighting. Shin Jiaqing looked at Yang Xioli coldly. No wonder the second sister-in-law hurriedly made an excuse to leave after hearing about the cassava detox method. When she came back, her eyes were red. She must have been upset at her family. After so many lessons, doesn't the second sister-in-law understand? The Yang family is just a bunch of vampires that can't be satisfied. Although she admitted that the second sister-in-law had made some progress recently, at least she no longer took things from home to her family. But only a few days ago, second sister-in-law started to show her true colors again. She not only secretly sent messages to her family, but also constantly looked jealous of the eldest sister-in-law and the third and fourth brothers. She spoke in a strange tone and felt very unbalanced inside. Second sister-in-law, the last time you caused a fuss about splitting the family, what did we say? Shun Jiechi asked. Yang Xioli was so scared, she dared not look directly and kept avoiding eye contact. She looked around and said, I didn't send anything to support my family. You didn't send anything, but you secretly reported to your family using the method I taught you. Did you get my permission?
No.
I didn't. Yang Xioli lowered her head, feeling guilty. I thought, since you were going to tell the villagers the next day anyway, I just told my family in advance.
It should be fine, right?
Just fine? Shin Jiechi suppressed her anger. So, you acted on your own and told your family without my permission? Yes, I dare not let you know. She muttered. If they found out, could she have told her family in advance? A flash of sharpness appeared in Shin Jiechi's eyes. She was waiting for her to say this. She turned around and said to everyone heard that. This has nothing to do with me. Second sister-in-law took the initiative to tell her family. Now that there's a problem, it's not my fault. I, Shin Jiechi, am not responsible. Her words made the entire Yang family anxious, especially Wang Suiping. She didn't expect Shin Yadu to quickly clear herself. How is it not your fault? You taught her the method, and now there's a problem. That's your issue. Why is this old lady so stubborn? Can't she understand what people are saying? Shun Jiechi patiently explained to Wang Suiping, first, I didn't ask second sister-in-law to tell you. Second, the method I taught is fine. Everyone in the village has eaten it, and they all are doing well. Only your family had a problem.
So, the issue isn't with me.
After all, I didn't teach her directly. How she passed it on, whether she missed or misrepresented any steps, I don't know. Just because you move your lips and try to accuse me, there's no way. Shun Jiaqing pursed her lips tightly, her eyes sharp like knives, directly glaring at Wang Suiping. Wang Suiping didn't expect Shin girl to become so sharp-tongued. Last time she saw her, she was still a clumsy fool who couldn't understand good or bad words. Now she was clear and logical, making her speechless. She couldn't argue with Qiao Huilan, nor could she win against Shin Jiaqing, so she looked for help from her father. Yang Xiuli's father, Yang Dali, roughly pushed her away. I said I should come, but you, old woman, just keep nagging. He was a rough man, used to being the boss at home. Seeing only a few old and weak women in the Shin family, but more than 10 men in his Yang family, he straightened his back. Seeing Yang Dali step closer, Qiao Huilan spread her arms, protecting others behind her. What do you want to do? Want to do? Can I say a few words to my daughter? Yang Dali grabbed Yang Xiuli's hair, pulling her out with a quick, practiced motion, as if he'd done it hundreds of times. Yang Xiuli, pregnant and in pain, screamed loudly but dared not resist, only letting her father drag her forward. Dad, it hurts. Let go. Yang Xiuli begged, holding her belly. Qiao Huilan and Shin Jiaqing immediately became anxious. What are you trying to do? If you hurt my grandson, I won't forgive you. Qiao Huilan quickly rushed forward. Shin Jiaqing silently took out her medicine, ready to act at any moment. Yang Dali glanced at his daughter's belly, then reluctantly let go and whispered to her. Stupid girl, after eating Shin family's rice for a few days, you've forgotten your own surname. Your older brother turning out like this is all your fault. Today, you must blame Shin girl, or I will end your life. Yang Xiuli trembled all over in fear. Not only was she afraid of her father, just hearing his voice made her feel inexplicably scared.
Dad.
Why are you so determined to hold on to my little sister? She asked timidly. Yang Dali, seeing her foolish look, was furious. He forcefully pinched Yang Shili's arm and said, Your brother is already grown up and hasn't found a wife. If you dare to ruin his good future, I won't forgive you. Her brother getting married. A good thing. Constantly bothering her little sister. Yang Shili's pupils gradually dilated. Her father wouldn't be thinking of having her little sister marry her older brother. She looked at her father's shameless face in horror.
How could he even think that?
She knew what kind of person her older brother was. She wasn't naive about that. Her older brother was lazy and liked to drink and fight, just like her father. They were infamous in their village. Who would want their daughter to marry such a man? It's like asking for trouble. That's why her older brother, almost 30, still hadn't married. She never thought they would target her little sister. Although Yang Xioli was upset and felt that her little sister favored the older and third brothers, she never wanted to push her into danger. After all, she had been able to enjoy good food and comfort all this time because of her little sister. She hesitated for a long time, then gathered her courage and said, Dad, please let Shin's little sister go. My older brother needs money to get married. I'll ask my in-laws to help pay. Just because of you? Yang Dali looked at her sideways. I know what you've been through in Shin's family. The two elders there favor the oldest, third, and fourth brothers. They've arranged jobs for them. But your family's second brother has nothing at all. Wang Suiping also came over at this moment, poking her finger at her forehead and stirring up trouble. You fool. Even if you don't think about yourself, you should think about the baby in your belly. They say Shin's family will be better in the future. But you and your second brother are useless, living off others and depending on their kindness. Who knows, one day Shin's family might find you a burden and kick you out.
How will you live then?
These words hit Yang Xioli hard. Her little sister had arranged for her sister-in-law to work in a factory, and her third brother was working at the Agricultural Research Institute. Her fourth brother hadn't changed much, but he was a good worker, earning 15 work points a day, so he had no worries about food and clothing. Only her second brother was weak and often sick, and he wasn't very capable at work. Now, in 2 or 3 months, the baby would be born. What would they do then? Would they really have to keep depending on their mother-in-law's face and ask for money to get by? Seeing her waver, Wang Suiping seized the opportunity and encouraged her, saying, Use your brain. If Shin girl marries your older brother, their whole family cares for her a lot, and the dowry will definitely be generous. Later, her brother's work points will also belong to us. By then, the Shin family won't be able to say anything about her. Honestly, Yang Xioli was starting to feel a bit tempted. Her younger sister had learned many skills and recently earned a lot of money, allowing the whole family to eat meat every day. If her sister married into the Yang family, wouldn't all of this become theirs? They could also eat meat every day. By then, her sister would become part of the Yang family, and the Shin family would have to support her for Shin Jiaqing's sake. When she became the mistress of the Shin family, she would control all the money, valuables, clothing, and daily expenses. Her parents would surely look up to her more and wouldn't scold or hit her anymore. Isn't this the life she has always dreamed of? As long as Shin Jiaqing married her older brother, everything would be happily settled. As for the Shin family, once the marriage was arranged, they would have to accept it. After thinking it through, Yang Xioli nodded at them. Parents, I know what to do now. But you must promise me one thing. After my sister marries into the Yang family, no one in the family is allowed to scold or hit her, and she shouldn't be made to do chores. Hearing this, Wang Suiping's face immediately fell. Marrying a new wife home, and not being allowed to scold or make her do chores. What's the difference from marrying a living ancestor? But right now, she wouldn't change her mind unless she was forced.
Fine.
Mother promises you. Wang Suiping replied through gritted teeth, secretly sneering inside. Once they entered the Yang family's door, Shin girl wouldn't have any say. Wang Suiping had plenty of tricks to deal with her. Yang Xioli was quite happy. She didn't expect her mother to agree so easily. Now she didn't have to worry about her sister suffering or getting scolded after marrying in. Enough, Stop talking nonsense, go over there now. Yang Dali, already impatient, called out. Yang Xiuli nervously shrank her neck and, with her belly sticking out, approached Shin Jiaqing and Xiao Huilan. Feeling guilty, she said, Mother, I was confused earlier. Shun girl knows about this, and she asked me to tell her family. I misunderstood, so. My brother Mushi's poisoning really has nothing to do with Shin girl. Jinchi didn't expect that in just a few words, Yang Xiuli would suddenly change her tone. Yang Xiuli smiled falsely but with no warmth, grabbing Jinchi's hand. Little sister, you forgot? That day when the eldest sister-in-law went out, you and I were in the kitchen talking. Don't try to deny it, or they'll call the police. By then, it won't just be you. Even I will be involved. I don't have much to say, but this unborn baby is innocent. You wouldn't want the child to be born with a mother and aunt in jail, right? Jinchi's fingers curled slightly as she shook off her hand. Yang Xiuli had involved herself and her child just to trap her. Even the child was being used in this scheme. Such a person isn't fit to be a mother. She looked at her with deep disappointment, her heart growing colder and colder. It seemed the Yang family was determined to fight to the end today. Xiao Huilan was so angry her hair stood on end. She slapped Yang Xiuli hard. Shut your mouth. When did our family's Jinchi ever do something stupid? How dare you accuse my daughter in front of me? Yang Xiuli was slapped so hard she was disoriented, but managed to hold onto the doorframe and stand firm. Knowing she might offend the entire Shin family, she gritted her teeth and refused to speak. I didn't lie. Xiao Huilan wanted to hit her again, but the Yang family members stepped forward to stop her, their eyes fierce. Old woman, if you dare to make a move again, I swear we'll beat your daughter and grandson too. You're being too unreasonable. Xiao Huilan, who had been tough all her life, had never felt such injustice. Unfortunately, she was too busy to go to the mountain to inform her son and others. Seeing her struggling to breathe and nearly fainting, Jinchi quickly supported her and gently patted her chest to help her breathe. Looking at this fierce woman, Jinchi remained calm and composed, radiating a strong presence beyond her age, shielding her frightened little nephew behind her. Everyone shut up. If anything happens to my mother or my nephew, I will make the Yang family pay with their lives. As soon as she said this, the air around them grew cold. It was the first time they felt such a chilling aura from a young girl. Who are you trying to scare? Now, it's not you causing trouble for us, but us coming to settle the score with you. Wang Tsuaping signaled to her nephews. Brothers, take her away. A few people exchanged glances and rolled up their sleeves as they approached Shin Jiaqing. They were young and strong, with muscles all over their bodies. Just a light squeeze could break Shin Jiaqing's arm. These people didn't take Shin Jiaqing seriously and didn't even use their full strength. They thought it would be easy to catch her, but as soon as they touched this delicate girl, they all let out pig-like squeals. Shin Jiaqing chewed a painkiller and easily broke one person's finger and dislocated another's arm. Two more people who came close were pushed forcefully by Shin Jiaqing and slammed into the wall, bleeding immediately. Everyone looked at her in shock. This small girl was stronger than a cow. Seeing that they were all useless, Yang Dali stepped forward. Good for nothings. I'll handle her myself to see how hard she is to catch. He opened his muddy hands and reached toward Shin Jiaqing. Shin Jiaqing backed away disgustedly, moved her ankle, and was about to kick. Suddenly, a loud shout came from outside the yard. Who dares to touch her? At some point, Lu Zheng appeared at the gate. His usually cold face was now filled with fierce anger, and his intimidating presence made everyone present too scared to breathe. Seeing Lu Zheng, Shin Jiaqing felt like she saw a family member and immediately felt at ease. Who are you? This is our family matter. Do you have the right to interfere? Wang Tsuaping, who had never seen him before, thought he was meddling and tried to chase him away. Lu Zheng clenched his fists, ready to get angry, but the Shin family quickly arrived. He's not allowed to interfere, then what about us? The four brothers of the Shin family hurried back. Seeing so many people bullying his sister and mother, they immediately became furious. their eyes tearing with rage as they stormed into the yard. The youngest, the fourth brother, drew a sickle from his waist and pointed it at Wang Tsueping. "Try to lay a hand on my family and see what happens." Wang Tsueping was so scared her legs went weak. She shouted at Shen Lao, You're just standing there watching him point a knife at your mother-in-law?"
Lauer luokit confuset.
"Mom, what's going on? Why did you bring so many people to our house?
And
Why is my brother-in-law lying on the ground?" Wang Tsueping suddenly burst into tears, crying loudly and twisting the facts, exaggerating and distorting the story. Hearing this, Qiao Huilan almost fainted from shock. You're talking nonsense," Qiao Huilan retorted, not willing to back down. She vividly described how the Yang family barged into their house to bully them, how Yang Shuli changed her story and betrayed them, and how the Yang family members attacked Shen Jiaqing to seek revenge. Hearing this, the Shen family members felt like they could kill out of anger. Both sides argued fiercely, but the key point was Yang Shuli. The second son's face suddenly changed color because, based on what he knew about Yang Shuli, she was capable of doing such foolish things. His eyes turned red as he quickly walked up to Yang Shuli and asked, "I'll forget about what happened before. Now I ask you one last time. Did your younger sister say anything?" Yang Shuli was terrified under his stare, feeling extremely guilty. But recalling what her mother said and trusting her pregnancy, she made a bold decision. Yes. She said it. As soon as she said this, the members of the Shen family shook their heads in disappointment. She really was an ungrateful person. The second son almost lost control, shouting angrily, "Yang Shuli, you know how your younger sister feels about us. You dislike her so much that you wish her to pay the price or even die. Are you still a person?" Hearing her husband's harsh words, Yang Shuli felt overwhelmed with injustice. "I don't think as badly of her as you do. Of course, I wouldn't harm my younger sister. Besides, my mother only said that they never wanted to hurt her, only wanted her to marry my eldest brother. We're already related by marriage. If my younger sister marries my eldest brother, it's like adding more ties, right?" The second son spat on the ground in disgust. "To with your so-called family ties. Look at what kind of person your brother is. He's not worthy of my little sister." Hearing this, Lu Zheng clenched his fists tightly. It turned out that the Yang family's fuss was to force Shen Jiaqing to marry into their family. He remained silent, his eyes brewing a terrible storm. "In broad daylight, kidnapping a young woman, do you really think Lu Zheng paused. "Are we dead in Daxing village? Yeah, do you think Shen family is easy to bully?" The third son silently stood beside Lu Zheng, both of them like two fierce warriors, blocking the door completely. The fourth person, holding a knife, looked around threateningly. "No one is leaving today. If we don't get a satisfactory explanation, our family relationship is over." Wang Tsueping shouted. "Who do you think you are? Our family relationship isn't up to you to decide." "And what about me?" Old Shen, looking proud and turning purple with anger, stepped out of the crowd, panting heavily. "I should be the one in charge." Seeing this, Wang Tsueping quickly pushed Yang Shuli forward. "Family, don't you want your grandson from the Shen family? It's too late to call us family now." Old Shen, rarely so angry, snapped back.
"You."
Seeing that Old Shen wouldn't listen, she nervously looked at the second son. "Son-in-law, are you thinking the same? Giving up your wife and children?" The second son clenched his fists tightly, blood coming from his palms. It seemed he had made a decision. He raised his head and said one word, "Yes."
Well.
"Look at you. You found this useless person, and now you don't want your wife and kids." Yang Shuli was also shocked that the second son would abandon her and her sister for their younger sister. She felt heartbroken and her stomach ached slightly. "Fine. Since you are so unfeeling and don't want to be family anymore, let's settle this properly. Your daughter from the Shen family caused my son to be poisoned. How do you want to handle this?" Shen Jiaqing ignored her and looked at Yang Guangzong on the stretcher, who was still unmoving. "Your Yang family is so strange. Your son is poisoned and unconscious, yet you don't rush him to the hospital. Instead, you carry him here on a stretcher and want to marry him off. Does he look like he's in good shape?" Shen Jiaqing's words drew everyone's attention to Yang Guangzong. Wang Suiping's face was pale and red, showing signs of being caught off guard and angry, but she showed no concern or worry for her son. Something was very wrong. Her reaction didn't escape Shen Jiaqing's eyes, nor did it go unnoticed by Lu Zheng. Lu Zheng knew a little about medicine. Looking at Yang Guangzong on the ground, his face was rosy, breathing even, and apart from some foam at the corners of his mouth, his symptoms didn't seem like poisoning. While no one was paying attention, he quietly stepped beside Yang Guangzong and subtly pressed on his large hand. This step used a hidden force, seemingly soft and silent, but incredibly powerful. The person on the ground suddenly sprang up like a fat fish flipping on the ground.
Ah!
My hand. Yang Guangzong desperately grabbed at Lu Zheng's shoe sole, feeling like his palm was about to break. Shen Jiaqing shot a grateful look at Lu Zheng, then shouted, "I didn't know that the poison from cassava could be cured just by using a shoe sole." Everyone burst into laughter. Even the Yang family members couldn't help but smile. Isn't Yang Guangzong doing well? Full of energy. I don't think he's poisoned. He just looks like he's overeating. Qiao Huilan laughed out loud. Yeah, if he's poisoned, then that would be disrespecting poison itself. Shen Jiaqing teased. Yang Guangzong was publicly humiliated. He angrily turned his head, ready to tear off the shoe sole and go deal with that girl. But suddenly he froze. It's been a while since he saw Shen's girl, and she looked even more lively and charming. Look at her shiny, smooth face and captivating big eyes. And that soft, red little mouth. Biting it must feel really exciting. Her figure has become even more full and alluring. Her chest, her legs, her small waist, absolutely stunning. He leered greedily, licking his lips, his dirty thoughts caught by Lu Zheng's sharp senses. Lu Zheng immediately became furious, his dark eyes like a pool of pure black, as if he was staring at a rotten piece of meat. Then, he suddenly stomped hard with his foot, and with a loud, Yang Guangzong's hand broke. A piercing scream echoed through the air. Are you all dead? Hurry up and help. Wang Suiping pushed her nephews forward. The four of them scrambled chaotically, rushing toward Lu Zheng. They usually acted arrogantly, but in Lu Zheng's hands, they didn't get any advantage at all. Lu Zheng fought fiercely, like a wild beast gone mad, biting and hitting them relentlessly, almost hitting flesh. Two of them immediately fell to the ground, unconscious, while the remaining two fought desperately, soon being pressed down under him. Meanwhile, a scuffle broke out between the Yang family and the Shen family. In the chaos of pushing and shoving, they somehow started fighting too. Compared to the Yang family's dozen or so people, the Shen brothers seemed too weak. Seeing they couldn't hold on much longer, Shen Jiaqing rushed into the crowd and gave each of her brothers a powerful pill. Without warning, they were force-fed a pill each, swallowed quickly with a gulp. After eating, the four brothers, who were originally weak and tired, suddenly became incredibly strong, full of energy. In their disadvantaged position, they quickly turned the tables and gained the upper hand, beating the Yang family members so badly they were all looking for their teeth. She was about to feed Lu Zheng a pill when she suddenly pulled her hand back. It seemed he didn't really need it. Lu Zheng quickly took care of those few people, knocking them out and leaving their faces bruised. Seeing the Yang family members fall one after another, Wang Suiping couldn't stand it anymore. You actually hurt people. I will find your team leader, the village secretary, and the police to arrest all of you and make you pay. In the chaos, she ran to the gate of the yard, just about to rush out, but was frightened back by the look on her face. A group of villagers holding hoes, sticks, and sickles gathered at the Shen family's door. Leading them were Yi Guden and Yi Xiaohua, small but fierce figures charging at the front. Aunt Gui Xiu still had her apron on and carried a spatula, following behind. Some neighbors who were friendly with the Shen family, like Sister Tianju, Qiao Huilan's friend Zhao Annie, and many other villagers, came to support the Shen family. Seeing so many people, dozens in total, Wang Suiping was terrified and stepped back slowly. Earlier, when the Shen family was matchmaking, She had asked around and found out that the Shin family wasn't very popular. How come so many helpers suddenly appeared? At this moment, someone in the crowd recognized Wang Suiping. Oh, isn't this Shin Lao heir's mother-in-law? Is this how you visit relatives? Taking advantage of the men working outside to bully these old and young? Everyone outside had heard what happened. The Yang family's plans were truly vicious. They even made Yang Guangzong pretend to be poisoned to force Shin girl to marry him. What kind of place is the Yang family? It's a den of wolves and tigers. Marrying into that family is like sending yourself to death. Not only did the Shin family disapprove, but even the villagers couldn't stand it. Wang Suiping cursed loudly. Are you all blind? My son ate cassava and got poisoned because of her. We just want to ask for justice. Who is bullying whom? Poisoned? Aunt Gui Xiu laughed. We've tried that cassava method ourselves and no one got poisoned. It's definitely your own problem and you're blaming the young girl. I can't clearly explain everything to you. Please move aside quickly. I need to find the village secretary. As Wang Suiping spoke and tried to move forward, Iguden stopped her. Don't bother looking, the secretary isn't here. The team leader was called to a meeting in town. Then I will report to the police in the county and tell them about the Shin family hurting someone. Hurting someone? Iguden's eyes rolled. Who did they hurt? We didn't see anything. Ishihua also agreed. Yes, we've been here for a long time, and we saw nothing. We only saw your Yang family members hitting themselves and even crashing into walls and rolling on the ground. Aunt Gui Xiu couldn't help but laugh. Maybe the Yang family lady is a bit confused. How could she see things wrong? You are protecting the Shin family. Protect? We're telling the truth. We really didn't see the Shin family do anything, Sister Tianju blinked her eyes. Yeah, we saw nothing. Me neither. Everyone united and responded together. There were at least 50 or 60 witnesses present, all saying they saw nothing wrong with the Shin family.
All right.
Your whole village is teaming up to bully us, Yang Suiping said, really at her wit's end. Even if they went to report to the police, with so many witnesses here, she wouldn't have a leg to stand on. Nowadays, villages sometimes have conflicts, but the authorities usually don't get involved. Today's matter was a real loss, losing both face and resources. They could only accept their bad luck. Get out quickly. Leave our village, and if you dare to cause trouble again, don't blame us for being rude. Iguden waved his stick, looking very intimidating. Exactly, with us here, you won't bully the Shun family. Others also took action, holding their farming tools and rushing into the Shun house to chase out the outsiders. The Yang family had never seen such a scene. They helped each other, trembling with fear. When Wang Suiping and Yang Dali left, they glared fiercely at the Shun family gate. This matter wasn't over for their families. The villains were finally driven away, and everyone couldn't help but cheer as if they had won a battle. Seeing the once tidy yard now smashed and in chaos, everyone hurried to help clean up. Today, thank you all for your brave help. I, Shinjichi, am deeply grateful. She clasped her hands in front of her chest, tears shimmering in her eyes. Young Miss Shin, what are you saying? We're all from the same village, so we should help each other. Exactly. You've been so kind to us, giving us meat, eggs, and grains. We're grateful and feel it's only right. From now on, with us here, no one can bully you. Yes, anyone who dares to bully the Shin family will be going against our whole village. Everyone spoke one after another. This warm and passionate scene deeply touched her. It seemed her efforts hadn't been in vain. The villagers appreciated her kindness. This mutual support warmed her heart and strengthened her resolve to change the village's fate. At least, she wanted to protect these villagers from floods that could destroy their homes and families. Soon, the yard was cleaned up. However, the water jar, baskets, dustpan, and back basket were broken and needed to be replaced. Thank you all. We have some family matters to handle today, so we won't keep you for dinner. Tomorrow, I'll bring some good food to share with everyone. Shun Jiaqing said. It's no big deal, no need to be polite. Everyone understood that Shun's family was eager to deal with a second daughter-in-law.
Ugh.
Such a treacherous person. She should have been dealt with long ago. They didn't stay any longer and gradually left. Lu Zheng was the last to leave. As he closed the Shen family's gate silently, the entire Shen household fell into complete silence. Everyone looked at Yang Xiuli with unkind eyes. Yang Xiuli felt nervous under their gaze, but she thought, since she was carrying Shen family's child, they probably wouldn't do anything to her. Even if they were angry, they might just hit her a few times or scold her. Besides, her younger sister was fine and hadn't gone to Yang family. She had expected Xiao Huilan to scold her harshly and slap her like before, but instead, Xiao Huilan and Xin Jiaqing just looked at her quietly, making her feel uncomfortable all over. "Don't call me mother. I can't accept that," Xiao Huilan said surprisingly calmly. Maybe this was the deepest sorrow, when hope is completely lost. Besides Chi-Chi and Little Treasure, you do the least work at home. We treat you like family, but you treat us like fools. No, mother, Yang Xiuli wanted to defend herself, but Xiao Huilan tiredly waved her hand. You're ungrateful, like a treacherous wolf who eats inside and outside. Our Shin family can't afford this. Just go back where you came from. After speaking, Xiao Huilan leaned back in her chair and closed her eyes, pretending not to see or care. Are you trying to drive me away? Yang Xiuli straightened her back, her belly sticking out proudly. I'm pregnant with your Shin family's child. Even if I made a mistake, the baby is innocent. We can't let the Shin family's bloodline be lost outside, right? Besides, isn't my younger sister doing well? Instead, our Yang family is all injured and bleeding. Doing well? Shun Jiechi was furious. If Lu Zheng and the brothers hadn't arrived in time, and if the villagers hadn't helped me, do you think I could stand here whole and safe?
Yang Xiuli suddenly fell silent.
My family wouldn't treat you badly either. My mother promised that they wouldn't scold or hit you, and you wouldn't have to do chores. You married into this family to enjoy happiness. I did it for your good. But now, she still refused to see reason. Is it for my good, or for your own selfish reasons? You know the answer yourself. Shun Jiechi was too tired to argue with her. She looked at her second brother and said, Second brother, from now on, this family has her but not me, or me but not her. You decide what to do. The second brother was painfully conflicted, hanging his head. He had been silent since earlier, each breath feeling heavy. His younger sister's words made his guilt explode. He couldn't hold it anymore and suddenly knelt down with a thud.
Sorry.
It's my fault, second brother. Second brother, what are you doing? Get up quickly. Shun Jiechi hurriedly reached out to pull him up, but her hand was heavy and firm, like pulling a piece of iron. Big brother, third brother, fourth brother, help him. The eldest and third brothers moved quickly, one on each side, helping the second brother to stand. The fourth brother stood coldly to the side, sarcastically saying, What right does the second sister-in-law have to apologize? Even if the second brother kneels until his knees are broken, she shows no remorse. The second brother choked back tears and said, Husband and wife are one.
Her mistake is my mistake.
I was blinded by greed. Even if I had to pay a high bride price, I would still marry her. If not for me, our family wouldn't be so chaotic, and my little sister wouldn't be targeted by others.
He was full of regret,
wishing he had made different choices. His mother had warned him before, Yang Xiuli was not a good person, and marrying her would bring trouble to the family. She also said that Yang Xiuli's family was like vampires, always trying to drain them dry. But he was blinded by love at the time, only thinking of marrying Yang Xiuli, ignoring his mother's words. As expected, experience proved her right. Yang Xiuli not only supported her family, but also tried to involve his little sister. She even falsely accused his sister to help her brother get married, nearly causing a big mistake. Today, thanks to Lu Zheng's warning and Ego Dan informing the villagers, the situation was saved from worse consequences. Thinking about how his sister almost got taken back by the Yang family to be bullied, he couldn't help but slap himself. The loud slap left a bright red 5-finger mark on his face. Yang Xiuli was so shocked she froze. She quickly tried to pull him back. Jianan, what are you doing?
Don't scare me.
But the second brother ignored her, pulling his hand away forcefully, then bowed to apologize to the family. I'm sorry. I was blind and made the wrong choice. I caused everyone suffering all these years. Hearing this, Yang Xiuli's face was hard to look at. She pointed at him and scolded, Shen Jianan, are you saying you regret marrying me? Yes, he replied through clenched teeth. You're ungrateful. I'm pregnant with your child, and you regret marrying me? You're not a real man. She cried and yelled, hitting him fiercely. The second brother stood still like a wooden post, not dodging or fighting back. Maybe her actions were too strong, or her emotions too intense, and she suddenly went into labor. Her belly started hurting badly, and she broke out in cold sweat. The disgust in his eyes disappeared as he, feeling responsible as a husband, quickly helped her sit down. Enough. Just stay calm with that big belly of yours.
How dare you yell at me?
What's wrong with you? If you can't handle this anger, then go back to your mother's house. The second brother shouted angrily, making Yang Xiuli too scared to move and only able to silently cry. Then, the second brother bit his cheek and seriously said to Xin Jiaqing, Little sister, I'm sorry. It's because I didn't take good care of second sister-in-law, and she almost hurt you. I feel ashamed to face you now. From now on, you should stay with our parents. I will take second sister-in-law far away.
What?
Xin Jiaqing was stunned. This answer totally surprised her. Xiao Huilan suddenly opened her eyes wide and said excitedly, Second brother, what do you mean? Are you planning to leave the family with her? The second brother's teeth were almost clenched to breaking point. Just now, he had already made his decision. Mother, it's not about leaving the family. I will take her away to live separately. Yang Xiuli had caused chaos at home, so how could he have the face to talk about splitting the family and sharing property? Hearing his words, not only Qiao Huilan and Xin Jiaqing were furious, but Yang Xiuli was also so angry her head was about to explode. Without anything, how could they survive alone? Shen Jianan, if you want us mother and daughter to die, just say it. She was so angry that her stomach suddenly hurt again, making her sweat cold. The second brother didn't turn around and spoke coldly, Don't worry. Even if I sell my blood, I won't let you mother and daughter starve. Seeing him act foolishly, Qiao Huilan angrily punched him. Second brother, are you crazy? At worst, you can divorce Yang Xiuli, and we will raise the children. Why do you have to? The second brother clenched his lowered fist tighter and tighter. Mother, I was blind. I married a troublemaker, and I accept it. But as a man, I can't abandon her. She is pregnant with my child. For both emotional and moral reasons, I should take care of her and the children. It's my duty as a husband. These words made the whole family fall silent. The Shun parents, who always pampered their daughter, had strict and excellent discipline for their 4 sons since they were young. Although the second brother was weak physically, deep down he was a true man. He would never abandon his wife and children. Even though he now felt disgusted just by looking at Yang Xiuli, the child in her belly was innocent. Xiao Huilan wanted to say more, but Xin Jiaqing shook her head at her. Mom, respect his decision. If the second brother wants to leave and live separately, just agree with him. Xiao Huilan let out a long sigh. What kind of situation is this? She married a daughter-in-law who turned the house upside down and even took her son away. Seeing her second son so weak and fragile, and thinking of his thin shoulders needing to support a small family, Qiao Huilan felt very sorry for him. Forget it. Gigi is right. Let's respect your wishes. Since your grandparents passed away, that old house has been empty. You can go live there. I won't take money from you, but I won't forget the part one should give you. Mom, thank you for giving me a place to stay, but I can't take this money. You refuse, but your unborn son needs it too. No more arguments. Xiao Huilan turned and went into the room, taking out a cookie tin box used for storing money. Before, there was 51 yuan, 3 jiao, 6 fun in the account. Gigi took some later. She carefully calculated, subtracting the bride price paid to the third son, adding some more, plus money she gave for shoe insoles and the earnings from her husband doing odd jobs. After adding everything up, it totaled about 213 yuan, 5 jiao, 8 fun. Your father and each of your 4 brothers get 1 share. Gigi gets 1 too. That makes 6 shares, so. She quickly calculated. Each person gets 35 yuan, 6 jiao. She counted the money and was about to give it to her second son but pulled it back. Xiao Huilan looked around at the household items. Many things in the yard had been broken. The Yang family had already run away, and the loss had to be borne by someone. The Yang family broke the things. I will deduct 5 yuan as compensation. If you feel it's unfair, go find the Yang family and ask for compensation. How much you get depends on your ability. Talking about the Yang family, her second son's face darkened as if water could drip from it. He really wanted to go find the Yang family and settle the score. He took the 30 yuan, feeling it was extremely hot and heavy, weighing him down so much he couldn't lift his head. That's all the household items. You can take what's in your rooms. For the kitchen, I can only give you 1 clay pot and 4 bowls and chopsticks. As for furniture, take a long bench and 2 small wooden stools. Don't bother with the rest. When you get to your grandparents' house, buy whatever you need. Although this wasn't an official division of the household, the situation was already like a split. Old Second Shin really wanted to say that he didn't need anything anymore, but thinking about how his grandfather's house had nothing, not even a bowl to eat from, he nodded sadly. Thank you, mother. He was already happy to receive so many things and 30 yuan. But Yang Xiuli didn't think the same. If she left the Shen family, would she still be able to eat meat in the future? Would she still be able to drink malted milk? After the baby was born, who would take care of her during her postpartum period? She probably couldn't even afford red sugar and eggs. Thinking of this, she forced herself to stand up. I don't agree. Just as she was about to take a step forward, she suddenly felt a strange, sinking pain beneath her, and a warm flow slowly trickled down. Shin Jiaqing looked at her and saw a shallow red bloodstain on her wide skirt.
Blood.
You're bleeding. Seeing the bloodstain, the whole family was clearly panicked. When a pregnant woman has bleeding, it's a serious matter. Although everyone didn't like Yang Xiuli, life was at stake, so they didn't dare to ignore it. Xiao Huilan quickly told the third son, go find Niu Daong and ask him to bring the tractor to the county hospital. Then she directed the second son, be gentle, help her inside, and lie down. The whole family was in chaos, but luckily, Xiao Huilan was calmly giving orders. Yang Xiuli turned her head and saw the bloodstain on her skirt. Her face turned pale with fear. She covered her belly and cried as she collapsed onto the second son. Second brother, our baby. Won't be okay, right? The second son looked a little pale, trying to hide his fear, and helped her step by step. Don't cry. Lie down first, then we'll go to the hospital. Shen Jiaqing stood silently nearby, looking at the glaring red bloodstain, feeling cold inside. She knew Yang Xiuli wouldn't leave the family peacefully. She would definitely cause trouble. She didn't expect her to have a miscarriage and bleed.
Could it be?
She still couldn't change the story of Yang Xiuli's miscarriage. The original story said that Yang Xiuli was mistreated at her parents' home and, combined with poor nutrition, caused the baby to die in her. After the miscarriage, she divorced her second brother and married Chung Sanmao. Now that Chung Sanmao was in prison, Yang Xiuli's chance to remarry him was almost zero. But if the baby was lost, wouldn't Yang Xiuli blame her for it? After Yang Xiuli's divorce, she held deep resentment and secretly targeted the Shen family. In the end, she teamed up with Yi Zhaozhao to send the Shen family members to the cattle shed. Yang Xiuli was already cruel and vengeful before, and now that she knew many family secrets, if she reported them to the G committee, everything would be ruined. She absolutely couldn't let her go crazy and harm the whole family. Shen Jiaqing was thinking when her fourth brother suddenly tugged at her sleeve. The tractor is here. Do you want to go see it? She looked up and saw a tractor parked outside the gate. Her parents and older brothers hurriedly wrapped Yang Xiuli in a quilt and carried her onto the truck bed. Shen Jiaqing looked serious. She told her second brother to ride the bike and follow. At the county hospital, Yang Xiuli suddenly started bleeding more heavily. The The doctors and nurses quickly took her into the treatment room. The county hospital in the 1970s was simple and not as good as modern ones. There were no ultrasounds or fetal heart monitors, only experienced doctors listening to check. After Yang Shili was taken in, the doctor soon came out and shook his head at everyone. The pregnant woman has gone into labor early. The bleeding is inside her belly and can't stop. The fetal heartbeat is very weak. We can only try to stop the bleeding now. If that doesn't work, she will need a blood transfusion.
And
Family members should be mentally prepared. The baby probably can't be saved. Hearing that the baby might not survive, the second brother's legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. Everyone felt very heavy-hearted. After all, this baby was long awaited by the whole family. The youngest in the family was only little Bao, and the house felt too quiet. Everyone was hoping the baby in Yang Shili's belly would be born safely. Little Bao also came to the hospital with the adults. When he heard that his aunt's baby might not survive, he couldn't hold back and cried out loud. This little boy, facing the Yang family members, didn't cry. He didn't cry when he saw Yang Shili bleeding either. But when he heard that his little brother or sister might not make it, he squatted in the hospital corridor and sobbed loudly. I don't want my little brother or sister to die. The sound of the little boy crying broke everyone's hearts. The eldest quickly bent down and hugged him, then led him out of the corridor. Haha, stop talking nonsense. No crying allowed. The second son angrily slammed his fist against the wall. How could this happen? The third son didn't know how to comfort him, so he just patted his shoulder to show support. Only the fourth son kept a cold face. Do you think this is some kind of punishment from fate? Fourth brother, it's not the time for cold remarks, Qiao Huilan whispered. Actually, Shun Jiaqing thought the same as the fourth brother. Isn't this just some kind of retribution? Yang Shili schemed and falsely accused her, just to push her into the Yang family's trap. Even if Lu Zheng hadn't brought people here, she could rely on her strength to fight back and make those people regret it. But what about the mud thrown on her? How should she deal with the aftermath? Without the support and testimony of the villagers, the Yang family would never let go and might even turn around and accuse her of hitting someone, or send her to a farm for reform. With over a dozen people in the Yang family, Shen's family only had her and her mother. Plus, Yang Shili, who was treacherous and full of lies. Shen Jiaqing couldn't explain herself clearly. All of this was caused by Yang Shili. Her current situation was deserved. It was divine justice.
But
the child in her belly was innocent. Why should Yang Shili's sins make an unborn baby suffer? The baby was almost 7 months old now, with all the parts and organs developed, and it had its own awareness. It was a living person. Shun Jiaqing looked at Yang Shili in the treatment room, who was crying out in pain. Jianan, my stomach hurts so much. The baby seems to ignore me. I call him, but he doesn't respond. The second son rushed in stumbling. It's okay, it will be fine. He suddenly knelt down with a thud.
Doctor,
please, you have to save my wife and baby, whatever it costs. It's not about money. The doctor helped him up. The pregnant woman's body is too weak, and she lost so much blood. We really can't do more. What about a C-section? Shun Jiaqing asked. The baby was almost 7 months old. If they performed surgery now, it might still survive. The doctor was surprised when he heard the word C-section. I didn't expect you to be so young and to understand about cesarean sections. That's a major surgery. Not only in our county, but even in the city, there are no facilities or experts to perform such operations. In the 1970s, cesarean surgeries were not common like they are today. Back then, most women in rural areas gave birth at home with a midwife. Only those with better conditions went to the hospital, but most births were natural deliveries. If the baby was in the wrong position or the umbilical cord was wrapped around the neck, experienced doctors would gently massage the mother's belly and try to reposition the baby through the abdomen, slowly unwinding the cord. Overall, cesarean sections were rarely heard of. Then, what about natural delivery? Shun Jiaqi asked. Can we try that? The baby is in the wrong position and the mother is still very young. Plus, she's weak and bleeding heavily. The baby might suffocate inside before delivery, and then we would have to induce labor. Otherwise, the mother might not survive either. The doctor's words sounded like a death sentence for the baby. Hearing this, Yang Xiuli nearly fainted. She tightly grabbed the doctor's hand and begged, "Doctor, please save my child." The doctor sighed helplessly. "I'll do my best." She shook her head and turned to tell the nurse to start an 4 drip. Everyone understood that Yang Xiuli's pregnancy was unlikely to be saved, and there was a good chance the mother might not survive either. The second child was also helpless. "Little sister, don't you know Director Gu or the factory manager? Can you ask them to help? Maybe they can bring in a skilled doctor. As long as the baby can be saved, I'm willing to give anything, even my life." Yang Xiuli cried and begged, "Yes, little sister. Please, I know I made many mistakes. I shouldn't have had bad thoughts about you. I was wrong. As long as the baby can be saved, I'll do anything you ask." "Really?" Shin Jiechi asked coldly. She nodded vigorously.
Yes.
"I'd work like a beast without complaint. Working like a beast is too much for me, but I do have conditions."
"What are they?"
"Just tell me." Shun Jiechi said, "You divorce my second brother, and the baby will belong to the Shin family. You go back to your family." "Divorce? No way, I'll never do that,"
she cried.
"If I divorce, how can I live? It's better to die." Regarding this, Shin Jai was not surprised at all. She slowly said, "It's okay if you don't want a divorce, but you must leave with second brother and live separately. You are not allowed to take a penny or a piece of cloth from the Shin family. Also, you must completely cut ties with the Yang family and never contact them again. If we find out you have any dealings with the Yang family, you'll be kicked out immediately." Shin Jai has always been kind, but this was the first time she spoke so harshly and without mercy. Yang Xiuli touched her belly, feeling regretful. She thought, if she had known it would turn out like this, she shouldn't have listened to her mother and misunderstood her younger sister. But what's the use of regret now? The most urgent thing is to protect the baby in her belly. She thought for a moment and gritted her teeth, saying, "Okay. I promise you." Earlier, second brother wanted to take her away to live separately. Yang Xiuli wanted to cause trouble, but she was determined not to leave. Who knew it would turn out like this? Now, even if she was extremely unwilling, she could only force herself to agree. She sobbed sadly, "I promise you, I will move to Grandpa's old house with Jianan. Besides the 30 yuan and what Mother promised, we won't take a single extra thing." "And what else?" Shin Jai asked. I will find the village secretary and the clan leader to witness and completely cut ties with my family." Her answer made Shin Jai quite satisfied. Why didn't she do this earlier? "Second brother, what do you think?"
she asked.
The second brother replied gloomily, "I have no objections. I will supervise her. Don't blame her for being so harsh. If she didn't do this, she simply couldn't get rid of Yang Xiuli, this leech." Cutting ties with the Yang family is also for the good of second brother and the future little nephew and niece. The Yang family's morals are corrupt from top to bottom. Yang Xiuli is also a foolish person. Even when sold, she still counts the money for others. Her harsh decision is like removing a big tumor from the family and also cutting off the blood cord of the Yang family for second brother. Even if second brother resents her and others don't understand her, she doesn't care. Since Yang Xiuli agreed to the conditions, Shin Jai will naturally keep her promise. "Wait for me, I'll be right back." Shin Jai turned and went outside, hiding in a quiet corner. She remembered that there seemed to be a pregnancy-preserving pill in the secret medicine shop. "System, I want exchange for a pregnancy-preserving pill." "Sorry, host. One pregnancy preservation pill costs 8,000 points, and you don't have enough." She only remembered the pill, but forgot the price. "How many points do I still need?" Shun Jiaqing asked. After exchanging supplies at the textile factory, she had over 4,000 points. Plus, she had accumulated more during this time. But she also exchanged shoes, a backpack and stationery for Xiaobao, and gave eggs and sweet potatoes to the villagers. She estimates she might have around 3,000 points left.
Ding!
Your current points are 4,080. Over 4,000. That's a surprise. It seems she gained quite a few points without realizing it. Although she has over 4,000 points, it's still far from the 8,000 needed for the pregnancy preservation pill. Where can she find 4,000 more points? At this moment, the system sensed her difficulty and reminded her, "Host, you previously seized the heroine's luck and received a life extension pill."
She had forgotten about that.
Shun Jiaqing thought for a moment and entered the space. A life extension pill, along with its decorative box, floated before her. "Does the life extension pill also help with pregnancy?" she asked. The system replied, "The life extension pill has strong medicinal effects. It can save critically ill patients and extend life. However, it contains musk and safflower, which are very harmful to the fetus, and pregnant women are not allowed to use it." She sighed and said, "Then why did you suggest it?" "Host, don't worry. Since the life extension pill is valuable, you can use part of it to exchange for a lower value pregnancy preservation pill." She looked at the price list in the secret medicine shop. The life extension pill costs 50,000 points, and the pregnancy preservation pill costs 8,000 points. One life extension pill can exchange for about 6 pregnancy preservation pills. Clever system. She clapped her hands. The system smiled proudly. Using part of the life extension pill to exchange for a pregnancy preservation pill can help you safely carry the pregnancy to full term. Do you want to exchange? Yes. Of course I do. This isn't just about the pregnancy preservation pill. It's their family's life-saving pill to remove the poison. She stared at her life extension pill without blinking. The pill shrank slightly, but not much. Then another milky white pill floated beside it. Shun Jiechi grabbed the milky white pregnancy pill and said, "Thank you, system. You've helped me a lot." The host doesn't need to be polite. "If you have time, try to increase your favorability score." Shun Jiechi nodded. It seems that the favorability score really shouldn't be wasted. In the future, things that can be bought with money should be avoided when redeeming. After all, many secret medicines and supplies in this space cannot be bought with money. Having successfully obtained the pregnancy pill, Shun Jiechi returned to the treatment room. At this moment, Yang Xiuli's condition was already worsening. Her eyes were starting to look distant, and her face was becoming paler. Seeing this, the doctors quickly asked the second person to sign the critical condition notice so she could be taken to the rescue room next door. The second person held a pen, trembling so much that he couldn't write his name properly. Just as he was about to sign, Shun Jiechi snatched the pen away. "Don't rush." Shun Jiechi gave him a look. While the doctors and nurses weren't paying attention, she quietly fed the pregnancy pill into Yang Xiuli's mouth. As soon as she swallowed it, Yang Xiuli's dull eyes gradually regained their vitality. The nurse who was stopping the bleeding suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Doctor, the bleeding has stopped." Hearing this, the female doctor eagerly approached and examined Yang Xiuli. Blood pressure is normal. Heartbeat is normal. She used a stethoscope, pressed it against Yang Xiuli's swollen belly, moving it around, then suddenly stopped at the left side of her navel, as if she had caught something. After a long pause, she finally straightened up. The baby's heartbeat is also normal now, even stronger than before. Everyone in the treatment room sighed in relief and praised Yang Xiuli and her baby for their good luck, truly a medical miracle. The doctors thought it was just good luck that her bleeding stopped and all indicators and the fetal heartbeat quickly returned to normal. But Yang Xiuli knew in her heart that it wasn't luck. It was the effect of the spiritual pill her younger sister had just fed her. The bitter pill had just been swallowed, and her stomach felt warm. Her cold body gradually started to warm up. Her previously lifeless belly now moved normally again. The baby inside was moving around, with tiny feet pushing up against her belly, as if stretching lazily. "Little sister, what you just fed me was..." Yang Xiuli still feels weak, but her face looks much better now. Even her cracked, pale lips have turned back to a light pink. Shun Jiaqing deliberately lowers her voice. "That was a pregnancy-preserving pill, made from many rare and fine Chinese herbs. You can't buy it with money on the market. A small pill costing 8,000 points of good feeling. How precious is that?" Thinking about the value of this pill, Shun Jiaqing feels a bit heartbroken. But luckily, the medicine's effect is very strong, so this price is worth it. During this time, the second brother has been watching nearby. He saw his sister feeding the medicine to Yang Xiuli and watched the whole process as his wife and child were saved from danger. He truly doesn't know how to thank his sister for her great kindness. Little sister, thank you. It's all thanks to you this time. I don't know where you got this pregnancy-preserving pill, but it saved my wife and child's lives. From now on, my life is yours. Whatever you ask me to do, climb mountains of fire or cross oceans, I will do it without hesitation. Shun Jiaqing knows her second brother isn't just saying that. She hears the broadcast voice beside her, which keeps ringing non-stop. Ding, 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 ding. When she sees a 300-point good feeling value pop up, Shun Jiaqing is stunned. What's this? Host, this is the baby in your belly, and it's giving you good feeling points. She never expected that the little baby inside her would give her the biggest boost today. It's truly a grateful and understanding child, much better than his or her confused mother. Shun Jiaqing decided to help and save Yang Xiuli mainly because of the baby, this innocent little life. Before, the fetus inside Yang Xiuli had increased her good feeling points. Maybe because it knows she is a lifesaver, the baby's good feeling towards her is extremely high. It's a smart and grateful child. So well behaved. Little auntie didn't save him or her in vain. Second brother, there's no need for many words of thanks. As long as you don't blame me for being ruthless, I'll be happy. Yang Xiuli, I gave her many chances before, but she didn't cherish them herself. No wonder others looked down on her. Today, for your sake and the child's, I saved her life. I hope she keeps her promise. When she goes back, she should move out and cut ties with her family. Yang Xiuli's lips trembled as she wanted to speak, but her second brother glared her down. Don't worry, little sister. Second brother promises. We will do what we say. Yang Xiuli's life was saved, and the entire Shin family finally relaxed. She just stopped the bleeding, and to prevent it from starting again, the doctor kept her in the hospital for a few days for observation. Xiao Huilan couldn't bear it anymore and put down 10 yuan. Second brother, keep this for her to buy some food and regain strength. We're leaving now. The second brother looked at the 10 yuan, feeling mixed emotions. Thank you, mother. Second brother, I don't have much money. This 1 yuan and 50 cents are my savings from eating frugally. You can take it, said the third brother, who only found this much money on himself. Third brother, I can't take this.
Take it.
We're brothers, no need to be so polite, said the third brother, looking at the poor condition of the second brother, feeling very sad. He also felt very lucky that he didn't marry Wan Yume. Otherwise, he might be the next second brother. No, even worse. Marrying a troublemaker like her would be a nightmare for life. It's better to have a girl like Teacher Xie, cheerful, straightforward, honest, no tricky thoughts, making life easy and happy. When he heard that the second aunt was fine and that the baby inside her was safe, little Bao finally smiled through tears, tugging at his father to give him some money. The eldest brother left in a hurry and didn't bring much money. After searching, he only found 76 cents. He quietly placed the money on the cabinet. Big brother's small token of kindness. The second brother looked at the scattered coins, covering his face with his hands, crying like a child. All right, take good care of her. Grandpa's room will be tidied up for you. When you come back from a hospital, just move out directly, said Xiao Huilan firmly, making it clear she wouldn't soften her stance about splitting the family. He sniffed and said, Thank you, parents. Thank you, everyone. After leaving the treatment room, Shun Jiechi went to the bathroom. When she came out and walked down the corridor, she saw a nurse loudly shouting toward the nearby ward, Bed 4, Jiang Shiyan, remember to pay your bill. She paused, and from the slightly open door, she heard Jiang Shiyan's angry and loud voice. Why are you in such a rush? His voice sounded confident and strong. She knew that Jiang Shiyan was the main character in the story, a tough and resilient person who would recover on his own, so she didn't need to worry. The nurse scoffed, still educated and cultured, huh? Can't even pay the hospital bill. Always delaying.
Stop rushing me.
I'm going to university soon. Do I need to worry about a few medical fees? Haven't you seen my brother-in-law come by? Yi Tieju's rough voice suddenly rang out. Stop shouting. Who's your brother-in-law? I don't have money. If it weren't for Zhao Zhao saying you have potential and might get into that workers, peasants, and soldiers university, who would bother with you? Yi Taiju came to deliver food and help clean Jiang Shiryan. He muttered unhappily, I've never been this filial to my parents. Shun Jiechi wasn't eavesdropping on purpose. She just happened to overhear. She stood outside the door and saw Yi Taiju open a lunchbox and feed Jiang Shiryan himself. Brother-in-law, I knew you were the best. When I get into that workers, peasants, and soldiers university and get a job after graduation, I'll treat Zhao Zhao well and be filial to our parents and brothers.
That's smart of you.
Yi Taiju urged him to eat quickly. After finishing, he had to go back to the village to work. Because of Yi Zhonghe, Yi Taiju had a job as a scorekeeper in the village. It was such an easy job that he often slackened off, working only 3 days a week. He'd never been so eager before. Rushing back to work probably meant he didn't want to serve others. Jiang Shiryan's eyes flashed with displeasure, but he quickly put on a very flattering smile. Thanks for your hard work, brother-in-law. By the way, where's Zhao Zhao? Why didn't she come today? Talking about Yi Zhao Zhao, Shun Jiechi truly admired her. She was the perfect heroine in the story, so flexible and adaptable. Jiang Shiryan publicly betrayed her, saying he wanted to marry Shun Jiechi, but Zhao Zhao swallowed her anger and didn't argue. Not only did she send Jiang Shiryan to the hospital, but she also had her own brother take turns caring for him. To become Mrs. Guan, she was willing to endure anything. She was like a ninja turtle from the 1970s, full of patience. Shun Jiaqing felt inferior and sincerely wished that this trash can and Jiang Shiryan, the big trash, would be forever locked away from each other. Whenever she mentioned Yi Zhao Zhao, Yi Taiju couldn't help but smile happily. Zhao Zhao saw in the newspaper that there will be an orchid exhibition in Lin County soon and a contest for famous orchids. Today, she's gone up the mountain to find orchids. Is that so? Jiang Shiryan looked a bit disappointed. What a pity I'm injured. If I weren't, I'd go into the mountains with Zhao Zhao and never let her get tired. Jiang Shiryan was extremely fake and overly flattering. His attitude made Shun Jiaqing feel sick. Thinking about how he pretended to be proud and bossy in front of the original owner before, she felt sorry for her.
Ugh.
Such a weak man. Yi Taiju also spat and said, with your small body, who knows who needs to take care of whom in the mountains? You should just rest and recover, and aim to do well next month so you can become the first college student in Daxing Village. Okay, I'll listen to my brother-in-law. Jiang Shiryan ate his meal eagerly. The idea of going to university for workers, peasants, and soldiers filled him with energy, and his pain seemed to lessen. Once he got into university, Shun's family, especially Shun Jiaqing, would regret it so much they'd be heartbroken. Shun Jiaqing looked at Jiang Shiryan's foolish, delusional face and found it funny. He was ugly and still dreaming about it. How dare he covet her brother's university spot? In theory, the university spot in Daxing Village wasn't supposed to go to Jiang Shiryan, but he was so confident, as if it was already decided. It was probably Yi Zhao Zhao who told him. Yi Zhao Zhao, having memories of her past life, only knew that Jiang Shiryan got a spot at the workers, peasants, and soldiers university, but she didn't know that the spot was actually given because the original owner was desperate and begged her brother to give it to Jiang Shiryan. In her previous life, without Yi Zhao Zhao's interference, Jiang Shiryan and the original owner had become engaged after the flood. When she learned that the only university spot in Daxing Village was given to Shen Laosi, Jiang Shiryan encouraged the original owner to cause trouble at home. Laosi cared about his sister and, unable to do otherwise, voluntarily gave up the spot, which then fell to Jiang Shiryan. Of course, all these events happened within the Shin family, and Yi Zhao Zhao was unaware of them. In Yi Zhao Zhao's memory, she only remembers that the spot was given to Jiang Shiryan, but she doesn't know that the original owner was causing trouble behind the scenes. Yi Zhao Zhao has lived again and thought the story would follow her memories. But she didn't realize. Shin Jiaqing has changed her mindset and is no longer the silly girl who only cared about Jiang Shiyan. This time, she won't give up her chance easily. Instead, she must protect fourth brother and help him get into school. Although college entrance exams will open in a few years and university education is much more valuable than the old worker-peasant union colleges, why not seize this great opportunity? The worker-peasant union colleges only take 2 or 3 years, and graduates are usually assigned jobs. In a few years, when others struggle through the tough college entrance exam, fourth brother will have already graduated and started working. With fourth brother's intelligence, getting promoted is no problem. Shin Jiaqing took a deep breath and was about to turn away when Yi Taiju said, "In the next few days, Zhao Zhao probably can't come to see you."
Why not?
Jiang Shiyan asked anxiously. Is she still angry about what happened last time? I've explained to her, it was just a temporary plan. I would never really marry Shin Jiaqing. In my heart, only Zhao Zhao matters. Enough. That's so cheesy. Taiju deliberately lowered his voice. The propaganda team is coming to the village the day after tomorrow to build a radio station and select announcers. My dad has kept the secret, so it won't be announced until tomorrow. Why wait until tomorrow? Jiang Shiyan asked confused. What's the difference if it's earlier or later? It's a big difference. Zhao Zhao asked me to buy something at the market. He leaned close to Jiang Shiyan's ear and whispered, looking like he was saying something not nice. Jiang Shiyan's face suddenly turned shocked, and his eyes nearly popped out.
Just keep this to yourself.
Anyway, Zhao Zhao is determined to be the announcer this time. After saying that, Yi Taiju stood up. Shin Jiaqing, afraid of being seen, quickly ran out. All the way, she felt uneasy. Her instincts told her that Zhao Zhao was up to something again. She remembered from the book that in the previous life, the village also built a radio station. Zhao Zhao went to try out for the announcer position, prepared carefully for a long time, but only got second place. The first place was a young woman who became the official announcer in the end. What was the name of the young woman educated in the countryside? Yes, that's Wen Jiangyue. In the story, after Yi Zhao Zhao is reborn, she poisons Wen Jiangyue with something in her water to get the announcer job. This causes Wen Jiangyue's throat to swell and turn red, her voice to become hoarse, and she can't speak. In the end, she gives up on the selection. It seems the thing Yi Taiju bought was probably this kind of harmful poison. Yi Zhao Zhao is willing to use any means to achieve her goal, maliciously poisoning and hurting her competitors. Someone with such a bad character and a wicked heart is actually a character in the story. Shin Jiaqing really wants to call out the author of the book and criticize them harshly. It looks like she needs to warn Wen Jiangyue quickly to be careful, so she doesn't fall for Yi Zhao Zhao's tricks and ruin her good voice. Although Shin Jiaqing also wants to get the announcer job, she is more focused on improving herself with her real skills. If Wen Jiangyue really can beat her and become the announcer, it just shows she's not as skilled. Unlike Yi Zhao Zhao, who can't do much herself and only knows tricks and schemes. Back in the village, Shin Jiaqing tells her parents and brothers to go home first. She needs to visit the educated youth station. The young people at the station have just finished work and are returning. Wen Jiangyue changes out of her wet clothes and is about to go to the river to wash them when she meets Shin Jiaqing. Shin girl, are you okay? Wen Jiangyue asks with concern. So many things happened at the Shin family today. It's been quite a day. But Shin Jiaqing still looks pretty good, so she probably isn't in serious trouble. Shin Jiaqing doesn't have time to worry about herself and quickly pulls Wen Jiangyue aside. You're still worried about me? You should spend more time worrying about yourself. Wen Jiangyue looks confused. What's going on? She doesn't know how to explain, and she worries she might sound crazy. So she thinks for a moment and asks, did you learn about broadcasting and hosting? How do you know? An elder in my family is in the cultural troupe. I've loved visiting her since I was little, and I learned a bit from the announcers in the troupe.
No wonder.
Shin Jiaqing says, very seriously, Wen Jiqing, there's something you might not know. The village is about to build a radio station, and the day after tomorrow, there will be an audition for announcers. Really? That's great. Wen Jiangyue is excited. Then, I must sign up. Seeing her carefree attitude, Shun Jiaqing reminded her, in the next few days, you must be very careful about what you put in your mouth. Never eat anything that has left your sight, especially your water and food. Every time you use a cup, it must be washed first. Although Wen Jiangyue is young and kind-hearted, she has been involved in the arts troupe since she was little and has heard many dirty stories. Her master once said that in the past, some people would go to great lengths to get a chance to perform, even putting thumbtacks in others' dance shoes or deliberately damaging costumes. Does Shun Jiaqing mean? Could someone be trying to harm her? She asked nervously. I know it's hard to believe, and I can't explain it to you, she said. If you don't believe me, just pretend I wasn't here or didn't say anything today, Shun Jiaqing sighed helplessly. She risked being misunderstood to warn Wen Jiangyue. First, because she couldn't stand Yi Zhaozhao's scheming to hurt others. Second, because Wen Jiangyue is a good person. She had previously believed and supported Zhang Mimi in her matters, earning her some goodwill. She thought Wen Jiangyue might doubt her or think she was crazy, but unexpectedly, Wen Jiangyue excitedly held her hand. Thank you, Shun girl. I believe you. Really? Shun Jiaqing was quite surprised. Wen Jiangyue was too trusting of others. Wen Jiangyue's bright, clear eyes sparkled like spring water. I don't know why, but I feel very close to you the moment I see you. Before, they all said you chased Jiang Jiqing every day, that you had no shame. But I think you're very cute and sincere. Loving someone wholeheartedly and openly is admirable. But Jiang Jiqing has problems. He clearly doesn't like you. To avoid work and get benefits without effort, he deliberately keeps you hanging, making you work hard while taking advantage of you. He also belittles and dismisses you. Such a man doesn't deserve you. When Jiangyue spoke passionately, then suddenly realized her words might be too direct. She quickly closed her mouth and apologized nervously. Sorry, I didn't mean to offend. I wasn't joking about you. I just want to stand up for you. When Jiangyue kept explaining, her eyes filling with tears of distress. Shun Jia looked at her face, which was flushed red from nervousness, and her heart almost melted. How could there be such a simple and cute girl in the world? Like a shy, adorable little white rabbit. Why are you crying? Shun Jia gently wiped away the tears at her eye corner with her soft fingertips. Just as you trust me, I also trust you. I never expected that the person who understands me best and sees through everything is actually you, even though we didn't really know each other before. Wen Jiangyue saw that she was not angry and smiled through her tears. Actually, I didn't know before who was good or bad. I also met people who pretended to be kind but stabbed me in the back. Later, my master taught me a saying. What is it? Shun Jia asked curiously. She said, a gentleman judges by actions, not by intentions. It means that a person's goodness or badness should be judged by their behavior, not their inner thoughts. Jiang Jiqing claims to be noble and polite, a refined intellectual, but how does he treat you? Fake and insincere, always eating and taking, with an arrogant attitude. Such a person I truly look down on from the bottom of my heart. These words had been weighing on Wen Jiangyue's mind for a long time, and today she finally let them out. Although Shun Jia had caused many jokes before and was criticized by the whole village, she was at least honest and sincere, and she didn't hurt others. Moreover, Shun Jia has been getting better recently. Not only did she share wild boar meat with the village, but she also taught everyone how to use cassava to detoxify, helping the whole village fill their stomachs. Such a kind and helpful girl. Why would she come to scare her for no reason? She must have found out something, right? Wen Jiqing, I didn't expect that you're young but quite perceptive about people and matters. No wonder you were chosen as the leader of the youth team. Truly well-deserved. Wen Jiangyue smiled and said, Don't tease me. I know my own strength. So, are we friends now? Of course. Shun Jia affectionately linked arms with her. No wonder she went to the youth center to confront Zhang Mimi, and Wen Jiangyue stood by her side. It turns out Wen Jiangyue was subtle and perceptive, seeing through everyone long ago, with a clear mind like a mirror. Wen Jiangyue is also smart. Knowing that Shun Jia couldn't reveal the full story, She didn't ask more but quietly kept her reminder in her heart. Oh, and about that announcer, I think you could also participate. When Jiang Yue suggested. Shun Jiechi's appearance and voice were so good that she would be perfect as a radio announcer. In her eyes, Shun Jiechi was just as talented as the announcers in the arts troupe. She didn't hide her thoughts and openly said, I do have this plan, but I haven't studied professionally. I just practiced at home with the radio, messing around. Then you're a genius. One Jiang Yue praised her generously. I've been learning from my master for years, and I only sound like this. You taught yourself at home and can speak so clearly and properly. You're really impressive. Shun Jiechi was so flattered she didn't know what to say. I'm going then. Do you feel threatened? I do, but mostly I'm happy. Meeting someone as strong as you is a win for me, even if I lose. Same here. You must protect yourself. Let's have a real contest on the field. It's a deal. Shun Jiechi didn't expect that her kind gesture would unexpectedly lead to a new friendship. That was probably the only good thing in a bad day. Back home, her sister-in-law had already finished work and brought a full box of delicious food. When she heard about the Yang family causing trouble and Yang Xiuli falsely accusing her younger sister, Peng Zhaodi was so angry she clenched her teeth. This younger sister of ours really is careless. That day, my sister and I saw her leave in a hurry. She was going to do something. I've seen the ugly face of that family. Now's a good chance to drive them all out and get some peace, Peng Zhaodi said. Xiao Huilan sighed. With Yang Xiuli's temper, she won't leave easily. Luckily, Jiqi helped this time. The hard days ahead are the choices of the second sister and Yang Xiuli. No one else is to blame. While they were talking, the fourth brother awkwardly approached Xiao Huilan, squatting down to rub her legs in a flattering way. Mom, can I talk to you about something? Flattering without reason usually means trouble. Xiao Huilan shot him a sidelong glance. Say what you want. If you have something to say, say it. Don't give me this act. The fourth brother grinned and looked indifferent even after being scolded. He glanced at the room where the second brother and sister-in-law used to live. Girl, since second brother and his wife are moving to Grandpa's old house, can I move into their room? The house is quite crowded. He's over 20 years old and still sharing a room with third brother, which is really inconvenient. Xiao Huilan knew that this mischievous boy was thinking about this. She thought for a moment. Since second brother and his wife have already moved out and are living separately, they won't come back. Leaving the room empty is pointless. Instead of letting Yang Xiuli keep dreaming about returning, it's better to give the room to fourth brother, completely stopping the idea of the second family coming back. She took a deep breath and tiredly waved her hand. If you want it, take it. In the next few days, third brother will be busy planting wild seedlings. You and big brother go and tidy up Grandpa's house, move second brother's things there. Once you do, you'll have a new room. Fourth brother excitedly nodded and jumped up from the ground. Great. I finally have my own room. Third brother rolled his eyes at him, with a sour tone that made his teeth hurt. Look at you, acting like you can't wait for second brother and his wife to leave. If second brother finds out, he'll be very sad. Besides, what's wrong with living with me? Are you feeling wronged? I haven't minded you grinding your teeth while sleeping, but now you're unhappy. Third brother, you're just too stupid. Fourth brother looked disappointed, as if he was deeply frustrated. Is he just greedy for that room? He has been living with third brother for over 20 years. Isn't he just worried that Yang Xiuli might change her mind after being discharged from the hospital? Now that he has taken the room, how will Yang Xiuli go back? Third brother didn't understand fourth brother's move, but Shun Jiaqing understood very well. Fourth brother truly lives up to his name. He's so clever. This way, Yang Xiuli's hope of returning home is completely gone. Tonight at dinner, 2 people were missing from the table and everyone felt a bit uncomfortable. Xiao Huilan hid her sadness behind her eyes and called everyone to start eating. All right, hurry up and eat. Try the delicious dishes my eldest daughter-in-law brought back. Today, the textile factory's cafeteria prepared minced eggplant, garlic stir-fried cabbage, and braised pork intestines, 2 meat dishes, and 1 vegetable, very rich. Shun Jiaqing took a bite of the tender, sticky pork intestines. As it entered her mouth, a strong aroma of braised spices spread across her tongue. There was no fishy smell at all. It was soft, fragrant, smooth, and melted in her mouth. So delicious. Really? Peng Zhaodi was greatly encouraged, her eyes bright with pride. I made this myself. Really? Big sister-in-law, you are amazing. Shun Jiaqing didn't expect that big sister-in-law could braise pork intestines so perfectly without using a seasoning packet. Didn't you give me a book? It has a recipe for braising. I just showed a little skill to them, and it completely surprised the chefs in the kitchen. They all praised my cooking skills. Peng Zhaodi only shared happy news and left out the worries, mentioning only the good things. In reality, everyone knew she got her position through connections. The head chefs in the back kitchen didn't accept her and deliberately bought pig offal for her to cook, hoping she would mess up and get scolded by the factory director. Unexpectedly, it worked in her favor. The braised pork intestines she made received praise from everyone, from the leaders to the workers. Even the braising broth was so popular that it was all taken to be mixed with rice. Now, those who looked down on her were completely convinced. The leader even said she could continue making braised dishes tomorrow. Peng Zhaodi swallowed all her frustrations and smiled brightly. Thanks to this dish, I gained recognition from the leaders. After dinner, Director Wen asked the finance department lady to discuss my salary. Once I officially become a regular employee, my monthly salary will be 24 yuan, a bit lower than the workers. But we can pack up leftover food from the kitchen to take home, and I enjoy the same benefits as regular workers. Hearing that she earns 24 yuan a month, everyone was happy for her, aside from the slightly lower salary. Especially the boss, who was grinning from ear to ear. This time, it was thanks to my little sister, who arranged a job for his wife. His wife was very capable and completely won over the entire factory with her braised dishes. The boss felt proud, but also a little insecure. His wife was doing so well and even became a staff member, while he was just a common worker, still awkward and shy. Would his wife look down on him in the future? Zhou Huilan finally had a smile on her face that afternoon. The boss's wife is doing well, which is a good thing. Today, let's toast with water instead of wine to celebrate her. Everyone raised their enamel cups and clinked them together. Peng Zhaodi had never been so happy before. She knew all this was because of her little sister. So she gathered her courage and said, "Thank you all for taking care of me, the boss and little Bao all these years. I don't really need much money. When I get my salary each month, I want to split it into 3 parts. A portion was given to my parents for the public account, one for Xiaobao's future schooling, and a separate one for my younger sister." The first 2, Shun Jiaqing had no objections, but why was she included? Older sister-in-law, I can't accept this money. Shun Jiaqing refused. But Peng Zhaodi was firm. This money is what you deserve. Without you, I wouldn't have this opportunity. If you don't accept it, I won't feel at ease even if I keep my salary. Shun Jiaqing actually wanted to tell everyone she didn't need the money. In fact, she was about to become a millionaire in the 1970s. Once she got the land deed for the village house in Gangcheng and the compensation money from the demolition, she planned to invest in Gangcheng, buy stocks, and with Lu Qiming holding cash at Xiaodao. All these funds combined would last a lifetime. Shun Jiaqing hesitated, and Xiao Huilan thought her daughter was shy, so she agreed for her. "Jiqi, this is what your older sister-in-law wants. I'll keep it for you, and in the future, it will be your dowry." Talking about dowry, Xiao Huilan felt sad. Was Jiqi's marriage also coming up? She really couldn't bear to part with her. Oh well, better to keep her daughter at home a few more years. The peaceful night passed quietly. The next morning, after waking up, Shun Jiaqing first went to check the drainage ditch on the wasteland, which was mostly done. The land that the villagers had turned over last time no longer had large hard stones. When her third brother was resting, Shun Jiaqing asked some capable workers from the village to come and continue digging half a meter deeper in the fields. "Little sister, what are you planning to do?" Old Third was puzzled, unsure of what new idea his sister had. "Don't ask,
Just do as I say, she replied.
Workers get half a gene of grains and an egg each day.
All right then.
Just then, Old Third finished planting seedlings and, feeling free, went down the mountain to find some people. Lu Zheng was busy nearby, carefully learning from Zhang Tao about recording and some precautions. After finishing, Lu Zheng tidied up his new clothes and quickly approached Shen Jiechi.
Do you
Have some free time later? What's wrong? Shen Jiechi asked. Lu Zheng looked a bit nervous, swallowing hard. Our new house is finished. I want to invite you to come see it. Is the new house finished so quickly? Shen Jiechi remembers that their house was only being built a few days ago. That day, her parents and brother went to help, and she brought some mung bean soup. Back then, the roof hadn't even been tiled yet. How could it be finished so fast? Lu Zheng, are you guys working day and night without rest? Yes, we've pulled a few all-nighters, he honestly admitted. You said we should finish quickly. Shen Jiechi was speechless. She had indeed reminded him to speed up the construction, but she didn't expect Lu Zheng to be so sincere, working through several nights. But he didn't rest during the day either, still working normally and accompanying her to and from the county town. Most people would have given up long ago. But Lu Zheng seemed fine, full of energy, almost too much. You've been exhausted these days. If you're too tired, just ask Zhang Tao for a day off and go home to rest, Shen Jiechi said with some concern.
I'm fine.
Whenever Lu Zheng thought about the new home, he lost all sleep and was filled with happiness and anticipation, mixed with a little nervousness.
Then,
shall we go now? His low, husky voice carried a hint of urgency that was hard to notice. You know I haven't prepared anything. I want to bring you a lucky gift. Shen Jiechi considered it. If nothing else, she could exchange a small appliance in her space for him. She couldn't just go into someone else's new house empty-handed. She was about to find an excuse, pretending to go home and get something, when Lu Zheng's deep, magnetic voice suddenly lowered, trembling slightly. You are my best good luck.
Who taught him to speak like that?
It's charming without him realizing. Shen Jiechi's cheeks quietly flushed with 2 red spots. She reached out and gently slapped her hot skin.
Then,
let's go take a look first. Just a look wouldn't hurt. It wasn't the official move-in day yet. When the time comes, she would prepare a more generous gift. Lu Zheng finished his work and it was already noon, time to clock out. To avoid Yuan Yume, they finished half an hour earlier than the villagers, so there were almost no people on the road. Lu Zheng looked very tense the whole way, as if they weren't heading to their new home but to a place of execution. Shen Jiechi noticed his unusual state. What are you so nervous about? Nothing. Lu Zheng appeared calm on the surface, but his steps were already unsteady. Without saying a word, the two of them walked one after the other toward the Lu family's house. The Lu house was on the edge of the village, surrounded by few people, in a very quiet place. From afar, Shen Jiaqing saw a big house made of blue bricks and gray tiles, looking very grand. Outside the yard was a bamboo fence about half a meter high, with plants growing at the base of the wall. They had just been planted, so it was hard to tell what they were. She guessed they might be climbing ivy, trumpet flowers, or roses. It's easy to imagine that next spring, as they grow wildly, climbing along the bamboo vines and covering the whole wall, it will look very beautiful. In the middle of the fence, there was a pair of wooden double doors, with 2 round iron handles embedded on the doors, looking quite unique. Standing in front of the door, Lu Zheng was visibly very nervous. He moved slightly to the side, his eyes fixed on her bright face. I want you to open this big door. After a moment of hesitation, Shen Jiaqing looked up and saw the faint smile on his lips. The tenderness in his eyes suddenly spread out, like countless stars shining. This deep and earnest look made her heart skip a beat. A strong feeling arose quietly in her mind. Maybe today wouldn't be just about looking at the house. She carefully observed Lu Zheng. Today, he looked very different from usual. He had specially worn the new clothes she bought, cut his hair very short, and shaved his beard clean. Compared to his usual rough appearance, today he looked very neat and delicate. Shen Jiaqing felt very confused inside. She could have found an excuse to turn around and leave, but somehow, she pushed open the wooden door in front of her. With a creak, the wooden door opened, revealing a simple yet dreamy small courtyard. A winding cobblestone path led inside to the blue brick house. On the left side of the path, there was a grape arbor with several grapevines planted in the soil. On the right side, there was a wooden double swing chair, just facing the grape arbor and the lush forest behind. When the grapes ripen in season, sitting on the swing at night, feeling the cool breeze, and looking at the heavy fruit and fragrant yard, how wonderful that would be. This yard didn't look like a typical rural home from the 1970s. Instead, it looked more like a paradise from her dreams. At this moment, Lu Zheng gently supported the swing chair. "Want to try?" Shun Jiechi nodded and sat down on a chair. Then, her body gently swayed. Lu Zheng's big, clear hands nervously held the back of the chair, and he gently rocked it with tender movements. His usually cold and indifferent eyes now showed a hint of softness and affection. He took a deep, nervous breath, his low voice slightly tight. "Under the fence in the yard, I planted rose seedlings. By the grape arbor, I planted a circle of purple grapevines. There are no extra decorations inside the house, just simple wooden stiles. In the backyard, I also cleared some land and planted green beans, tomatoes, and pumpkins." Shun Jiechi was slightly stunned. Wasn't this the dream house she had imagined with him on her bike? At that time, Lu Zheng had asked her what kind of house she wanted. She never expected that he was just asking casually, while secretly remembering every detail in his heart. This is his house. Why did he build it according to her preferences? Could it be that he really? Thinking back on their moments together, going into the mountains, selling goods in the town, she remembered how Lu Zheng always helped her out of danger. And those small, intimate touches, they seemed to go beyond ordinary friendship. She kept telling herself they were just partners. Even if she felt a little heart flutter, she thought Lu Zheng was just recently divorced and looking for a substitute or emotional support. After all, he had loved Yi Zhaozhao for over 10 years. How could he just forget her? But this house, the impact it had on her, was like an atomic bomb, completely overturning her world. Her mind was a tangled mess. She was lost in thought when the rocking chair suddenly stopped. Lu Zheng quietly moved around her from behind and came to her front. In his hand, he held a small bouquet of wildflowers he had picked from the mountain. The wildflowers were colorful, yellow, white, purple, blue, pink. All kinds of unknown wildflowers tied together with a piece of grass into a small bouquet. The bouquet emitted a fresh mountain scent, slowly approaching Shun Jiechi until it was right in front of her. A sincere and earnest voice sounded in her ear. "I am a simple person and don't know how to express my feelings, but I believe that love can be shown through actions. As this house represents my feelings for you. So, Comrade Shun Jiechi, are you willing to become the lady of this house?" These words, which I had practiced over and over in my mind, made my hands tremble slightly as I spoke. I looked at Shun Jiechi carefully, waiting for her response, as if the whole world depended on it. Will she say yes? Shun Jiechi sniffed the fresh scent of wildflowers and felt like she was dreaming. Who would have thought that this quiet, rough man could be so romantic at this moment? This confession didn't mention love directly, but every word was full of love. The wall was covered with blue bricks, the yard was full of roses. When she casually mentioned a grape trellis, he recreated it in the yard. This fool. It turns out that there really is someone in the world who silently remembers her words and turns them into actions. Shun Jiechi tilted her head and smiled at him. "You secretly prepared all this without telling me. Aren't you afraid I might refuse? Then you have to find a new lady of the house and start all over again?" Hearing this, Lu Zheng's fingers clenched the bouquet tightly. "Besides you, there will be no second lady of this house." "Are you so sure?" Lu Zheng leaned slightly forward, his deep eyes meeting hers. He spoke firmly, word by word. "If it's not you, then there will be no one else." Seeing her eyes sparkle, Lu Zheng knew she might not fully believe him. After all, In this era, what normal man wouldn't get married? Even if he didn't want to, his parents would push him to find a partner once he reached a certain age. So he cleared his throat and said, "Before I met you, I didn't care who I was with. But after I met you, I realized that life isn't the same with everyone. If the lady of this house isn't you, I'd rather be alone." His eyes burned with passion, almost as if they could set her on fire. With his usual personality, it was almost impossible for him to say such sweet and heartfelt words. He wasn't like Jiang Shiryan, full of tricks and false feelings. Shen Jiechi believed that what Lu Zheng was saying now was truly what he felt inside. He had laid his heart bare, holding it out in front of her, just waiting for her to say yes. Looking at this new house, every brick, tile, flower, and tree is filled with Lu Zheng's love. How could she not feel moved? He really doesn't mind her past with Jiang Shiryan? His family, can they accept the infamous Shen Jiechi? And her parents, they saw Lu Zheng break off the engagement in person. Can they accept him? Many uncertainties swirl in her mind. This isn't a game, nor is it a simple love story from the future. If she stops loving him, she can just break up. But in the 1970s, once she agrees to be with Lu Zheng, she must take responsibility. After all, love without the intention of marriage is just playing around. Plus, Lu Zheng was just hurt by Yi Zhaozhao. He can't suffer heartbreak again. She must be careful. She thought for a long time, so long that Lu Zheng's heart started to beat anxiously. His hopeful gaze gradually cooled, and his cool fingertips almost pricked the roots of the flowers. Could it be that she still can't forget Jiang Shiryan? Just as Lu Zheng thought Shen Jiechi was going to refuse him, her small hands, like tender shoots, took the flowers from his. Shen Jiechi blushed deeply. All her reason was defeated by Lu Zheng's sincerity. "Lu Zheng, thank you for your feelings. You created my dream house, and I like it very much. I want to be the lady of this house."
She has
agreed to him. The sudden surprise made him a little flustered. His expression changed subtly, a smile that didn't reach his eyes, just as she said, "But maybe we should wait a bit before making our relationship public." "Wait?" Lu Zheng frowned. Shen Jiechi nodded. "We just broke off the engagement. At this point, if we suddenly get together, who knows what others will say. Plus, my second sister-in-law just caused trouble. The second house is moving out on its own, and the family is in chaos. Third brother is busy with matchmaking, and our parents are overwhelmed. Let's wait until third brother's marriage is settled, and they can breathe a little, then we can talk about us. And also," Shen Jiechi's already flushed face turned even redder. "Besides, I haven't even been in love before. Skipping love and jumping straight to marriage. Wouldn't that be a waste? Never been in love." Lu Zheng looked at her suspiciously. Wasn't she and Jiang Shiryan previously in a relationship? Noticing that Lu Zheng was staring at her intently, Shen Jiaqing realized she had spoken too much. I mean, I used to chase Jiang Shiryan when we were together. He was indifferent to me, never even held my hand, so it wasn't really a relationship. Never even held her hand." Lu Zheng's eyelashes fluttered slightly, hiding a flash of happiness beneath. "My relationship with Jiang Shiryan was abnormal. It wasn't a real dating thing," she explained quickly, afraid Lu Zheng might misunderstand. Seeing him stay silent, she felt anxious and flustered. Just as she was thinking about how to make him feel better, Lu Zheng muttered, "So, how do you want to date?" Hearing that word, Lu Zheng felt it was awkward to say. In this era, people usually say dating instead of being in a relationship, which feels too embarrassing. Shen Jiaqing smiled warmly, amused that Lu Zheng, a big man, was so shy. Boys nowadays are really innocent. With a playful attitude, Shen Jiaqing held a flower in one hand and opened her palm with the other, stretching it out confidently toward him. She grinned mischievously. The first step of a normal relationship is, of course, holding hands. She thought Lu Zheng would blush and walk away, but instead, a large hand covered her palm, and long fingers quickly intertwined with hers.
"You."
Shen Jiaqing was shocked. Where was the innocent big boy she knew? They had held hands before, but this time felt completely different. Shen Jiaqing's face turned red, and her heart skipped a beat. Above her, Lu Zheng looked down at her, his gaze sharp and intense, approaching step by step with a commanding presence. Hold hands, and then what? The powerful aura around the man almost seemed tangible, pressing down on her. A handsome face suddenly appeared before her, like the outline of mountains and rivers, with a mischievous smile, watching her with playful eyes. All her nervousness and embarrassment were reflected in his dark eyes. She had started teasing him first, but unexpectedly, she was the one to back down first. Seeing her shrink back in fear, Lu Zheng's teasing eyes were full of affection, as if saying, "Is that all you've got?" Shun Jiaqing really didn't expect that Lu Zheng, who usually seemed cold and serious, actually had another side that no one knew about. This wasn't what you would call a sweet, innocent young man. He was more like a sly fox. At this moment, as she looked at his tall, close face, her mind went blank. Just when she thought about what might happen next, a gentle fingertip lightly brushed her nose. "Have you decided yet?" Lu Zheng asked with a faint smile. Shun Jiaqing's face turned red up to her ears, and she hurriedly nodded. I haven't decided yet." Actually, she wasn't very experienced either. Hearing this, the big hand that was holding her tightened slightly. He gave a low, charming laugh, his voice full of teasing. Then, "Let me think for you. How do you have a sweet, romantic relationship?" Lu Zheng didn't really know. He didn't have anyone to compare with. It seemed that in their parents' generation, and even in their own, most young men and women met through matchmaking. They would meet, see if they liked each other, and then consider marriage. Most people only got to know each other after they were married, and feelings grew over time. How to date is a question worth thinking about. Besides holding hands, what else is the first step in a relationship? Lu Zheng thought for a moment and tentatively asked, "Can I call you Jiqi now?" Such an intimate nickname. This was the first time anyone outside her family called her that. His deep, seductive voice calling her softly made her feel something unspoken. A little mysterious. Shun Jiaqing's eyes curved like crescent moons, and a charming smile spread across her face. "Then I'll call you a Zheng." Lu Zheng smiled softly, his heart melting. "Okay, Jiqi." On the way home, they walked shoulder to shoulder. Shun Jiaqing held a small wildflower bouquet, and her lips couldn't help but lift into a smile. She finally had a boyfriend. And her boyfriend was the same Lu Zheng who was always a bit of a background character. Shun Jiaqing felt like she was dreaming. Who would have thought that she and the heroine of the story, Yi Zhaozhao, had swapped partners? This strange fate was truly amazing. Lu Zheng's lips pressed into a thin line, but a hidden smile couldn't be kept from showing. A new kind of happiness filled his world with brightness. Until they reached the door of the Shin family, Lu Zheng reluctantly stopped his steps. "Gigi, I'm going to work now. Go ahead. Later, I'll come to deliver some watermelon." "Okay." Lu Zheng lowered his head with a smile, already looking forward to seeing her again. In the afternoon, the sun was very hot. Shun Jiaqing waited inside the house until after 3 o'clock, then scooped a watermelon out of the basin, packed it into a basket, took a fruit knife, and headed out to deliver the watermelon. She lived on the east side of the village, and, to get to the experimental fields, she had to pass the village entrance. She walked slowly under the eaves to avoid the sun. When she reached the village entrance, she saw Yi Zhaozhao rudely shooing away 2 unfamiliar old men. "I told you already, the team follows this road, then turns left, then right, and you'll get there. If you don't understand, ask someone else. I have things to do, and can't waste time with you." The 2 old men were from another village, probably around 60 years old. They wore tattered clothes and a large straw hat with a fuzzy edge, looking honest and simple. Curious, Shun Jiaqing approached and asked, "Are you 2 looking for the team leader?" One of the more friendly-looking old men nodded and said, "Yes, young comrade. We're from another place and want to find your team leader. Can you take us there?" Seeing that they looked hot and sweaty but not suspicious, Shun Jiaqing thought they probably weren't bad people. Besides, this was her village, her territory, so she figured they wouldn't dare cause trouble. She said, "Sure, I'll show you the way." Hearing this, Yi Zhaozhao sneered and shot her a contemptuous look. Good-hearted, huh? Just as Shun Jiaqing was about to reply, the serious-looking old man beside her glared at Yi Zhaozhao angrily, scaring her into shutting her mouth quickly. Recently, Yi Zhaozhao had been frustrated repeatedly and was in a bad mood, always annoyed with everyone. On such a hot day, Shun Jiaqing didn't want to argue with her. Instead, she made a welcoming gesture and said, "Come with me, two gentlemen." She led the two old men slowly toward Qin Ming's house. "Grandpa, are you relatives of Captain Qin?" "No, we are." The friendly old man was about to speak when a light cough interrupted him. He smiled and said, "We're just here on some business." Seeing that they didn't want to reveal anything, Shun Jiaqing didn't ask further. She just casually chatted with them. From her accent, which was different from the villagers, the kind old man asked, "Little girl, have you studied broadcasting?" "Oh, sir, you know about broadcasting?" Shun Jiaqing giggled like a silver bell. "Many people say my Mandarin is pretty good." "Yes, I heard that your village is going to choose a new announcer. Are you planning to try out?" "Of course," Shun Jiaqing replied, then looked back at them. "How do you know about our village's announcement audition? Wasn't this matter suppressed by Yi Changhe? They plan to announce it only tomorrow." She kept a cautious eye on the two elders. "Who are you exactly? If you don't tell me, I might have to call someone." "Don't worry, we're not bad people." "We are." The kind old man looked back at the serious one, seeming to get permission. He whispered, "We came here specifically for this." They were special agents from the county, sent to supervise the selection process. Just a few days ago, they received an anonymous tip-off claiming that Secretary Yi of Daxing Village was abusing his power and cheating in the selection, ruining fairness and justice. The authorities took it seriously and sent them here to oversee the process. Of course, they couldn't tell a young girl about these things. When Shun Jiaqing heard they were here for the announcer selection, she immediately became suspicious. These two old men spoke with strong accents, so they probably weren't the judges or teachers for the contest. They were also quite old, so they couldn't be workers fixing the radio station. Who exactly were they, and what were they here for? Shun Jiaqing couldn't figure it out. She sensed that this selection might not be as simple as it seemed. She tentatively asked, "Sir, I don't know who you really are or what your purpose is. But if any contestant faces unfair treatment or persecution during this competition, can they come to you for help?"
"Oh."
The serious old man suddenly became interested. "Young comrade, do you know something?" Hearing this, Shun Jiaqing roughly guessed their identities. As she suspected, these two were not ordinary villagers but higher-ups. Deliberate disguise is probably meant to hide the truth from others. Thinking of this, she hesitated and then shared a piece of news with the two. "Sai, I don't know whether I should say this or not, but if I don't, my conscience feels a bit guilty." "What's the matter, young comrade? Don't worry, speak freely. I can help you handle it," Uncle Yen said confidently, patting his chest.